since Anjali's horrific death. Believe it or not, we were out on the streets 48 hours after the incident. So you'd at least expect short-term action by the cops. What we found was quite the opposite. Over the next few hours, we're going to show you what exactly each one of us witnessed on the national capital. It'll shock you and give you a sense of what's the reality in the national capital, because it's something that needs to be urgently addressed. I'm not just talking about the Delhi police and security. I'm talking about how the people of Delhi also react to a lone woman standing on the streets of the national capital. So as we cover different parts of Delhi, let me first begin by introducing all of my colleagues who are with me here in the studio. I have Anisha Mathur, Aishwarya Paliwal, Shweta Jha, Nabila Jamal here with me on my left. We also have Pooja Shali, Shreya Chatterjee, Tejshri, as well as Arpita Arya. Each of us went to a different part of the national capital. Unfortunately, it's a very, very grim tale of what we found, because each one of us pretty much had the same takeaway, that no, Delhi is nowhere near as safe as it needs to be. Let me play out first my report, and then we're going to discuss what exactly we discovered in each part of Delhi. It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here. And you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single patrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any patrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around. My camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while, there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now, they didn't really speak to me. They stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now, this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. So that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it. So that was my report. I spent a couple of hours close to Mayur Vihar. As someone who's not from Delhi, I can tell you that what I saw over 2 hours when I was standing on the road, my camera person was on the opposite side. So many of the people who were passing by didn't know I was part of the media. They thought I was just a woman standing on the side of the road. Many of them stopped, would kind of look, many of them would reverse, try to see what's happening. Some tried to speak to me. I didn't understand very clearly what they were trying to tell me. But what you'll figure here over the next 2 hours is that it's a similar experience, and sometimes even worse, even eerier than mine, that many of my colleagues also experienced. I'd like to open this up, bring in them also on their experiences. Pooja, tell me what it was like when you went out there. You're someone who's from Delhi. So maybe, you know how to handle this kind of situation. Yes. You know what's right, what's wrong as far as Delhi streets are concerned. When you were out there, what was your experience like?
So I've always lived in Delhi, and I have driven at 1, 2, 3 a.m. But I've also always had an alarm up. So I know in case something untoward has happened, what will I do right away? But I've never stood at 2 a.m. on a Delhi street to see reactions. And what pained me, because I'm a Delhi resident, is the manner in which the drivers slow down. And they look at you and they analyze, and then a bike, as we'll see in our report as well, what happens. And that is what was shocking. I think the security has become better in the past 10 days. I do think there's more bandobast. It's not enough. I would have liked to see more PCRs, but it was more than that. What I noticed was the audacity of some men who think they can slow down to a young woman and ask her where does she want to be dropped, and she tell you she doesn't want to be dropped, but they'll insist, and that's what was shocking.
No, but the problem is also, you don't know if they are stopping out of curiosity to kind of find out, are you okay? And the problem for all of us, I think, as women, that we can all agree on, is that you don't know what their intention is, which is why you tend to kind of hesitate when someone even reaches out for help. Was that the case for you also, Aishwarya?
It was. In fact, I'll tell you what was most shocking was the fact that my car was standing barely 60 meters away from a PCR van and a police booth, and I could see police personnel sitting inside the PCR van, also inside the police booth. They did not bother to step out to check what was happening in my vehicle. And we were there for good 45 minutes. 45 minutes is a long time for anything.
And bang opposite the PCR.
And bang opposite. And the reason why I chose the spot was to just figure out whether policemen actually step out or not. They did not step out. When I confronted them, they said, no, if there would have been an accident, we would have obviously come. Now, I don't understand what they mean by an accident. 45 minutes, Akshita, is a very, very long time for anything to happen. It's just it's a matter of minutes when things happen. Police personnel not stepping out, not understanding something wrong could be going on in a car near Dhaula Kuan is scary.
The defense is ridiculous to say that we're not going to see what's happening inside the vehicle. Yes, Anisha.
Well, 10 years ago, in January 2013, those of us who've been reporting on Delhi, we were all, again, out on the roads, looking at what's going on. Right after Nirbhaya, we were covering the protests, we were covering all the promises that were made. Now, all of us have experienced this. CCTV cameras have been put in, sure. PCR vans on paper, we've got more than 800 PCR vans according to the police on paper. But last night when we are out on the roads, what we are seeing is that a lot of the promises that have been made over the last 10 years, and I'm saying this with all authority as somebody who's been reporting on this every year in December, we do sort of a retrospective, what after Nirbhaya?
Very true.
How exactly have things changed? Sure, there may be CCTVs, more CCTVs in the city, but the actual patrolling, the actual keeping an eye on what is happening on the streets, that does not seem to have changed very much.
I'll be honest.
And that's the scary part.
I'll be honest. When I was first told that, we have to go on this kind of a shoot, considering what's happened just, on New Year, I thought that across Delhi there'd be crazy security, that there'd be increased security on the ground. That really wasn't the case. I think what you see earlier is what it is now. Even short-term action hasn't happened, Abhila.
It has failed. And what I'm appalled, Akshita, here is that we're talking about the 31st night when this horrific road incident happened. And more importantly, we're talking of a national capital. We know that people from all different parts of the world are settled in Delhi. Many of them are here in a rat race trying to earn some money. And so crime is so common here. Despite knowing that, despite accidents or incidents like the Nirbhaya that's happened, you don't see adequate police deployment, and that's what's really worrying, that the police have failed with every promise that they made to ensure security for women, because men are all right, women can't step out in Delhi.
You know, I'll come to you guys also in just a bit. I think there were two reports, and we played this out also on our sister concern Aaj Tak just earlier. Two reports that really will leave you shocked and kind of expose what's the situation on the ground in Delhi. One is Arpita Arya's report from Defence Colony. The other is Tejshree's report. Arpita, I'd like to play out your report first. She filed this from Defence Colony. Take a look at her experience, and then we'll talk to her also about exactly what happened.
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या जी?
It's okay. If you, I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी, ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable, I can.
No, I'm sorry, I'm okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. क्या?
किथे यार हो?
खड़ी हूँ। क्या?
जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
नहीं, आप चाहिए, आप प्लीज चाहिए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं, उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है, और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित हैं?
I got goosebumps watching that report. Arpita there at Defence Colony finds out that if you're a woman standing alone on the road in the national capital, the message from the men out there is that you're asking for it. You're willing to sell yourself, essentially. Arpita, tell us about your experience. You know, what I noticed in that report particularly was a man on the bike. He asks you kya rate hai, and then looks at you up and down, sizes her up essentially. And you know, this is the reality. Any woman standing out there will be treated like this.
Yeah, you heard the language ना, वो क्या रेट है? He is not the only one. जो कार में बैठा हुआ एक पंजाबी, वो हमने जो स्पॉट किया, वो मुझे इशारे कर रहा था क्योंकि कैमरा छुपा हुआ था, हम उसको सामने नहीं रख सकते हैं। उसके बाद वो जो अंदर बैठकर इशारे कर रहा था, सबसे पहले उसने मुझे बोला कम इनसाइड, आओ बैठो। मैंने कहा कि नहीं, मैं कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ। उसके बाद फिर वो मुझे इशारे कर रहा है हाथ से कि रेट के लिए कि क्या रेट बनता है, तो वो जो इशारे कर रहा था वो हम बना नहीं पाए, वो वहां तक कैमरा पहुंचा नहीं।
देर तक ये हुआ होगा
ये और आपको पता है वो जो बाइक वाला और जो वो कार
सिग्नल पे था शायद,
सिग्नल पे, और वो कार और वो बाइक वो आपस में एक दूसरे को इशारे करें, नहीं मैं पहुंचा पहले, मैं पहले बात करूंगा, दोनों कह रहे किसके साथ, इसके साथ, नहीं मेरे साथ जाएगी, तो वो दोनों आपस में 2 मिनट तो लड़ते रहे कि नहीं पहले मैं बात करूंगा, नहीं मैं बात करूंगा। मतलब उन्हें लड़की की नहीं पड़ी, एक सड़क पे अगर लड़की खड़ी है तो आप उसका रेट तय करने लगोगे। तो ये जो हुआ है वो मुझे लगा बहुत शॉकिंग है, वो भी वहां डिफेंस कॉलोनी जिसको पॉश इलाका कहते हैं, और किसी ने, अब मैं जिसको बोल रही हूँ कि ऐसा डिफेंस कॉलोनी में कोई बिलीव ही नहीं कर रहा कि डिफेंस कॉलोनी में कैसे हो सकता है। वो पॉश इलाका, ऐसा एरिया नहीं कि मैं कहीं अंदर कहीं किनारे पे खड़ी हूँ तो लोग मुझे, बस स्टैंड पे खड़ी हूँ मैं बोल रही हूँ कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ, लेकिन फिर भी एक लड़का मुझे पीछे से बाइक ले जाकर बोल रहा है कि चलती हो क्या, इस तरीके के लैंग्वेजेस इस्तेमाल हुए। बट वो कई बार ऑडियो नहीं आता, बट जो मैंने एक्सपीरियंस वहां पर खड़े होकर किया वो बहुत ही स्कैरी था। मुझे लगता है कि
हाउ लॉन्ग हैव यू लिव्ड इन दिल्ली अर्पिता, आप कितने सालों से?
मुझे हो गए हैं ऑलमोस्ट 8 years।
एंड हैव यू एवर सीन एनीथिंग लाइक दिस बिफोर?
नहीं, इससे पहले हाँ मैंने निर्भया के केस में रिपोर्टिंग की, उस समय भी मैंने ऐसा ही महसूस किया, मुझे कुछ बदला नजर नहीं आया। दुख इस बात का है, हमने वो सारा कुछ हुआ उस समय भी मैं ऐसे मैंने एक शो किया था, उसमें भी वैसे ही उसी लैंग्वेज में। और यहाँ शॉकिंग ये था कि 2 PCR वैन थोड़ी ही दूर पर थी, राउंड भी किया, ये इसमें चला नहीं, लेकिन एक PCR वैन मेरे पास आती है, उसमें पूछते हैं वो कि आप क्यों खड़े हो, कोई दिक्कत? मैंने कहा नहीं अभी मैं कैब का वेट कर रही हूँ। वो मुझे पूछ के गए, वो भी इसलिए शायद क्योंकि ये इंसिडेंट हुआ इसलिए, लेकिन उसके बावजूद जब आपको पता है वहाँ पर CCTV है, आपको पता है PCR वैन 2 खड़े हैं, एक नहीं, ये बहुत, क्योंकि रिपोर्ट हम छोटी बनाते हैं, अगर मैं वहाँ पर 30 मिनट थी उसमें कम से कम मुझे 8 से 10 लोग मेरे पास आए हैं।
You know, what's the concern I have here is what we're not talking about a village area or a rural belt.
Yeah.
We're talking about Delhi, the national capital.
City.
How is it possible that people here still, or men here, still cannot digest the fact that women dressed up well, possibly wearing makeup, looking good, standing outside is nothing short of
I'm
a
wearing
call girl.
very
Is
normal
nothing short of a
clothes.
call girl. That you're willing to sell yourself. What is this imagination that every girl who's dressed up well and standing outside late in the night is willing to sell herself?
I'm very surprised by this, and there are multiple reports that show exactly this. Very surprised by it, because I'm sure there are many women out there in the national capital who do late night shifts, who do night shifts, who must be stepping out in the night. Is this the treatment they get then if their cab, let's say, is delayed by a few minutes and they stand out there on the road? Let's in fact find all of these reports. We've also got a report filed by Mallika Malhotra. She's not with us in the studio, but I want to play out for you what she found. She rode on her bike through parts of the capital, and here's what she found on whether there are actually PCR vans out there, whether there's adequate patrolling on the streets of Delhi.
Right now, I'm here at the Rohini part of Delhi, and I will try to find out that why did the Delhi police failed to prevent this horrific incident. And I will also try to find out whether or not Delhi is safe for women in these long, chilling nights.
सुनानी वो चिल्लाते चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए, आगे खींचकर लेके गए, आगे खींचकर फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींच के फिर खींचते खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से आ रहे थे हम, आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई।
हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था, गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई। घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी। उन्हें बताया मैंने, ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की की क्लास, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा। मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई। इस दौरान
पैदल अपने घर गई?
हाँ, पैदल अपने घर गई थी।
कहाँ आपका घर था?
मेरा घर वहीं से थोड़ी सी दूरी था, सीवन की तरफ।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी।
तो फिर जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया, देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है, 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया, तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश?
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी। मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे जो ठीक लगा, मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए। बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा। मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए। उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, वो आपके उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे। अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती?
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया। तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया। ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
नहीं, तो आप एक बार सीक्वेंस बताइए कि 31 दिसंबर को आप दोनों उस होटल में गए थे?
यहाँ। हाँ
उसके
जी।
बाद क्या क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद कुछ नहीं। उसके बाद थोड़ी सी वो कह रही थी कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी। मैंने कही मैं चलाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। उसने कहा मैं चलाऊं। मैंने कहा नहीं बहन, मैं नहीं चलाने दूंगी तुझे, मैं चलाऊं। तो उसने हाथापाई करी कि ना बहन नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी। ये बात हुई हमारी।
वो सीसीटीवी में दिख भी रहा?
हाँ जी। उस दौरान वो बातें हुई। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी। हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी। मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं, मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे। वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी। घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं। उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी है। उसको हमने साइड भी करी, हमने स्कूटी। उसने जानबूझकर उसने ठोकी। और वो इतनी नशे में थी, उसको मतलब होश नहीं था। वो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल घुस गई। वो रो भी रही है, फिर भी उसको गाड़ी वालों ने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सपोर्ट करा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की को निकाले उस गाड़ी में से। उसका कुछ फंस गया था, क्या फंस गया था ये मुझे भी नहीं पता। बस मैंने ये हादसा देखा, मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई। और वो गाड़ी लेके भाग गए। जो लड़के थे उस लड़की को ही लेकर भाग गए। ऐसे के ऐसे आगे पीछे 2-3 बार करा, फिर ऐसे कैसे लेके भागे। उसी दौरान मैंने बस कुछ नहीं सोचा, मैं अपने घर चली गई।
अच्छा, मतलब जाहिर सी बात है टक्कर हुई होगी, तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट?
बिल्कुल 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 उन्हें जानकारी थी। उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है। सब कुछ उन्हें पता था। कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे, उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
आपको चोट आई?
हाँ, मेरे को सिर्फ आँख पे आई थी और थोड़ी पैर पे आई थी और मेरा हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था।
अच्छा, ये हाथ?
हाँ, हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था मेरा, बस। मुझे और कोई चोट नहीं है। उसको भी चोट नहीं आती। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के मतलब उस लड़की को निकाल देते तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करने की कोशिश करी। उन्होंने गाड़ी में से उतर के ही भी नहीं देखा कि हम उतर के बकायदा उस लड़की की हेल्प करें, उसको निकाल दे। वो जानबूझ के ऐसे किसी पर उन्होंने ये कोशिश करी, गाड़ी में से बैठ के आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी। उसको उसी दौरान ज्यादा चोट लगी, वो चिल्ला भी रही थी। फिर वो आगे ले गए, आगे ले जाके उसका दम टूट गया होगा।
आगे पीछे कर रहे थे?
हाँ, आगे पीछे करी गाड़ी उन्होंने कि वो सोच रहे कि छूट जाएगी लड़की, पर लड़की का कुछ ऐसा अटक गया था उसके अंदर, ऐसा चिपक गया था, वो लड़की छूट ही नहीं पाई उसके।
जो आरोपी हैं जो कार में जिनसे एक्सीडेंट हुआ, क्या पहले से आप लोग जानते?
उन लड़कों को हम नहीं जानते थे, ये सिर्फ एकदम हुआ है। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर हम में भेड़ी थी गाड़ी, पर हम उन लड़कों को जानते नहीं थे। हमने साइड भी करी पर उन लड़कों ने एकदम हमारे में भेड़ दी।
अच्छा, आगे से या बैक से?
नहीं, आगे से। वो भी ऐसे आ रहे थे, हम भी सीधा आ रहे थे, मतलब सीधे
आमने सामने
की टक्कर हुई है। आमने सामने से ही तो वो नीचे घुस गई है। और मैं
आपने एक बार भी ये कोशिश नहीं की कि उस रात ये हादसा हुआ कि आप शोर मचाएं?
नहीं, मैं उस टाइम में ना बिल्कुल मतलब मेरा माइंड काम नहीं करा कि मैं कुछ बोलूं, कुछ कहूं किसी से। मैं डर लग गया है कि क्या हो गया ये एकदम। तो सुबह न्यूज में आता है कि उस लड़की की मौत हो गई है इस दौरान, ऐसे ऐसे घसीट कर लेके गए हैं। फिर मेरे को लगा कि यार वो छुटी ही नहीं वो लड़की, उसको तो उन्होंने आगे ले जाके भी उन्होंने छुड़वाने की, वो ऐसे ही घसीटते गाड़ी में बैठे बैठे ले गए उसे नशे में।
आप कोशिश करते हैं कि जो
वो कोशिश करने वाला उन्होंने टाइम ही नहीं दिया, मोमेंट ही नहीं दिया। बस उन्होंने एक बार आगे लेके गए, फिर पीछे तेजी से, फिर आगे, फिर एकदम लेके गए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जो अंजलि है जो पीड़िता है, उसके परिवार को बताती कि ऐसा?
मैं उनके परिवार को बताती, वो तो मेरे को ब्लेम देते ना कि तुम साथ थे। 100 बातें हो जाती, मैं क्या बताती उनके।
होटल में कौन कौन लोग थे? आप?
उसके सारे फ्रेंड थे। उसका बॉयफ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड थे, और मेरा कोई भी जानकार नहीं था सिर्फ अंजलि के अलावा।
कितने बजे आप लोग होटल में पहुंचे?
मैं 8 बजे, करीब 8 बजे।
और कितने बजे आप लोग निकले?
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे मूवमेंट हुआ था ये। हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर जाऊंगी। जब मैंने उस लड़की से जिद करी ना मेरे को मेरे घर छोड़, और वो भी कह रही मैं भी अपने घर जाऊंगी, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई तू मैं हो गई थी। तो उस दौरान मैं बाहर गई थी 24/7। मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात हुई थी उन दोनों के बीच, क्या नहीं हुई थी, उस बातों का मेरे को नहीं पता।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, तो उन दोनों की बातें हुई क्या नहीं हुई वो मुझे नहीं पता। मैं चली गई, मैं एकदम वहां से आई ना 24/7 से ऊपर। वो आते ही मेरे को बोलते कि घर चलते हैं, घर चलते।
स्कूटी पे
हाँ,
बैठे?
हम दोनों स्कूटी पे बैठे।
अच्छा, पहले अगर दिखाई दे रहा है सीसीटीवी में कि होटल से आप निकल रही हैं तो स्कूटी आप ड्राइव कर रही हैं?
हाँ, फिर उसने मतलब मेरे से ज्यादा जिद करी कि मेरी स्कूटी मेरे को दे वरना मैं कूद जाऊंगी स्कूटी से। तो मैंने उसी दौरान उसकी स्कूटी की चाबी उसे थमा दी। मैंने कहा लो अपनी चाबी, मैंने कहा तुम चलाओ, दे दी। जब मैं डर गई, जब ट्रक में से हम बचते बचे ना, जब ट्रक हमारे ऊपर चढ़ने ही वाला था, क्योंकि ट्रक भी आगे था, हम ट्रक के पीछे थे, तो हम दोनों मरते, कोई भी नहीं बचता हम दोनों में से। तो हम बच गए उस चीज से।
और उसके बाद फिर जब आप होटल से निकले तो कितने मिनटों के बाद ये हादसा हुआ? कहाँ पर?
हम जब निकले हैं उससे थोड़ी देर बाद ये हादसा हो गया था। जब ही हम निकले हैं उस रोड से, हम निकलने के बाद हम सीधे गए हैं और जहाँ दुकान, वो शॉप है ना वो स्वीट की, वहीं पे हम बस मोड़ते वो आगे से गाड़ी आई है जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है।
वो लड़की है, मैं आपको बताऊं, जो इस पूरे केस की आई विटनेस है, और आई विटनेस आज तक इंडिया टुडे पर हमारे साथ है। ये बता रही हैं कि किस तरीके से वो होटल से दोनों निकली हैं, और उसके बाद जब होटल से निकलती हैं सीसीटीवी में भी दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो पीड़िता है वही स्कूटी ड्राइव कर रहा है, ये पीछे की तरफ बैठी हुई है। लेकिन कुछ दूर आगे जाकर पीड़िता इनसे जिद करती है कि स्कूटी उनकी है, वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करेंगे, जिसके बाद वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करती हैं और आगे जाकर ये हादसा होता है। एक बार सिलसिलेवार तरीके से बताइए सीक्वेंस, होटल से आप कितने बजे निकली, स्कूटी होटल से जब निकले आप लोग तो स्कूटी कौन चला रहा था, फिर आगे कैसे स्कूटी जो विक्टिम है वो चलाती है, और फिर कैसे हादसा होता है?
अच्छा सुनो, मैं पहले हम सही बैठे हुए थे, हम दोनों ने रूम लिया, हम बैठे हुए, कह रहे हम पार्टी करेंगे पूरी रात। तो मैंने ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम पार्टी करेंगे। तो मैंने उसको मना करा, मेरे को पता है उसका वो ना मतलब गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी आता है उस लड़की को। हाँ, तो मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं उसको ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था उसको जानते हुए, 10-15 दिन हुए थे उसको जानते हुए।
मुलाकात हुई?
मेरी एक फ्रेंड थी, उसके थ्रू से मुलाकात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी, तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था मैं उसको जानते हुए, तो जानते जानते तो हम थोड़ा क्लोज आ गए, अच्छे फ्रेंड बन गए, अच्छी बॉन्डिंग हो गई हम दोनों की। बॉन्डिंग होने के बाद हमने सोचा कि नया साल हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम साथ बनाएंगे नया साल। तो हम वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, फिर हम पहले गए, पहले उसने मेरे को फोन करा। उसने मेरे को फोन करने के बाद मेरे को लेने आई सुल्तानपुरी से, मेरे घर के पास से। घर के पास से लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई रोहिणी लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई अपने घर ले जाने के बाद उसने उठाई चाबी, पहले थोड़ा मेकअप वेकअप करा, लिपस्टिक लगाई, फिर उसने उठाई चाबी, फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई सीधा वहाँ पे होटल पे। ले जाने के बाद उसी ने पैसे दिए, उसी ने आईडी दी, उसी ने सब करा। करने के बाद फिर हमने सब कुछ ले लिया। हाँ बिल्कुल हाँ। फिर उसके बाद उसने सबको फोन करा, अपने दोस्तों यारों को, उसी के जो सारे दोस्त पकड़े हैं ना वो उसी के दोस्त थे सारे, और वो उसी के जानकार थे। मेरा एक भी उसमें जानकार नहीं, ना मैं किसी को जानती थी, ना मेरा उनसे कुछ भी। ठीक है, खैर ये तो देखिए, अगर ड्रिंक करना ये तो पर्सनल है, किसी का प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ। आप ओयो से कितने बजे निकली और फिर वो हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे वहाँ से निकले हम। वहाँ से निकलने के बाद हम गए सीधा घर की तरफ जा रहे थे। घर की तरफ जाते जाते ये हादसा हुआ। ये हादसा होने के बाद पहले हम ट्रक में भिड़ते बचे। वो लड़की गुस्से में कह रही मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड अगर मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं मर जाऊंगी। तो मैंने उसको रोका, मतलब ब्रेक मारे कि तू क्या कर रही है, मेरे साथ भी ये हादसा हो सकता है। तो वो फिर कुछ नहीं समझी। फिर मैंने ब्रेक मारे, फिर कह रही ठीक है आराम से चलाऊंगी। वो आराम से चलाते चलाते उसी मोमेंट पे उसने गाड़ी ली अंदर की तरफ। वो अंदर की तरफ लेते कार आ रही थी। वो उसी मोमेंट पे हम दोनों का, हमने बचाव भी करा अपना, पर उन लड़कों ने हमारा एक तरफ बचाव नहीं करा, उन्होंने एकदम भेड़ दिया हमें। उसके बाद वो लड़की फंस गई वहाँ पर। चीख रही थी, क्या बोल रही थी? चीख रही थी बचाओ बचाओ। उन लड़कों को वॉइस आ रही थी, उस लड़की की आवाज आ रही थी, सारी आवाज आ रही थी उन लड़कों को उनकी, पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर ये हादसा करा। वो लड़के कुछ कर रहे थे उस वक्त कार में बैठे जब? नहीं, कुछ नहीं दिखा मुझे अंदर का। उन्होंने काले शीशे कर रखे थे उस टाइम पे। अच्छा। उन टाइप पे काले शीशे रखे, अंदर का मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिखा, कुछ भी, और मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया। तो बस। तो पुलिस आप तक कैसे पहुंची? खोजते हुए पहुंची? हाँ, खोजते हुए पहुंची। क्योंकि मैं डर के मारे कुछ बता नहीं रही थी किसी को, मैं बहुत डर गई थी। ऐसा क्या डर है? एक्सीडेंट था, आपकी दोस्त थी, आप बताती पुलिस? नहीं, मेरे को लगा कि क्या पता क्या हो जाए, क्या मेरे पे बात पड़ जाए। एक डर होता है, मेरे को डर वही लगा, वरना मैं तो चाहती थी उसे इंसाफ मिले, और मैं तो अभी भी ये चाहती हूँ उसे इंसाफ मिले, उन लड़कों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले। कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले। हाँ जी। तो चोट भी आपको गंभीर आई थी? हाँ जी, चोट हाथ पे आई थी। मेरा हाथ पूरा उठ नहीं रहा था जिस दिन मुझे चोट आई थी, पूरा हाथ मेरा बैंड हो गया था। तो पुलिस ने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने? हाँ, सब बताया, सब हाथ वाथ सब मेरा चेक हुआ है, और आँख पे लगी थी मेरे चोट। मेरे तो समझ लो उस लड़की के भी चोट नहीं लगा। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के गाड़ी के नीचे से उस लड़की को निकाल देते, उन्होंने कोशिश ही नहीं करी। वो घसीटते लेके गए, जब लड़की की ये मौत हुई है। ना उसके साथ कुछ गलत हुआ है ना ऐसा हो, बस ये गलत हुआ है, उन लड़कों को जान खा रही थी सांसे की, सब कुछ था, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था, और उन्होंने जानबूझ के इस मौत को अंजाम दिया। बहुत बड़ा खुलासा अपने आप में कि किस तरीके से 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की दरमियानी रात जो कुछ भी हुआ, ये उस हादसे की आई विटनेस है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने 164 का बयान भी इनका दर्ज करा दिया है। क्या आप अपने बयान पर कायम है जो कुछ आपने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पर बोला है? बिल्कुल। हाँ। लेकिन हर कोई ये जानना चाहता था कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि जो पीड़िता की ये दोस्त है इस हादसे के बाद मौके से भाग गई, पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं दी। इनका कहना है कि ये पूरी तरह से डर गई, लेकिन इन्होंने ये बताया है, ये बड़ा खुलासा किया है कि वो 5 लोग, उन्हें पूरी जानकारी लग गई थी कि उस रात किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बारे में जानकारी लग गई। ये भी उन्हें पता चल गया था कि लड़की पीछे की तरफ फंसी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे, और जिसका अंजाम ये हुआ कि पीड़िता की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। कैमरामैन कृपाल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, दिल्ली आज तक।
So that's the exclusive conversation. India Today's Arvind Koja tracking down Anjali's friend, the woman who was with Anjali when that tragic accident took place, where Anjali was dragged by the Baleno for 12 kilometers. She was there. And what she's telling Arvind Oja, a few of the takeaways is that one, she's saying that they fell off the side. Even Anjali was perfectly fine, but died because she was dragged away by the car, because the car refused to stop despite them falling off their bike. She's also, and I know a lot of our viewers are asking, why didn't she speak up before? Why didn't she go to the cops earlier? She says she was scared. She wasn't sure about what needs to be done, which is why from that spot, she walked back home, told her parents what happened, and then stayed put until the Delhi police contacted her. She's now saying that the reason that Anjali's life was snuffed out was because simply of that car, the driver refusing to stop his vehicle, and the fact that he chose to drag her body. Let's play out for you that exclusive conversation yet again. Arvind Oja getting you Nidhi, Anjali's friend who was at the spot when that hit and run took place.
जो विक्टिम है वो चलाती है और फिर कैसे हादसा होता है?
अच्छा सुनो, मैं पहले हम सही बैठे हुए थे, हम दोनों ने रूम लिया, हम बैठे हुए, कह रहे हम पार्टी करेंगे पूरी रात। मैंने ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम पार्टी करेंगे। तो मैंने उसको मना करा, मेरे को पता है उसका वो ना मतलब गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी आता है उस लड़की को। हाँ अच्छा। तो मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं उसको ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था उसको जानते हुए, 10-15 दिन हुए थे उसको जानते हुए।
मुलाकात हुई?
मेरी एक फ्रेंड थी, उसके थ्रू से मुलाकात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी, तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था मैं उसको जानते हुए। तो जानते जानते तो हम थोड़ा क्लोज आ गए, अच्छे फ्रेंड बन गए, अच्छी बॉन्डिंग हो गई हम दोनों की। बॉन्डिंग होने के बाद हमने सोचा कि नया साल हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम साथ बनाएंगे नया साल। तो हम वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, फिर हम पहले उसने मेरे को फोन करा। उसने मेरे को फोन करने के बाद मेरे को लेने आई सुल्तानपुरी से, मेरे घर के पास से। घर के पास से लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई रोहिणी लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई अपने घर ले जाने के बाद उसने उठाई चाबी, पहले थोड़ा मेकअप वेकअप करा, लिपस्टिक लगाई, फिर उसने उठाई चाबी, फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई सीधा वहाँ पे होटल पे। ले जाने के बाद उसी ने पैसे दिए, उसी ने आईडी दी, उसी ने सब करा। करने के बाद फिर हमने सब कुछ ले लिया। हाँ बिल्कुल हाँ। फिर उसके बाद उसने सबको फोन करा, अपने दोस्तों यारों को। उसी के जो सारे दोस्त पकड़े हैं ना, वो उसी के दोस्त थे सारे, और वो उसी के जानकार थे। मेरा एक भी उसमें जानकार नहीं, ना मैं किसी को जानती थी, ना मेरा उनसे कुछ भी। ठीक है, खैर ये तो देखिए, अगर ड्रिंक करना ये तो पर्सनल है, किसी का प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ।
आप ओयो से कितने बजे निकली और फिर वो
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे वहाँ से निकले हम। वहाँ से निकलने के बाद हम गए सीधा घर की तरफ जा रहे थे। घर की तरफ जाते जाते ये हादसा हुआ। ये हादसा होने के बाद पहले हम ट्रक में भिड़ते बचे। वो लड़की गुस्से में कह रही मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड अगर मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं मर जाऊंगी। तो मैंने उसको रोका, मतलब ब्रेक मारे कि तू क्या कर रही है, मेरे साथ भी ये हादसा हो सकता है। तो वो फिर कुछ नहीं समझी। फिर मैंने ब्रेक मारे, फिर कह रही ठीक है आराम से चलाऊंगी। वो आराम से चलाते चलाते उसी मोमेंट पे उसने गाड़ी ली अंदर की तरफ। वो अंदर की तरफ लेते कार आ रही थी। वो उसी मोमेंट पे हम दोनों का हमने बचाव भी करा अपना, पर उन लड़कों ने हमारा एक तरफ बचाव नहीं करा, उन्होंने एकदम भेड़ दिया हमें।
उसके बाद वो लड़की फंस गई।
वो लड़की फंस गई वहाँ पर।
चीख रही थी, क्या बोल रही थी?
चीख रही थी बचाओ बचाओ। उन लड़कों को वॉइस आ रही थी, उस लड़की की आवाज आ रही थी, सारी आवाज आ रही थी उन लड़कों को उनकी। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर ये हादसा करा।
वो लड़के कुछ कर रहे थे उस वक्त कार में बैठे जब?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं दिखा मुझे अंदर का। उन्होंने काले शीशे कर रखे थे उस टाइम पे।
अच्छा।
उन टाइप पे काले शीशे रखे, अंदर का मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिखा, कुछ भी, और मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया। तो बस।
तो पुलिस आप तक कैसे पहुंची? खोजते हुए पहुंची?
हाँ, खोजते हुए पहुंची। कि क्योंकि मैं डर के मारे कुछ बता नहीं रही थी किसी को, मैं बहुत डर गई थी।
ऐसा क्या डर है? एक्सीडेंट था, आपकी दोस्त थी, आप बताती पुलिस?
नहीं, मेरे को लगा कि क्या पता क्या हो जाए, क्या मेरे पे बात पड़ जाए। एक डर होता है, मेरे को डर वही लगा। वरना मैं तो चाहती थी उसे इंसाफ मिले, और मैं तो अभी भी ये चाहती हूँ उसे इंसाफ मिले, उन लड़कों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
हाँ जी।
तो चोट भी आपको गंभीर आई थी?
हाँ जी, चोट हाथ पे आई थी। मेरा हाथ पूरा उठ नहीं रहा था जिस दिन मुझे चोट आई थी। पूरा हाथ मेरा बैंड हो गया था।
तो पुलिस ने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने?
हाँ, सब बताया, सब हाथ वाथ सब मेरा चेक हुआ है, और आँख पे लगी थी मेरे चोट। मेरे तो समझ लो उस लड़की के भी चोट नहीं लगा। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के गाड़ी के नीचे से उस लड़की को निकाल देते। उन्होंने कोशिश ही नहीं करी, वो घसीटते घसीटते लेके गए। जब लड़की की ये मौत हुई है, ना उसके साथ कुछ गलत हुआ है ना ऐसा हो, बस ये गलत हुआ उन लड़कों को जान खा रही थी सांस से की, सब कुछ था, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था और उन्होंने जानबूझ के इस मौत को अंजाम दिया।
बहुत बड़ा खुलासा अपने आप में कि किस तरीके से 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की दरमियानी रात जो कुछ भी हुआ, ये उस हादसे की आई विटनेस है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने 164 का बयान भी इनका दर्ज करा दिया है। क्या आप अपने बयान पर कायम है जो कुछ आपने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पर बोला है?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हाँ।
लेकिन हर कोई ये जानना चाहता था कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि जो पीड़िता की ये दोस्त है इस हादसे के बाद मौके से भाग गई, पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं दी। इनका कहना है कि ये पूरी तरह से डर गई, लेकिन इन्होंने ये बताया है, ये बड़ा खुलासा किया है कि वो 5 लोग, उन्हें पूरी जानकारी लग गई थी कि उस रात किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बारे में जानकारी लग गई। ये भी उन्हें पता चल गया था कि लड़की पीछे की तरफ फंसी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे और जिसका अंजाम ये हुआ कि पीड़िता की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई।
So that's an excerpt of the conversation that Arvind Ojha had with Anjali's friend Nidhi. Speaking out for the first time, she's detailed out the exact sequence of events. What happened that night? What led to Anjali's death? How was she dragged by these 5 men in the car for nearly 12 kilometers? According to her, she says that we were riding that scooty, we were going around and we were hit deliberately because we were 2 women on a bike. We were hit deliberately, and when Anjali fell down on the road, the car didn't stop. The car moved her down, went on top of her and kept continuing to do it, is what Nidhi has told us. She's saying that they kept reversing and going forward on purpose, running over Anjali's body, and then they didn't stop. They kept moving forward. Nidhi says that if they had stopped, Anjali would be just fine, that she suffered all of the injuries that she did, eventually died because of the fact that the monsters in that car refused to stop the vehicle, refused to get down and help them when they fell off the bike. She's also said that she was terrified, scared for her own life. She says she suffered minor injuries and that's why she got up and walked back home. Obviously, there are questions about why she didn't alert the cops earlier. Why didn't she choose to speak up earlier? She says that she was scared. She says she was scared that she would also be booked in the case and that's why she didn't speak up. But according to her, the men in that car were completely intoxicated. They were inebriated. They refused to help. They targeted them because they were on a scooty in the dead of night on New Year's. 2 women riding that bike, so they decided to hit them. Anjali fell down on the road. So did Nidhi, the woman you see on your screens there. So what we're getting you right now is a first-hand account of the exact sequence of events. Here on India Today, Arvind Ojha has spoken to Nidhi, where she's detailed out how Anjali's life was snuffed out by these 5 monsters in that car. All they had to do in this kind of a case was to stop the vehicle, get down, offer help to these women. Instead, what they chose to do, based on what Nidhi is telling us, is they continued driving. In fact, according to her, went back and forth over Anjali's body and then dragged her body all the way for 12 kilometers. According to her, none of them bothered to help. They went on to drag Anjali's body and they were all drunk, is what she says. Now, there are a lot of questions about what exactly happened before this accident, because remember here on India Today, a couple of hours ago, we had shown you CCTV footage where Anjali and the woman you see on your screens, Nidhi, were seen fighting it out. Nidhi has cleared the air on that. According to her, she says that because Anjali also was drunk, they were at a New Year gathering together at an Oyo hotel. And because Anjali was drunk, she insisted she would ride. But then there was some sort of a fight that broke out over that. And finally, she said, okay, fine, let Anjali ride the bike. She was dropping off Nidhi at her home, which is when this hit and run took place, which is when Anjali was killed in this horrific manner. We're going to play out for you that sequence once again, that entire conversation with Arvind Ojha in just a bit. But this is as scathing as it gets against the accused, the 5 accused who are right now in police custody. According to Nidhi, who was there, who witnessed this entire crime as it unfolded in front of her eyes, she says that they hit them deliberately and then continued to run over Anjali's body. Let's play out for you that full conversation now with Arvind Ojha.
सुल्तानपुरी में जो हादसा हुआ उसने पूरे देश को हिला दिया। अलग अलग तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लोग अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है कि दरअसल 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की रात जो पीड़िता है वो हादसे का शिकार हुई। इस मामले में अभी तक का जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है वो आज तक इंडिया टुडे करने जा रहा है। हमारे साथ वो लड़की मौजूद है जो उस दिन पीड़िता के साथ मौजूद थी, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी, और जब स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी तब हादसा हुआ था। उस रात क्या हुआ था ये पहले बताइए।
उस रात ये हुआ था कि जैसे कि गाड़ी सामने से आई और हम स्कूटी पे थे, तो वो लड़की थोड़ी ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। सामने से आई गाड़ी, फिर गाड़ी ने एक दूसरे की टक्कर दे दी, तो वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। मैं अपनी स्कूटी के मतलब बगल में गिर गई, वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। तो गाड़ी के नीचे कहीं उसका पैर या कुछ उसका फंस गया था, तो फंसने के बावजूद वो निकल ही नहीं पाई। तो जो गाड़ी चला रहे थे उन्होंने आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी 2-3 बार। लड़की रो रही थी, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, वो चिल्लाते चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए आगे खींचकर, लेके गए आगे खींचकर, फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींच के, फिर खींचते खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से आ रहे थे हम आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई।
हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था। गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत टॉपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई। घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी, उन्हें बताया मैंने ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की की लाश, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा, मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई। इस दौरान
पैदल अपने घर गई?
हाँ, पैदल अपने घर गई थी।
कहाँ आपका घर था?
मेरा घर वहीं से थोड़ी सी दूरी था, सीवन की तरफ।
अच्छा
था, हाँ जी।
तो फिर जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया, देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है, 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया, तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश?
मैं उस टाइम बहुत टॉपलेस हो गई थी, मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे यही ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए। बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा, मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए, उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, वो आपके उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे। अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती?
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया, तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया। ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ, और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
नहीं, तो आप एक बार सीक्वेंस बताइए कि 31 दिसंबर को आप दोनों उस होटल में गए थे?
यहाँ हाँ
उसके
जी।
बाद क्या क्या हुआ वहाँ
उसके बाद कुछ नहीं, उसके बाद थोड़ी सी हम वो कह रही थी कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैंने कही मैं चलाऊंगी क्योंकि वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। उसने कहा मैं चलाऊं, मैंने कहा नहीं बहन मैं नहीं चलाने दूंगी तुझे, मैं चलाऊं। तो उसने हाथापाई करी कि ना बहन नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी, ये बात हुई हमारी।
वो सीसीटीवी में दिख भी रहा है।
हाँ जी, उस दौरान वो बातें हुई। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी, हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी, मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे, वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी। घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं, उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी है। उसको हमने साइड भी करी, हमने स्कूटी, उसने जानबूझकर उसने ठोकी। और वो इतनी नशे में थी, उसको मतलब होश नहीं था, वो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल घुस गई। वो रो भी रही है, फिर भी उसको गाड़ी वालों ने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सपोर्ट करा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की को निकाले उस गाड़ी में से। उसका कुछ फंस गया था, क्या फंस गया था ये मुझे भी नहीं पता, बस मैंने ये हादसा देखा, मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई। और वो गाड़ी लेके भाग गए, जो लड़के थे उस लड़की को ही लेकर भाग गए, ऐसे के ऐसे आगे पीछे 2-3 बार करा, फिर ऐसे के ऐसे लेके भाग गए। उसी दौरान मैंने बस कुछ नहीं सोचा, मैं अपने घर चली गई।
अच्छा, मतलब जाहिर सी बात है टक्कर हुई होगी तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट।
बिल्कुल 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 उन्हें जानकारी थी, उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है। सब कुछ उन्हें पता था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे, उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
So that's the exclusive conversation that we've had with Nidhi. Anjali's friend who was there was a pillion rider on Anjali's bike, got away with minor injuries, but she saw the horror unfold before her eyes when Anjali's body was dragged away by that car full of men who refused to stop. They were all drunk. According to Nidhi, they very much knew that Anjali's body was under their tires. We're going to continue getting you excerpts of that exclusive conversation. On the other side, our special broadcast continues where we get you a sense of what's the reality on Delhi streets. Is it really safe for women? We'll tell you on the other side of a short break.
Past few months have been rough for several big ticket crypto companies. They went bust in a spectacle. On the other hand, Binance has positioned itself as a leader amid all these collapses. What do you think is the reason behind Binance's resilience?
Well, there's at the very core, the reason is absolutely very simple, and it's just the one thing. It is that we put our users first in anything that we do. And that is that is the single principle that has guided us right from the get-go. You might have seen our founder CZ talk about it all the time, and that principle guides us. And practically speaking, we do a lot of other things to follow up on that principle, and that is really what has differentiated us from the other exchanges.
All right, sir. So you put users first. That is your policy. Moving to my next question, I wanted to understand, since Binance invests in several startups, in the Web3 world, what are some Indian projects, Indian crypto projects that you think that have a lot of potential?
India, in a variety of ways, not just Web3. Let's even go back to Web2 in the past. India has been a hotbed of innovation. India, we have seen so many amazing products, services, teams, companies come out of India. Some of the things that are very interesting, of course, you've all heard of Polygon or Matic. That is super interesting. There are a lot of other startups that are doing interesting work on chain, whether it's in the form of transaction analysis, or movement of funds, etc. There are just lots and lots of Indian startups that are very promising.
All right, sir. Since you're actively working in the field of technology, even at Binance, but I wanted to understand what are some use cases of blockchain and Web3 technology for India beyond tokens and crypto coins?
That's a good one. If you look at all the users of blockchains.
Good evening, you're watching India Today, and as we get you all the latest updates in the Delhi New Year horror case, we've got the biggest exclusive, a first-hand account of exactly what happened to 20-year-old Anjali. Let's play out for you first that exclusive conversation that Arvind Oja had with Nidhi, Anjali's friend, who was with her when this horrific hit and run happened. We'll play out that conversation first for you.
सुल्तानपुरी में जो हादसा हुआ उसने पूरे देश को हिला दिया। अलग अलग तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लोग अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं। दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है कि दरअसल 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की रात जो पीड़िता है वो हादसे का शिकार हुई। इस मामले में अभी तक का जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है वो आज तक इंडिया टुडे करने जा रहा है। हमारे साथ वो लड़की मौजूद है जो उस दिन पीड़िता के साथ मौजूद थी, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी, और जब स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी तब हादसा हुआ था। उस रात क्या हुआ था ये पहले बताइए।
उस रात ये हुआ था कि जैसे कि गाड़ी सामने से आई और हम स्कूटी पे थे, तो वो लड़की थोड़ी ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। सामने से आई गाड़ी, फिर गाड़ी ने एक दूसरे की टक्कर दे दी, तो वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। मैं अपनी स्कूटी के मतलब बगल में गिर गई, वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई। तो गाड़ी के नीचे कहीं उसका पैर या कुछ उसका फंस गया था, तो फंसने के बावजूद वो निकल ही नहीं पाई। तो जो गाड़ी चला रहे थे उन्होंने आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी 2-3 बार। लड़की रो रही थी, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, वो चिल्लाते चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए आगे खींचकर, फिर पीछे करा, फिर फिर खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को। और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था। और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से हम आराम से। वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती। उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था, मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई।
हाँ जी।
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई?
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई। बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई। वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी, और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था, गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को, और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई। घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी। उन्हें बताया मैंने, ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे, जहाँ लड़की की लाश, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा। मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई।
So that was Nidhi there recounting exactly what happened. She's Anjali's friend. She was with there. So that's a first-hand account of exactly what happened. And according to Nidhi, she says that because there were two women on a bike, they were targeted. They were hit deliberately by these 5 men in the car. They didn't stop the vehicle. There was obviously nobody around based on what Nidhi has told us. And remember, this happened on New Year. Now, let's take, in fact, away from what Nidhi has told us, from that experience, and juxtapose it with what's happening in the national capital right now. Has anything changed since? Do you see all of these dark spots in the national capital being finally covered with security, with the adequate necessary deployment? Not really. Now, here on India Today, I, along with 10 of my colleagues who you see on your screens there, we all stepped out between 12 to 3 a.m. This is when also, remember, the hit and run with Anjali and Nidhi happened. We stepped out at the exact same time to find out if, even now, 48 hours after the incident, there was any change at all on the streets of the national capital. And the reality is there's absolutely none, whether it's a lack of patrolling, a lack of Delhi police personnel on the ground, or for that matter, the sheer insensitivity with which people behave with women on the roads of the national capital. It's shocking, to say the least. What you're about to watch will shock you, stun you. It'll leave you absolutely numb. But it's something that we need to address urgently. And that's why we're putting out this broadcast. On a cold winter night between 12 to 3 a.m., 11 of us stepped out and we ensured we covered every single part of the national capital to get you a sense of how pretty much across the area it's the same exact story. I'd like to begin with a report filed by Chitra Tripathi. She visited the stretch where this incident had happened, where Anjali was dragged, in fact, for close to 12 kilometers. And here's what she found 48 hours after that incident on the exact same stretch.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी, उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं। वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले, तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं, ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें, दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह कर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी। लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि इस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
The last frame from Chitra's report there shows you that she's standing in absolute pitch darkness, not a single street light in that entire stretch. Chitra is with us. Chitra, when we were first told to do this entire report, I assumed that there'd be a lot more security in the national capital. At least, jahan ye incident hua tha, in that stretch at least, there'd be multiple patrolling, multiple PCR vans. But that wasn't the case clearly.
देखिए, जहां पर उसकी लाश को बरामद किया गया था, वहां से लेकर अगर मैं पूरे 12 किलोमीटर की बात करूं तो हाँ, 3 से 4 पुलिस वैन हमें जरूर जाती हुई दिखी, लेकिन बहुत आखिरी में तकरीबन 2.5 घंटे के आसपास मैं उस एरिया में रही थी और बहुत आखिरी में दिखाई दी। लेकिन सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी देखिए, इस वक्त जो तस्वीरें चल रही हैं, इतनी सारी स्ट्रीट लाइट लगी हुई हैं, लेकिन उनमें से आधे से भी ज्यादा या खराब थी या उनको जलाया नहीं गया। वो भी तब जब इतनी बड़ी घटना वहीं पर हुई है। इतनी बड़ी लापरवाही कैसे हो सकती है और ये जिम्मेदारी और जवाबदेही कैसी है? क्योंकि वहां पर अगर कोई भी अपनी गाड़ी से गुजरेगा या मान लीजिए कोई लड़की ही वहां पर खड़ी रहती, किसी की गाड़ी खराब हो जाए, कोई परेशानी आ जाए। और यहाँ की सड़कें भी बहुत खराब हैं। यहाँ की सड़कें इतनी ज्यादा खराब हैं कि जब आप अपनी गाड़ी को लेकर, जब मैं अपनी गाड़ी से आगे बढ़ रही थी तो वहां पर बहुत मुश्किल था। अगर आप तेज रफ्तार में होते तो आप उछलकर कहीं गिर सकते थे और हादसे का शिकार हो सकते थे। लेकिन अपने आप में इतनी बड़ी लापरवाही का ये मामला सामने आया है। देखिए, लगातार इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप की ये कोशिश है, जितनी भी हमारे यहाँ पर सहयोगी बैठी हुई हैं, अलग अलग हिस्सों से हैं, वो देश के एक मिनी इंडिया के तौर पर इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप को आप देख सकते हैं। और जब हम अपने स्टेट से कंपेयर करते हैं, जैसे नोएडा में अभी हाल ही में सिक्योरिटी ज्यादा है, लेकिन दिल्ली के जब कंझावला इलाके में हम पहुंचे तो हमें लगा कि हादसा होने के अभी 48 घंटे भी नहीं बीते हैं और वहां पर इतना कैजुअल अप्रोच कैसे हो सकता है। अक्षिता, और वही तस्वीर हमने अपने कैमरे में कैद की और हम हैरान हैं कि घटना के अभी 1 हफ्ते भी नहीं गुजरे हैं, उसके बावजूद न लाइट्स जल रही हैं, पेट्रोलिंग भी उस तरह से नहीं हो रही है। अगर सीसीटीवी कैमरे के फुटेज आप चेक करने के लिए पूछिए कि कैसे चेक कर सकते हैं, तो उसके बारे में भी बताने वाला वहां पर कोई भी नहीं है। हाँ, कैमरे लगे हुए हैं, लेकिन क्या वो तमाम सीसीटीवी कैमरे काम कर रहे हैं? जब इसको आप जांच के लिए वहां पर पूछते हो तो फिर गोलमोल जवाब या आंसर आपको वहां से दिया जाता है।
We're going to follow up on that angle as well. But what Chitra's also told us, essentially, reality hits you your heart that if in that stretch itself security is so poor, imagine across the national capital, we're experts at short-term action. But even that clearly hasn't happened. We haven't learned any lessons from what happened on a day when there was supposed to be additional security deployed in the national capital on New Year. Now, as in fact we get you these reports, let me also highlight here that while on one aspect we're talking about patrolling, we're talking about how the Delhi police isn't doing enough, there's another aspect here. What happens when a woman stands alone on the streets of the national capital? How is it perceived? How do people approach her? Does anyone come to help her? Tejshri found out the hard way about what happens if a woman stands there, maybe waiting for her cab, maybe waiting for her friend, and in a matter of few minutes, people lined up to ask her not if she needed help, but to go ahead with their own intentions in their own way. This is their report, her report from Munirka.
क्या हुआ भैया?
अगर दूसरे टाइप का हो मतलब हम उसके लिए रेडी है।
गलत हो, हमारा कुछ नहीं करे यार।
ये जो गाड़ी आपने देखी काले रंग की, इसमें एक व्यक्ति बैठा हुआ था। 3 बार ये हमारे सामने से चक्कर मारकर गया और अब आकर इसने पूछा कि आपको कहाँ जाना है। अब भी ये गाड़ी मेरे ठीक आगे रुकी हुई है। सॉरी, नहीं कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं। आई वांटेड टू गो टू नोएडा। सॉरी, नहीं थैंक यू, मैं आपको जानती नहीं हूँ। आई कांट हियर यू, म्यूज़िक बंद कर देंगे। सॉरी, मैं जानती नहीं हूँ, आपको कैसे जा सकती हूँ। सॉरी,
आपको मर्जी
नहीं थैंक यू सो मच। नोएडा इज़ टू फार, थैंक यू। आई डोंट नो यू, आपसे कभी मिली भी नहीं है, सो हाउ कैन आई कम विथ यू। नहीं ये अलग है, ये कैब नहीं है, आप जाइए, थैंक यू। सॉरी, नहीं थैंक यू, नॉट एन प्रॉब्लम, नॉट एन इशू। सॉरी, नहीं मैं चली जाऊंगी, मुझे नोएडा जाना है। आई विल गो। आप कैसे छोड़ेंगे? आप तो 2 व्हीलर पे ऑलरेडी 2 लोग हैं। अच्छा, नहीं आप यहीं रहते हैं? नहीं, हम चले जाएंगे, थैंक यू। हाँ, नहीं कैब बुक हो जाएगी, नोएडा पास में ही है। आई विल गो, थैंक यू।
अदरवाइज मत लेना, अदरवाइज मत लेना। अगर दूसरे टाइप का हो मतलब हम उसके लिए रेडी है। अगर आप
सॉरी,
आप बुरा मान जाओगे, एक्चुअली तो बुरा नहीं मानोगे ना, कुछ ही बोलते हो ना। अगर आप नाइट वगैरह मारते हो तो हम रेडी है।
नो थैंक यू,
वैसे तो नहीं,
मैं चली जाऊंगी, थैंक यू सो मच।
सिटीजन हो ना, नॉर्मल हो ना।
जी, मैं नोएडा में रहती हूँ, यहाँ जॉब करती हूँ। वही अभी
हमारा कुछ नहीं करे यार। टैक्सी वाले हमारा कुछ नहीं करेंगे। अगर कोई वैसी बात हो तो वैसी बताओ आप।
क्या?
कोई वैसी बात हो तो वैसी बताओ।
कैसी वैसी?
जैसे हम गलत समझ रहे हो, हमारा आईडी कार्ड ले लो।
आप क्या समझ रहे हैं?
नहीं, आप हमें गलत समझ रहे हो। लड़की का शौक रखते हैं ना हम, तो हम गुड़गांव बहुत है हमारे लिए। हम गुड़गांव में सब कोना जानते हैं और दिल्ली का भी, ये पता है तुम्हें? हम गुड़गांव, दिल्ली, गाजियाबाद, नोएडा, फरीदाबाद, कोने कोने में बता देंगे कहाँ बंदा कहाँ मिलेगा। ऐसे तो तुम उसको भी दोगे।
किसको?
उस कैब वाले को। अब पैसे नहीं है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है,
तो आप फ्री में छोड़ेंगे?
अरे यस,
फ्री में नोएडा क्यों छोड़ेंगे हमें?
एक भाई के नाते। और बताओ, आप सिस्टर हो जाओ, मैं भाई हो जाऊँ।
दिल्ली के मुनिरका के एक बस स्टैंड पर है। पिछले 20 मिनट से हम यहाँ पर इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। कई गाड़ियाँ आती हैं, रुकती हैं, लिफ्ट के लिए पूछती भी हैं, कुछ गलत सवाल भी करती हैं। उनमें से 2 लड़के आते हैं, रुकते हैं, पूछते हैं कि क्या आपको लिफ्ट चाहिए। मेरे मना करने के बावजूद बार बार पूछते हैं। चूँकि वो 2 व्हीलर पे आते हैं तो कहते हैं हमारा घर पास में ही है, हम आपको हमारी कार से घर तक ड्रॉप कर देंगे। मैं उन्हें मना करती हूँ, 2 नहीं, 3 नहीं, कई बार उन्हें मना कर देती हूँ। वो फिर पूछते हैं कि क्या आप किसी और चीज़ में दिलचस्पी रखती हैं, किसी और चीज़ में आप इंटरेस्टेड हैं तो वो भी आप बता दीजिए, कुछ और सीन है तो वो भी बता दीजिए। मना करने के बाद वो फिर से पूछते हैं कि आपको ड्रॉप करना है क्या। और इस सब के बावजूद सबसे हैरान कर देने वाली बात तो ये है कि यहाँ पर मेरे राइट हैंड साइड पर बस स्टैंड है जहाँ पर ये घटना घटित हुई, और मेरे लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पर पुलिस की PCR वैन गश्त भी कर रही थी।
So that is the report by Tejshri, which shows you how men lined up across, not to help her, but to go ahead and ask her if she wanted to join them for a joyride, etc. Tejshri is with us. Tejshri, did you get scared at any point when many of these men approached you, tried to speak to you, stopped you and said, why don't you join us in the car, and convinced you essentially to do it?
See, Akshita, there are 3 major takeaways. I will wind up very quickly. First one is that this was the area of Munirka, and this is the same place where 10 years down the line, if you go 10 years back, Nirbhaya incident took place in the same route where we were standing. So what I was expecting was there must be some policemen, there must be PCR vans, patrolling around that area, but there was nobody. Second major takeaway from this particular area was there were 2 PCR vans where I was standing at that place, and I had a good conversation of 10 minutes with that particular cab driver, and I think this PCR van was just standing right in front of the opposite lane where we were having a conversation.
There were cops inside the vehicle. They didn't do anything.
There was a vehicle, there was a PCR van just right in front of us, and there was one more PCR vehicle in which there were no cops. We also went to that PCR van. We stood there for 4 to 5 minutes, of course, and then we saw there was no one. The third major takeaway, what I learned in this entire, incident, and as you asked that, was I scared or not? Certainly yes, if I say that I was particularly scared, because there were many men who were coming and asking with filthy intentions, of course, because, there was a vehicle who came, they asked, and then suddenly another vehicle came. They were not even giving a chance to that vehicle to pass away, to move forward. There were a number of vehicles coming and coming and coming. Must be around 20 vehicles I have been interacted with. 4 major takeaways. We need to understand, the society need to understand that if a girl says no, it should be considered a no.
No, and the reality is that many of us, when all of us, I think, stepped out, none of us saw any woman standing on the road, because the reality is that most women in Delhi know right now that it's unsafe to step out, because this is what happens. You're treated in this manner. There are men who so brazenly approach you with zero fear of the law, with zero fear that there will be repercussions for them speaking to a woman in this manner. But there are a number of aspects here about lack of patrolling, about lack of infrastructure also in parts of the national capital. You'll see many, many stretches where there are no lights even. So you can imagine how these areas become crime hubs essentially in Delhi. Here are reports filed by Pooja Shali and Nabila Jamal.
So as you can see, if there is a taxi number that is being checked, there is a security number that is being checked right here. This is to ensure that all questions are being asked. And this is, remember, is being done primarily for the taxis and the outside vehicles. The bahar ki gaadi ko aap check kar rahe hain. मतलब कैसा जो टैक्सी वगैरह का होता है, लोकल को जाने देते हैं. So this is, remember, a fairly posh area. So the area is barricaded. From what I can see, that this lane is completely barricaded, but this is open. And while I was waiting on this busy stretch from Panchsheel heading to Nehru Place, it's a brightly lit area, and yet there was this bike rider who came and stopped and asked, "Kahan chalegi? Where do you want to go?" not exactly looked like that he was offering to help me in any way. When I said no, very politely, and I took a step back, he stood there. He didn't move away. He stood there and he started to roll. And see again, bikers like that, like you just saw, you know, waving, realizing that it's fun. And if our cameras were not rolling, you know, that is when the situation turns. So auto rickshaws have stopped to offer, if of course we want to go there. So there was a public transport of auto that I could see. But it was the bike riders, specifically I saw stopping and asking, which clearly did not look like that they were helping. सवारी है आपके पास? नहीं नहीं आप जाओ ना कोई बात नहीं 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 जाओ अरे नहीं जाना भैया है हमारे पास जाओ At 3 a.m. near the Green Park Horsekhas area, this is what I now can say about some of the streets in South Delhi area. The main roads are fairly lit. There was barricading in a lot of areas, but we did not see a lot of moving PCRs. Static we did see in some locations. Bikers stopped, the car slowed down, definitely. There were two at least who asked us, where do I want to go? And despite my polite refusal, did not want to leave right away. A lot of drivers slowed down, and that is where you feel scared. But it does look like that perhaps the South Delhi area is better than other parts of Delhi. And with that hope that every woman will feel safe and secure. Because till now, we do have that sense that someone will pull us into their cars, or perhaps the worst, the nightmare that may happen. Signing off with Jagannath Mohanty, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Mehrauli is very much part of Delhi city limits. In fact, aligns along the posh localities of Delhi, and one would assume that this area of Mehrauli will have huge police presence, bandobast or a patrol car, but the entire stretch here, we've travelled about 2 kilometers all the way from MG Road towards Mehrauli, and not a single police bandobast barricading anywhere or a patrol van, none of it that we've spotted, at least for the last hour that we're here in the vicinity. It's about 2 a.m. right now, and really if an incident took place here, God forbid, not anyone around for help. There are, of course, stray vehicles that are passing by, not too sure if they would ever step in case of an emergency that anyone would face, be it a girl or a boy. And by the Green Park area, you see a bunch of women walking. Well, I'm not too sure if they feel safe, but, well, we do see a few women at the far end there walking in a group together. And right at that one corner, there's also a police bandobast. So you see the police bandobast. There are 2 police officers that we see as well. You have a petrol bunk on both ends. So this area seems slightly safe to me. And also the fact that you have women walking around at this time of the hour. It's 3 a.m. and it appears this Green Park area, largely on the main road, the main stretch of this road, seems all right. Sangam Cinema right outside, it seems all right. This is RK Puram area where it appears quite safe. Do you feel safe around this area?
No.
No? Why?
Because there are many, snatchers and...
But there's a police bandobast right up ahead. This is a posh RK Puram area.
No, I feel afraid of getting out of this,
We're driving towards the stretch of Vasant Kunj, towards Munirka. Not a single police barricade, no police patrol vehicle, at least
half an hour that we've been around this area, and a good 3-4 kilometer stretch in the vicinity here of Basant Kunj, again known as the posh locality of South Delhi, but not a single police barricade, no police patrolling. So in case, again, here is also an area where if there was, God forbid, an incident that happened, not too sure how soon one could get help. Barely any vehicles here too, but this is a stretch where the Qutub hotels are very close by. You also have the Fortis Hospital on the right hand side here, and a little ahead is also Kishangarh. In fact, you have the board there that's very visible that says Basant Kunj in big bold. So this entire area here, we've not seen a single police barricade, no police patrol. This is also a road headed towards the airport. So certainly in the national capital, an area like this will need police security, at least a police barricading at some point or a check post, but none that we spotted in this area. It's a part residential, part commercial area. So ideally a lot of movement here, but no police.
So completely empty stretches you see in Mehrauli, and this is a story across the national capital. We found several of these stretches without even lights, without any CCTV cameras, let alone patrolling. Nabila, take us through your experience. You've of course lived in Bengaluru. Yeah. Obviously there are comparisons between Delhi and other metro cities right now, and there are questions about why Delhi can't be as safe as a Mumbai, as a Bengaluru, or as a Chennai.
You know, for me what's appalling here is that Bengaluru has a drink and drive check even on a random Tuesday, right? But Delhi has absolutely no drink and drive checks. And we're talking about a national capital. You got to have double the deployment, but it's so scant. Police presence is so scant all over. And then most of the areas, in fact, Pooja should agree with me because she was also mostly in South Delhi in parts of the posh localities. Ideally, you think those are the secure zones, but even those areas, there was no police bandobast. A patrol car would come once in an hour. In the middle of that 1 hour, if something happens, God forbid, there is really no help. I was really surprised, and I'm shocked that 10 years after Nirbhaya, we're still very careless about this.
So, two good and two bad points here, Akshita. The good one was that I did see barricading. I did see constables checking specifically taxis and vehicles that are not part of the area. Two, I saw many auto rickshaws that did stop and wanted to often ask where they went. Now, the negative was I did not see a moving PCR in the 3 to 4 hours that I'm on the streets of that area, which is a busy highway, busy area, outer ring road. I did not see one moving PCR. I did see two static. And the gruesome part was, so to say, is the manner in which the driver slowed down. The ones who did ask a bike rider, stop. It is the slowing down, the tone. And I want to tell the Delhiwalas that a woman understands the tone of a help. If you see a young woman who's standing alone, I understand the tone if you're helping, but it was not a tone of help. It was that intention did not come through, and that is what scares you. And that I found in different.
And a quick word here that I'd say we still as a society aren't able to digest the fact that a girl can be dressed well, looking great, stepping out in the night. If you are, then your character is doubtful. That's very clear. Seeped in.
That's very clear with every single case study that we're getting to you right now. What about the Delhi police? If they're present in an area, does that make the area safe at all? You would tend to argue that that's not really the case after you see this report filed by Aishwarya Paliwal from Dhaula Kuan. This is the road that leads up to the airport, one of the busiest stretches 24/7. Here's what she found.
It's almost 1:15 in the morning, and we are on the streets of the national capital to figure out how safe is the capital for women. We are near a very prominent place which is called the Dhaula Kuan, and you will be able to see, I'll show you, a police booth and a PCR van. We will now stop here for almost 15 minutes to do a reality check whether the policemen who are sitting inside the police booth, do they step out to see what's happening in this car which is stationed right outside the police booth for almost 15 minutes. On the other side is a PCR van, barely 20 meters away from this police booth. We will now try to figure out whether the policemen will come out to at least investigate what's happening in this car which is parked for more than 15 minutes right outside the booth on the other side of the road, or whether they let the car be and they do not come and do any kind of inspection. This is a reality check in Dhaula Kuan. It's been almost 15 minutes. It's 1:30 in the clock, and no police personnel has actually bothered to step out of the police booth and to check what's happening in this vehicle, which is standing right opposite, bang opposite the police booth and the PCR van. We've been staying here. We have been here for almost 15 minutes trying to garner the attention, trying to make sure that the police personnel come and check what exactly is happening in the vehicle. Nothing has been happening. They have only been walking from the police booth till the PCR van and back. This clearly points towards the fact that the Delhi police personnel, the security, those people who need to make sure people in the national capital are secure, are not stepping out of the comfort zones and are not checking for things. लोग तो आए नहीं चेक करने।
टैक्सी दे बगा
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो भैया, आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना। कम से कम हम 40 मिनट इस सड़क पे रहे हैं। आप लोग हाँ तो आप लोग एटलीस्ट आके देख। तो एक बार आके चेक तो करते। आप आवाज तो लगाई थी, हमको तो आवाज ही नहीं सुनाई थी। अच्छा ये बताइए चेकिंग वगैरह किस तरीके से करते हैं फिर आप?
यहाँ पे तो बैरिकेड है नहीं, तो हम तो ऐसे जैसे कोई पूछने गाड़ी वाले आए तो कहाँ जाना है, यहाँ से आगे कौन से वो जगह है वो बता देते, बस यही है। तो
So that was the report by Aishwarya Paliwal. She confronted the cops, as you just heard here. Aishwarya, tell us what exactly happened. You know, you actually parked your vehicle bang opposite the PCR van, not even along the stretch that they patrol. And despite that, nobody even noticed your car.
They did not notice, they did not. And we kept on moving the vehicle. So it was not, we were stationed for almost 10 minutes. We kept on, looking at what they were doing. They stepped out of the booth, went till the PCR van. Then we thought maybe, they'll see the car. Then we started moving the car. It was back and forth for almost another 10 minutes, which means, it was almost 20 minutes. Another 10 minutes we kept on waiting, which was half an hour. Then when we finally confronted them, it was 45 minutes. We reached the spot at about 1 a.m. and we confronted them at about 1:45. I asked them specifically, when you could see a vehicle, you could see that the vehicle was moving back and forth. Why did you not just cross the road and check what was happening? Their banal reply was, we would have done something had it been an accident. I don't understand what they meant by an accident.
And how do you define what's happening? How do you know what's happening inside a vehicle as well? We're going to continue asking these questions of the Delhi police and getting you more reports. Like I mentioned, 11 of us spread across the national capital to tell you if there is adequate patrolling on the ground, to tell you if Delhi is safe, if anything's changed in the last 10 years since the Nirbhaya incident. We'll continue getting you these reports on the other side of a very, very quick break.
What the court seems to be also saying is reasserting the primacy of the executive to take such economic decisions, that they cannot be supervised by a court of law or indeed even done post facto in parliament, because otherwise the secrecy of demonetization would have ended. Do you therefore agree that at the end of the day, y'all were misplaced to challenge that basic decision of the executive to demonetize currency? That was well within the powers of the government.
I acknowledge, I concede that the majority judgment says the plenary powers of Parliament to do demonetization, like it did twice before, is the same as the executive government's power under Section 26, subsection 2. Effectively, the majority has said what Parliament can do by a plenary law can also be done under Section 26, subsection 2. Now, I respectfully and beg to take a different view, but I concede that that point has been rejected by the majority of the Supreme Court. It has been upheld by the minority judgment.
So does effectively, Mr. Chidambaram, this majority judgment put an end to all the controversy that have swirled around demonetization 6 years later? Do you believe even politically now, demonetization is no longer an issue on the table?
No, it will be an issue. Remember, ADM Jabalpur was an issue until ADM Jabalpur was overruled by a later Supreme Court. The judgment on homosexuality was an issue until it was overruled. The judgment that only a woman can be accused of adultery and a man cannot be was overruled. Therefore, any number of judgments have been reversed after 10, 20, 30 years. A.K. Gopalan was reversed after 30, 40 years. I'm not saying this majority judgment will be reversed. I'm only saying that the proposition that the executive government's power under section 26(2) is equal or more or less the same as Parliament's power to pass a plenary legislation on demonetization, I hope will be reconsidered at some future date. Not maybe in a demonetization case, but in another case.
Welcome back. You're joining us live here on India Today's special broadcast where several of us women reporters from the India Today group decided to fan out across Delhi to get you a sense of whether it's as unsafe as everyone says. Is it a crime capital? Is the Delhi police failing in their duty, failing in ensuring adequate security for Delhiites? We've been talking about how there's a lack of safety for women, but it's for every citizen in Delhi that you see right now. There's a lack of security, that everyone who steps out at 1, 2, 3 a.m. is unsafe. Shreya Chatterjee found that out when she traveled on the streets of Delhi.
PCR है, आ जाओ, चलो चलो चलो। Post 12:30 in the night, and we've travelled from Dwarka Sector 1 via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar, Rohtak Road, and now we are in Outer Delhi, and we are heading towards Kanjavla, the exact spot where the 22-year-old girl's dead body was recovered from. We're trying to gauge if there's any change in Delhi Police's law and order deployment, whether there have been any security apparatus that has been amped, whether there's been any barricading, any PCR van which is manning the entire stretch. We need to point it out that while we were travelling from Dwarka via Janakpuri, Paschim Bihar, and now towards Outer Delhi, towards Kanjavla first, which is in the Rohini district, we haven't really seen any barricading. There was no barricading in the entire stretch. We only saw one PCR van near the Janakpuri Unity 1 mall. Apart from that, we haven't really seen any police team on the ground as of now. We'll try and gauge and give a better picture if at all it changes on the way. But so far, we've reached this stretch of Mangolpur Khurd, and we haven't found security barricading.
3-4 बंदे बैठे हैं, लूटने की कोशिश मतलब था क्या, मतलब ये देखते हैं कि टैक्सी है, एक टैक्सी ड्राइवर क्या रात को अपने कमाने के लिए बच्चों के लिए।
आपको क्यों लग रहा है वो लूटने की कोशिश कर रहे थे?
गाड़ी के आगे गाड़ी रोक दी थी उन्होंने। अच्छा। मैं बैक करके आगे निकाल के लाया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से।
कितनी दूर से ऐसा हो रहा है आपके साथ?
ये चौकी है, चौकी क्रॉस करने के, बेगमपुर जो चौकी है, इसको क्रॉस करने के बाद ही मेरे आगे लग गए थे लोग।
तो कोई पुलिस दिखी आपको?
कोई पुलिस नहीं है बीच में, सिर्फ चौकी पे है, बाकी पूरे इस रोड पे सुनसान है। ये लोग ऐसे करते हैं इन रोडों पे। जो सबसे जो गंदा एरिया है अपना ये क्षेत्र है, कंजावला क्षेत्र। इसके अंदर कोई सुनवाई नहीं किसी की।
It's almost 1 in the night, and We are here in that stretch which is the main Kanjavla road. We've stopped for at least 20 minutes. We've not really seen any police team, any PCR van or any Delhi police official. Very important to point out and establish this spot. You can see it is deserted. There is no light on the stretch. Important to point out that this is also the national capital. You can see the situation. This is clearly raising the question of the law and order, the security of those out on the streets. There are people who work late night. They might have to take a detour. You never know which stretch you have to travel through. These are stretches anyone would fear going out in the night, and probably these are the very areas that needs manning. Where is the security apparatus? Why is no security checkup happening over here? Why is there no police van which is on standby? There are multiple questions that the police and the law and order system needs to answer.
So Shreya's reporter, it's scary to see how empty these streets are between 1 to 3 a.m. in the morning. Imagine your car breaks down. Imagine you're going on the stretch. There's nobody out there to actually help you. And if someone approaches you, is it safe to actually take their help? Shreya, you know, when you were there, interestingly, someone saw actually you carrying the media logo and reached out to you for help.
Well, yes, because I was having a logo in my hand. This person, he was a cab driver. He came for help. He said that someone was trying to stop the car and rob him. Now, that's another aspect. You know, it's not just women who are not safe in the streets of Delhi. People at night, they really do not want to travel in these stretches where there's less light, where there's no policemen. It's really scary. The second quick point I want to make, that a Delhi police manual mentions that there are 826 mobile PCR vans. Where were these mobile PCR vans? 11 reporters panned out Delhi. They did not come across so many PCR vans. That's a lot of answering the Delhi police must be doing right now.
You know, some of us did see PCR vans, but just a handful. We may have visited about 5 to 6 locations. We'd have seen maybe one PCR van in one of these locations, sometimes stationary, and in some cases, the cops were even fast asleep. Shweta Jha, when she was reporting at her location, Karol Bagh, found exactly that. She found a vehicle with cops snoozing away.
यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस की गाड़ी भी है। जरा हम देखेंगे कि लोग सो रहे हैं या जगे भी हुए हैं। जरा हमारे कैमरामैन मदन जी को हम कहेंगे आगे जाकर के देखें कि पुलिस वाले देखिए ये सोते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। 2 लोग हैं, दोनों ही सो रहे हैं और इस तरह से सुरक्षा हो रही है यहाँ पर इन लोगों की। तो ये दोनों पुलिस वाले आराम से यहाँ पर सो रहे हैं और आप अंदाजा लगाइए कि अभी यहाँ मैं आई हूँ और मैं सीधे अंदर जा रही हूँ, अंदर की तरफ जा रही हूँ। हालांकि वहाँ मुझे एक गार्ड नजर आ रहा है जो खड़ा है और विजिलेंट है, शायद वो मुझे रोके अंदर जाने से, लेकिन यहाँ से आसानी से कोई भी अंदर तक जहाँ पर बैरिकेटिंग है और जहाँ पे ये गार्ड खड़ा है वहाँ पर जा सकता है।
एम्प्लॉई मंदिर का कर्मचारी हूँ।
अच्छा, तो ये आपकी नाइट ड्यूटी है यहाँ पे? तो ये बताइए, यहाँ हमने देखा कि एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर लगी हुई है, लेकिन दोनों ही पुलिस वाले सो रहे हैं।
लगी नहीं जागी, कोई कॉल आएगी तो उठ जाएंगे वो।
लेकिन बात ये है कि जैसे नहीं सोना चाहिए।
एक वो लाइट है, बस उसमें भी ज्यादा कुछ वो पता नहीं लग रहा है, और जो वो है शॉप है वो यहाँ है, तो यहाँ पे
डर लग रहा है।
लग रहा था, मतलब अभी तक तो यहाँ पे 1-2 गाड़ियाँ मतलब आ रही थी तो पूछ रहे थे थोड़ा, तो इसीलिए लग रहा था डर।
तो गाड़ियों से किसी ने कुछ पूछा क्या? कोई गाड़ी रुकी भी?
ड्रॉप करने के लिए कि हम आपको कहीं ड्रॉप कर दें हाँ। तो इस तरीके से पूछा खाली, बाकी कुछ नहीं था। लाइक टैक्सी नंबर गाड़ियाँ
क्या पूछ रहे थे
कि आपको कहीं जाना है तो हम लोग ड्रॉप कर देते हैं, लाइक ओला उबर वाले टाइप।
एक यहाँ पर है 24/7 जो कि 24 घंटे यहाँ पर दुकान जो है ये खुली रहती है और लोग यहाँ पर आते जाते रहते हैं। तो ऑन एयर तो इन्होंने बात करने से मना कर दिया क्योंकि इनके भी अपने कुछ प्रोटोकॉल्स होते हैं, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो ऑफ एयर इन्होंने हमें बताया कि यहाँ पर कई बार ये इश्यूज हो जाते हैं कि लोग बाहर से ड्रिंक करने के लिए यहाँ आते हैं और यहाँ पर बैठकर वो ड्रिंक करना चाहते हैं, या फिर कई बार ऐसी स्थिति हो जाती है कि बहस करने लग जाते हैं स्टाफ से। तो वैसे में इन लोगों को इंस्ट्रक्शंस मिले हैं कि नाइट शिफ्ट में जो भी लोग अंदर काम कर रहे हैं, शॉप में काम कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हर तरह के लोगों से डील करना होता है, तो फौरन पुलिस वालों को ये फोन करते हैं, पीसीआर को फोन करते हैं और इनके मुताबिक कि जब कभी भी इस तरह के इश्यूज आए हैं, जब कभी भी इस तरह की दिक्कतें आई हैं, उन्होंने पुलिस को फोन किया है, तो पुलिस ने इनकी मदद की है। फौरन पीसीआर की गाड़ी जो है, वैन जो है वो आ जाती है और इनकी मदद करती है। और राजेंद्र नगर इलाके में हम हैं और दिल्ली पुलिस की गाड़ी इस वक्त हमें दिख रही है। हमने देखा यहाँ पर, आपको बता दें कि यहाँ पर दिल्ली पुलिस एकेडमी भी है राजेंद्र नगर में, और रिहायशी इलाका है जहाँ इस वक्त अभी हम घूम रहे हैं, जहाँ हम देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अगर सुबह के 4 बज रहे हैं तो यहाँ पर सिक्योरिटी पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से अगर देखा जाए तो किस तरह की सिक्योरिटी यहाँ पर है। ये जो पूरा इलाका है, एक तरफ आपको जो हम अभी दिखा रहे हैं वो है दिल्ली पुलिस स्पेशलाइज्ड ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, दिल्ली पुलिस एकेडमी राजेंद्र नगर, ये है वो इलाका। इस वक्त सवाल इसलिए ये उठा है क्योंकि एक बार फिर से दिल्ली में एक ऐसी घटना हुई है, कंझावला में जो घटना घटी है उसने एक बार फिर से कई सवाल उठा दिए हैं कि आखिर दिल्ली कितनी सुरक्षित है। ये जानने की हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं लगातार, और इसी क्रम में हम ग्राउंड रियलिटी चेक के लिए निकले हैं। सुबह के 4 बज चुके हैं और यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं, अगर राजेंद्र नगर की बात करें तो अभी थोड़ी ही देर में, यानी कि 15 मिनट के अंतराल में हमें 2 पीसीआर की गाड़ियां यहाँ पर मिल गई और हमने देखा कि ये पूरा इलाका कहीं ना कहीं जो है पुलिस की मूवमेंट यहाँ हमें ज्यादा देखने को मिली कंपैरेटिव जो बाकी 2 जगह मैं गई थी। करोल बाग की बात करें, अगर वहां भी हमें कम वहां पुलिस की गाड़ियां देखने को मिली, मुश्किल मुझे लगता है कि 1 घंटे में हमें 1 गाड़ी वहां पर मिली। और अगर हम बात करें झंडेवालान की, तो झंडेवालान में हमें एक भी पुलिस की गाड़ी, एक भी पीसीआर वैन वहां पर हमें नहीं देखने को मिली। इनफैक्ट वहां पर हमें कुछ ऐसी जगह देखने को मिली जहां पे बस स्टॉप था लेकिन वहां पे बिल्कुल लाइटिंग नहीं थी, लोग अंधेरे में खड़े थे, कुछ भी हो सकता था। तो तमाम तरह के सवाल एक बार फिर से अब सामने आने लगे हैं और लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि अगर दिल्ली में इस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, यानी कि देश की राजधानी में अगर इस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, तो बाकी जगह कितने सुरक्षित हैं। कैमरामैन मदन प्रसाद के साथ श्वेता झा, आज तक।
So Shweta, when you went there, there were cops. Yeah. They didn't wake up. They were fast asleep. You went around the vehicle doing your report and they still didn't wake up.
Exactly, Akshita. So what I want to say is, it was around 3 a.m. and if you talk about Jhandewalan temple, almost every day lakhs of people come there, Jhandewalan temple, and you assume that it must be a place which is a high security zone, and just at the entrance of the temple what I saw that one PCR van was stationed, 2 police persons were also there, but both of them were sleeping, and around 15 to 20 minutes I was there, I was covering the report, but they did not bother to get up and they were sleeping throughout. And at the same time what I saw that there were few PCR vans because there were 3 places where I went, like Rajendra Nagar, Karol Bagh and one more place. So PCR vans were there, but they were just for the sake that ki bas wo kehne ko wo the wahan pe, but nobody was bothered ki what is happening outside, we should get out, we should check something. Cameras were also there, but the main point is that कि ये सारी चीजें होने के बावजूद हम जो बात कर रहे हैं 2012 और आज की अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो मैं अगर देखूं there's no difference exactly.
The thing we are seeing here is that in the last 10 years, even when there is a difference, CCTV cameras are there, police is being deployed, PCRs have been brought in, there is so much on paper and so much has been claimed. But if you look at where the deployment is, and so many of us have been all over the city last night,
deployment varies so greatly. There have been places where incidents have happened, grave incidents have happened, like in Munirka or in Mehrauli or in Northeast Delhi. And if you see, and this is something that you'll see in my ground report also, that deployment is so different in the heart of the city versus the outskirts, and that in the outskirts is where the incidents are happening. If you can just see.
Yeah, we'll play out that report now.
Here in the heart of Delhi, in Connaught Place, there seems to be a reasonable amount of police deployment. At midnight, cars are being checked, especially those which have just a single male or a couple of male drivers. The police is looking into all the cars that are going past this particular barricading spot. We are in Delhi University's North Campus right now, and I'm walking down the Vishwavidyalaya Marg, which is the arterial road in the Delhi University area. And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road, even though this is right next to the Delhi Ridge, and this is the road that goes towards the colleges of Delhi University's North Campus. At the same time, we have not seen even a single patrol vehicle or a police personnel or any sort of barricading anywhere from civil lines till the Delhi University's North Campus area, even though this area is normally said to be a security zone since there are a large number of students living in the area. But for the last several minutes, we have not seen any police patrols or any other security arrangements in Delhi University's North Campus.
So Anisha Mathur's report there confirming what all of us have found, that there's a lack of infrastructure, there's a lack of patrolling by the Delhi police, a lack of basic safety that you expect in a city, let alone the national capital of the country. We hope that this special broadcast serves as a wake-up call to all the authorities out there and to all the Delhiites as well, because the way as a society we act when we see a woman on the streets is also something that we really need to contemplate and think about. Thank you very much for joining us on this India Today special broadcast. We're going to continue getting you every single update on the Delhi hit and run, the New Year horror, and continue getting you these in-depth reports to show you what's the reality, the truth of what's happening in Delhi.
रुपए के करेंसी नोट लीगल टेंडर नहीं रहेंगे.
6 years after the Narendra Modi government demonetized 501,000 notes in one stroke, the decision has got a stamp of approval from the highest court of the country.
Does not suffer from any flaws in the decision-making process.
A 5-judge bench of Justices Abdul Nazir, B.R. Gavai, A.S. Bopanna, V. Ramasubramanian and B.V. Nagaratna on Monday delivered a 4:1 verdict upholding the validity of process followed in demonetization.
Despite the test of proportionality and as such cannot be struck down.
Justice B.R. Gavai, giving the majority judgment, said the decision-making process cannot be flawed only because process emanated from the government. The court said there was consultation between government and the RBI for 6 months. The verdict said there was reasonable nexus between measures and objective to bring demonetization. The court added that it's not relevant if the objective sought is achieved or not. The SC said the 52-day window given to exchange the notes cannot be called unreasonable.
The period provided for exchange of notes by the implementing notification dated 8 November 2016 cannot be said to be unreasonable.
The Supreme Court has categorically held that it is not relevant as to whether or not the objective is achieved. But what is important is that there is a reasonable nexus between the objective and anything that is sought to be achieved.
By way of debates, I state the only woman on the bench was also the sole dissenting judge on the issue. Justice B.V. Nagaratna said if demonetization is initiated by the centre, then it can only be by means of an ordinance or parliamentary legislation. The judge said under the RBI Act, the recommendation has to be initiated by the RBI. But here, according to the judge, it was the government that initiated the move. Justice Nagaratna said it's beyond doubt that such a measure by the centre was well intentioned.
Not under section 26(2) of the Act. It is to be by way of a legislation, and if legislation is not the way, in the sense there is need for secrecy, then it is ordinance.
With 4 out of 5 judges deciding in favour of the demonetization policy, Centre's 2016 decision, which has been one of the most controversial economic decisions taken in this country, now stands upheld. With camera person Ashwini from New Delhi, this is Shrishti Ojha, India Today.
This is the government secondary school in Betul's Kelapur village. And this is a new method of teaching designed by social worker Rajesh Sariyam. The children are learning multiplication tables presented in the form of a tribal folk song. Teachers say the song and the dance routine make studies more interesting for kids.
मैंने सोचा क्यों ना बच्चे लोगों के लिए हम लोग एक आदिवासी धुन के ऊपर पहाड़ बनाए ताकि बच्चे बगैर मानसिक तनाव के झूमकर नाचकर पहाड़ याद कर सके और साथ ही साथ सभी शिक्षकों का इसके अंदर बहुत अच्छा सहयोग मिल रहा है।
इसमें हमको सरियाम जी का एक और अच्छा वो मिला, उससे हमने बच्चों को बहुत अच्छे पहाड़े सिखाने की योजना बनाई और इस योजना के आधार पर बच्चों ने बहुत अच्छे 10 तक पहाड़े बनाए।
Students also appreciate the novel teaching method.
पहले हम पहाड़े भूल जाते थे, अभी मोबाइल के अनुसार डांस कर कर पहाड़े याद कर लेते हैं।
याद हो जा रहा है?
यस सर।
Learning is fun is a catchline often used by schools. And at the Kelapur Government School, learning is quite literally fun. Bureau Report, India Today.
A very good evening. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. India Today's massive news break. In fact, that girl, Anjali's friend, who fled from the spot right after the accident, has spoken exclusively to our channel, speaking about how those men, the accused who rammed into the scooty of Anjali, deliberately crashed into her and then dragged her on for kilometers. She wants justice for them, but still unclear as to why that girl fled from the spot. We're going to try and track those details. The headline first. India Today tracks down Anjali's friend who was riding pillion on her scooty. The eyewitness who fled the scene says their scooty was hit deliberately. In fact, Nidhi claims that Anjali was drunk and not in her senses.
वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने.
CCTV images reveal how Anjali and her friend fought outside the hotel before leaving on a scooty. Cops record a statement of Anjali's friend who escaped with minor injuries. Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal speaks to victims' family, promises 10 lakhs compensation and best legal aid. Mothers' present medical needs to be taken care of by the Delhi government. External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar's most scathing attack on Pakistan yet. Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan as terror epicenter, also slams China for breaking the border protocols. And weeks after the Tawang clash, India focuses on major infrastructure boost along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh makes first visit to Arunachal since China clashes, inaugurates a 100-meter steel arch bridge.
हम युद्ध में यकीन नहीं रखते, पर अगर हम पर युद्ध थोपा जाता है तो हमने उसका जमकर मुकाबला किया है और आगे करेंगे भी. इस पर भी हमारा पूरा यकीन है.
And now China's COVID hypocrisy after virus mess warns countries for testing Chinese nationals at airports, warns of taking countermeasures to norms. And this is a massive exclusive right here on India Today. India is, of course, stunned after the death of 20-year-old Anjali, who was dragged for nearly 12 kilometers on the streets of Delhi, and not a single cop to stop that car until it finally abandoned that girl naked, dead, in the dead of the night. India Today is now the biggest scoop in this tragic coverage. After 2 days, the police finds out that there was a pillion rider, and a friend of Anjali was also along with her on that fateful day when that accident happened. And this is a CCTV footage that shows very clearly that Anjali was not alone on that fateful night. Her friend Nidhi was along with her. And of course, India Today has hunted down the friend Nidhi. Arvind Ojha has spoken exclusively to her. But what's unclear here is still why the friend fled from the spot. As she says, she wants justice for her friend. Why exactly did she leave her friend, abandon her right after the accident? Let's take a listen.
सुल्तानपुरी में जो हादसा हुआ उसने पूरे देश को हिला दिया. अलग अलग तरह से इस मामले को लेकर लोग अलग अलग बातें कर रहे हैं. दिल्ली पुलिस का दावा है कि दरअसल 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की रात जो पीड़िता है वो हादसे का शिकार हुई. इस मामले में अभी तक का जो सबसे बड़ा खुलासा है वो आज तक इंडिया टुडे करने जा रहा है. हमारे साथ वो लड़की मौजूद है जो उस दिन पीड़िता के साथ मौजूद थी, स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी, और जब स्कूटी पर बैठी हुई थी तब हादसा हुआ था. उस रात क्या हुआ था ये पहले बताइए.
उस रात ये हुआ था कि जैसे कि गाड़ी सामने से आई और हम स्कूटी पे थे, तो वो लड़की थोड़ी ड्रिंक कर रखी थी. सामने से आई गाड़ी, फिर गाड़ी ने एक दूसरे की टक्कर दे दी, तो वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई. मैं अपनी स्कूटी के मतलब बगल में गिर गई, वो गाड़ी के नीचे घुस गई. तो गाड़ी के नीचे कहीं उसका पैर या कुछ उसका फंस गया था, तो फंसने के बावजूद वो निकल ही नहीं पाई. तो जो गाड़ी चला रहे थे उन्होंने आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी 2-3 बार. लड़की रो रही थी, उन्होंने सुना नहीं, वो चिल्लाते लड़की को ले गए, आगे लेके गए, आगे खींचकर फिर पीछे करा, फिर खींच के फिर खींचते उसे वहां तक ले गए लड़की को. और बस यही था जहाँ का एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, सीन यही था. और हम आ रहे थे आराम से पार्टी वार्टी करके, दोनों फ्रेंडे दोनों पार्टी वार्टी करके आ रहे थे, आराम से आ रहे थे हम. आराम से वो मेरे को घर छोड़ती पहले, फिर खुद घर जाती. उस दौरान ये हादसा हुआ था. मैं बच गई, वो उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई.
तो जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो स्कूटी टकराई.
हाँ जी.
तो उसके बाद आप गिर गई.
हाँ जी, मैं भी गिर गई, वो अंदर चली गई गाड़ी के, और मैं बगल में गिर गई. बस मेरे को थोड़ी चोट आई है, उसको ज्यादा आ गई. वो क्योंकि उसको ज्यादा इसलिए वो अंदर घुस गई, उसको गाड़ी वालों ने ध्यान देने के बावजूद भी उस चीज को इग्नोर मारने के बाद उस गाड़ी को भगा कर ले गए।
अच्छा, मेरे कहने का मतलब है कि आपके कहने का मतलब ये है कि जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था। गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले।
एक बात बताइए कि जब ये पूरा हादसा हुआ तो आप उसके बाद आपने क्या किया?
मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, बहुत ज्यादा। मैं सीधा घर गई। घर पे मम्मी थी, नानी थी मेरी। उन्हें बताया मैंने ऐसे वो गाड़ी उसको खींच कर ले गई है। और खींच कर ले जाने के बाद उस दौरान उस लड़की को उन्होंने एक बार ना पीछे पलट के देखा ना कुछ। वो उसी रोड पे जहाँ लड़की की क्लास, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। वो जो मैंने न्यूज में सुना, उसी रोड पे घूम रहे थे। मेरा दिमाग काम नहीं करा। मेरे को जो सही लगा कि मैं अपने घर चली जाऊं, तो मैं अपने घर चली गई। इस दौरान
पैदल अपने घर गई?
हाँ, पैदल अपने घर गई थी।
कहाँ आपका घर था?
मेरा घर वहीं से थोड़ी सी दूरी था, सीवन की तरफ।
अच्छा
था, हाँ जी।
तो फिर जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया, देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है, 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया, तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश?
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी। मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए। बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा। मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए। उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, वो आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे। अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती?
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया। तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया। ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो गई।
नहीं, तो आप एक बार सीक्वेंस बताइए कि 31 दिसंबर को आप दोनों उस होटल में गए थे?
यहाँ। हाँ
उसके बाद क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद कुछ नहीं। उसके बाद थोड़ी सी वो कह रही थी कि मैं स्कूटी चलाऊंगी। मैंने कही मैं चलाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी। उसने कहा मैं चलाऊं। मैंने कहा नहीं बहन, मैं नहीं चलाने दूंगी तुझे, मैं चलाऊं। तो उसने हाथापाई करी कि ना बहन नहीं मैं चलाऊंगी। ये बात हुई हमारी।
वो सीसीटीवी में दिख भी रहा?
हाँ जी। उस दौरान वो बातें हुई। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी। हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी। मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं, मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे। वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी। घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं। उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी है। उसको हमने साइड भी करी, हमने स्कूटी। उसने जानबूझकर उसने ठोकी और वो इतनी नशे में थी, उसको मतलब होश नहीं था। वो गाड़ी के नीचे बिल्कुल घुस गई। वो रो भी रही है, फिर भी उसको गाड़ी वालों ने बिल्कुल भी नहीं सपोर्ट करा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की को निकाले उस गाड़ी में से। उसका कुछ फंस गया था, क्या फंस गया था ये मुझे भी नहीं पता। बस मैंने ये हादसा देखा, मैं बहुत होपलेस हो गई और वो गाड़ी लेके भाग गए। जो लड़के थे उस लड़की को ही लेकर भाग गए ऐसे के ऐसे। आगे पीछे 2-3 बार करा, फिर ऐसे कैसे लेके भागे। उसी दौरान मैंने बस कुछ नहीं सोचा, मैं अपने घर चली गई।
अच्छा, मतलब जाहिर सी बात है टक्कर हुई होगी तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट।
बिल्कुल 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 उन्हें जानकारी थी, उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है। सब कुछ उन्हें पता था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे, उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
आपको चोट आई?
हाँ, मेरे को सिर्फ आँख पे आई थी और थोड़ी पैर पे आई थी और मेरा हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था।
अच्छा, ये हाथ?
हाँ, हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था मेरा, बस। मुझे और कोई चोट नहीं है। उसको भी चोट नहीं आती। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के मतलब उस लड़की को निकाल देते तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करने की कोशिश करी। उन्होंने गाड़ी में से उतर के ही भी नहीं देखा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की की हेल्प करें, उसको निकाल दे। वो जानबूझ के ऐसे किसी पर उन्होंने ये कोशिश करी, गाड़ी में से बैठ के आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी। उसको उसी दौरान ज्यादा चोट लगी, वो चिल्ला भी रही थी। फिर वो आगे ले गए, आगे ले जाके उसका दम टूट गया होगा।
आगे पीछे कर रहे थे?
हाँ, आगे पीछे करी गाड़ी उन्होंने कि वो सोच रहे कि छूट जाएगी लड़की, पर लड़की का कुछ ऐसा अटक गया था उसके अंदर, ऐसा चिपक गया था, वो लड़की छूट ही नहीं पाई उसके।
जो आरोपी हैं जो कार में जिनसे एक्सीडेंट हुआ, क्या पहले से आप लोग जानते?
उन लड़कों को हम नहीं जानते थे, ये सिर्फ एकदम हुआ है। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर हमें भेड़ी थी गाड़ी, पर हम उन लड़कों को जानते नहीं थे। हमने साइड भी करी पर उन लड़कों ने एकदम हमारे में भेड़ दी।
अच्छा, आगे से या बैक से?
नहीं, आगे से। वो भी ऐसे आ रहे थे, हम भी सीधा आ रहे थे, मतलब सीधे आमने सामने की टक्कर हुई है। आमने सामने से ही तो वो नीचे घुस गई है। और मैं
आपने एक बार भी ये कोशिश नहीं की कि उस रात ये हादसा हुआ कि आप शोर मचाएं?
नहीं, मैं उस टाइम में ना बिल्कुल मतलब मेरा माइंड काम नहीं करा कि मैं कुछ बोलूं, कुछ कहूं किसी से। मैं डर लग गया है कि क्या हो गया ये एकदम। तो सुबह न्यूज में आता है कि उस लड़की की मौत हो गई है इस दौरान, ऐसे ऐसे घसीट कर लेके गए। फिर मेरे को लगा कि यार वो छुटी ही नहीं वो लड़की, उसको तो उन्होंने आगे ले जाके भी उन्होंने छुड़वाने की, वो ऐसे ही घसीटते गाड़ी में बैठे बैठे ले गए उसे नशे में।
आप कोशिश करते हैं कि जो
वो कोशिश करने वाला उन्होंने टाइम ही नहीं दिया, मोमेंट ही नहीं दिया। बस उन्होंने एक बार आगे लेके गए, फिर पीछे तेजी से, फिर आगे, फिर एकदम लेके गए।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि जो अंजलि है जो पीड़िता है उसके परिवार को बताती कि ऐसा?
मैं उनके परिवार को बताती, वो तो मेरे को ब्लेम देते ना कि तुम साथ थे, 100 बातें हो जाती। मैं क्या बताती उनके।
होटल में कौन कौन लोग थे? आप?
उसके सारे फ्रेंड थे। उसका बॉयफ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड था, और मेरा कोई भी जानकार नहीं था सिर्फ अंजलि के अलावा।
कितने बजे आप लोग होटल में पहुंचे?
मैं 8 बजे, करीब 8 बजे।
और कितने बजे आप लोग निकले?
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे मूवमेंट हुआ था ये। हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर जाऊंगी। जब मैंने उस लड़की से जिद करी ना मेरे को मेरे घर छोड़, और वो भी कह रही मैं भी अपने घर जाऊंगी, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई तू मैं हो गई थी। तो उस दौरान मैं बाहर गई थी 24/7। मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात हुई थी उन दोनों के बीच, क्या नहीं हुई थी, उस बातों का मेरे को नहीं पता।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, तो उन दोनों की बातें हुई क्या नहीं हुई वो मुझे नहीं पता। मैं चली गई, मैं एकदम वहां से आई ना 24/7 से ऊपर। वो आते ही मेरे को बोलते कि घर चलते हैं, घर चलते।
स्कूटी पे
हम दोनों स्कूटी पे बैठे।
अच्छा, पहले अगर दिखाई दे रहा है सीसीटीवी में कि होटल से आप निकल रही हैं तो स्कूटी आप ड्राइव कर रही हैं?
हाँ, फिर उसने मतलब मेरे से ज्यादा जिद करी कि मेरी स्कूटी मेरे को दे वरना मैं कूद जाऊंगी स्कूटी से। तो मैंने उसी दौरान उसकी स्कूटी की चाबी उसे थमा दी। मैंने कहा लो अपनी चाबी, मैंने कहा तुम चलाओ, दे दी। जब मैं डर गई, जब ट्रक में से हम बचते बचे ना, जब ट्रक हमारे ऊपर चढ़ने ही वाला था, क्योंकि ट्रक भी आगे था, हम ट्रक के पीछे थे, तो हम दोनों मरते, कोई भी नहीं बचता हम दोनों में से। तो हम बच गए उस चीज से।
और उसके बाद फिर जब आप होटल से निकले तो कितने मिनटों के बाद ये हादसा हुआ? कहाँ पर
हम जब निकले हैं उससे थोड़ी देर बाद ये हादसा हो गया था। जब ही हम निकले हैं उस रोड से, हम निकलने के बाद हम सीधे गए हैं और जहाँ दुकान वो शॉप है ना वो स्वीट की, वहीं पे हम बस मोड़ी है, मोड़ते वो आगे से गाड़ी आई है जब ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ है।
वो लड़की है, मैं आपको बताऊं, जो इस पूरे केस की आई विटनेस है, और आई विटनेस आज तक इंडिया टुडे पर हमारे साथ है। ये बता रही हैं कि किस तरीके से वो होटल से दोनों निकली हैं, और उसके बाद जब होटल से निकलती हैं सीसीटीवी में भी दिखाई दे रहा है कि जो पीड़िता है वही स्कूटी ड्राइव कर रहा है, ये पीछे की तरफ बैठी हुई है। लेकिन कुछ दूर आगे जाकर पीड़िता इनसे जिद करती है कि स्कूटी उनकी है, वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करेंगे, जिसके बाद वो स्कूटी ड्राइव करती हैं और आगे जाकर ये हादसा होता है। एक बार सिलसिलेवार तरीके से बताइए सीक्वेंस, होटल से आप कितने बजे निकली, स्कूटी होटल से जब निकले आप लोग तो स्कूटी कौन चला रहा था, फिर आगे कैसे स्कूटी जो विक्टिम है वो चलाती है और फिर कैसे हादसा होता है?
अच्छा सुनो, मैं पहले हम सही बैठे हुए थे, हम दोनों ने रूम लिया, हम बैठे हुए कह रहे हम पार्टी करेंगे पूरी रात। मैंने ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, हम पार्टी करेंगे। तो मैंने उसको मना करा, मेरे को पता है उसका वो ना मतलब गुस्सा बहुत जल्दी आता है उस लड़की को। हाँ अच्छा। तो मैंने उसको समझाया, मैं उसको ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था उसको जानते हुए, 10-15 दिन हुए थे उसको जानते हुए।
मुलाकात हुई? मेरी
एक फ्रेंड थी, उसके थ्रू से मुलाकात हुई थी।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी, तो ज्यादा टाइम नहीं हुआ था मैं उसको जानते हुए। तो जानते जानते तो हम थोड़ा क्लोज आ गए, अच्छे फ्रेंड बन गए, अच्छी बॉन्डिंग हो गई हम दोनों की। बॉन्डिंग होने के बाद हमने सोचा कि नया साल हम दोनों साथ बनाएंगे। मैंने कहा ठीक है कोई दिक्कत नहीं, हम साथ बनाएंगे नया साल। तो हम वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, फिर हम पहले उसने मेरे को फोन करा। उसने मेरे को फोन करने के बाद मेरे को लेने आई सुल्तानपुरी से, मेरे घर के पास से। घर के पास से लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई रोहिणी लेने के बाद फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई अपने घर ले जाने के बाद उसने उठाई चाबी, पहले थोड़ा मेकअप वेकअप करा, लिपस्टिक लगाई, फिर उसने उठाई चाबी, फिर वो मेरे को लेके गई सीधा वहाँ पे होटल पे। ले जाने के बाद उसी ने पैसे दिए, उसी ने आईडी दी, उसी ने सब करा। करने के बाद फिर हमने सब कुछ ले लिया। हाँ बिल्कुल हाँ। फिर उसके बाद उसने सबको फोन करा, अपने दोस्तों यारों को। उसी के जो सारे दोस्त पकड़े हैं ना वो उसी के दोस्त थे सारे, और वो उसी के जानकार थे। मेरा एक भी उसमें जानकार नहीं, ना मैं किसी को जानती थी, ना मेरा उनसे कुछ भी।
ठीक है, खैर ये तो देखिए अगर ड्रिंक करना ये तो पर्सनल है, किसी का
प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ।
आप ओयो से कितने बजे निकली और फिर वो
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे वहाँ से निकले हम। वहाँ से निकलने के बाद हम गए सीधा घर की तरफ जा रहे थे। घर की तरफ जाते जाते ये हादसा हुआ। ये हादसा होने के बाद पहले हम ट्रक में भिड़ते बचे। वो लड़की गुस्से में कह रही मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड अगर मुझे नहीं मिला तो मैं मर जाऊंगी। तो मैंने उसको रोका, मतलब ब्रेक मारे कि तू क्या कर रही है, मेरे साथ भी ये हादसा हो सकता है। तो वो फिर कुछ नहीं समझी। फिर मैंने ब्रेक मारे, फिर कह रही ठीक है आराम से चलाऊंगी। वो आराम से चलाते चलाते उसी मोमेंट पे उसने गाड़ी ली अंदर की तरफ। वो अंदर की तरफ लेते कार आ रही थी। वो उसी मोमेंट पे हम दोनों का हमने बचाव भी करा अपना, पर उन लड़कों ने हमारा एक तरफ बचाव नहीं करा, उन्होंने एकदम भेड़ दिया हमें।
उसके बाद वो लड़की फंस गई।
वो लड़की फंस गई वहाँ पर।
चीख रही थी, क्या बोल रही थी?
चीख रही थी बचाओ बचाओ। उन लड़कों को वॉइस आ रही थी, उस लड़की की आवाज आ रही थी, सारी आवाज आ रही थी उन लड़कों को उनकी। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर ये हादसा करा।
वो लड़के कुछ कर रहे थे उस वक्त कार में बैठे जब वो?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं दिखा मुझे अंदर का। उन्होंने काले शीशे कर रखे थे उस टाइम पे।
अच्छा।
उन टाइप पे काले शीशे रखे, अंदर का मुझे कुछ भी नहीं दिखा, कुछ भी, और मुझे कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया। तो बस।
तो पुलिस आप तक कैसे पहुंची? खोजते हुए पहुंची?
हाँ खोजते हुए पहुंची कि क्योंकि मैं डर के मारे कुछ बता नहीं रही थी किसी को। मैं बहुत डर गई थी।
ऐसा क्या डर है? एक्सीडेंट था, आपकी दोस्त थी, आप बताती पुलिस?
नहीं, मेरे को लगा कि क्या पता क्या हो जाए, क्या मेरे पे बात पड़ जाए। एक डर होता है, मेरे को डर वही लगा। वरना मैं तो चाहती थी उसे इंसाफ मिले, और मैं तो अभी भी ये चाहती हूँ उसे इंसाफ मिले, उन लड़कों को कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले।
हाँ जी।
तो चोट भी आपको गंभीर आई थी?
हाँ जी, चोट हाथ पे आई थी। मेरा हाथ पूरा उठ नहीं रहा था जिस दिन मुझे चोट आई थी। पूरा हाथ मेरा बैंड हो गया था।
तो पुलिस ने मजिस्ट्रेट के सामने?
हाँ सब बताया, सब हाथ वाथ सब मेरा चेक हुआ है, और आँख पे लगी थी मेरे चोट। मेरे तो समझ लो उस लड़की के भी चोट नहीं लगा। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के गाड़ी के नीचे से उस लड़की को निकाल देते, उन्होंने कोशिश ही नहीं करी। वो घसीटते लेके गए। जब लड़की की ये मौत हुई है, ना उसके साथ कुछ गलत हुआ है ना ऐसा हो, बस ये गलत हुआ है उन लड़कों को जान खा रही थी सांस से की। सब कुछ था, सब कुछ उन्हें पता था, और उन्होंने जानबूझ के इस मौत को अंजाम दिया।
बहुत बड़ा खुलासा अपने आप में कि किस तरीके से 31 दिसंबर और 1 जनवरी की दरमियानी रात जो कुछ भी हुआ, ये उस हादसे की आई विटनेस है। दिल्ली पुलिस ने 164 का बयान भी इनका दर्ज करा दिया है। क्या आप अपने बयान पर कायम है जो कुछ आपने आज तक इंडिया टुडे के कैमरे पर बोला है?
बिल्कुल। हाँ।
लेकिन हर कोई ये जानना चाहता था कि आखिर क्या वजह थी कि जो पीड़िता की ये दोस्त है इस हादसे के बाद मौके से भाग गई, पुलिस को जानकारी नहीं दी। इनका कहना है कि ये पूरी तरह से डर गई, लेकिन इन्होंने ये बताया है, ये बड़ा खुलासा किया है कि वो 5 लोग, उन्हें पूरी जानकारी लग गई थी कि उस रात किस तरह से हादसा हुआ, हादसे के बारे में जानकारी लग गई। ये भी उन्हें पता चल गया था कि लड़की पीछे की तरफ फंसी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे और जिसका अंजाम ये हुआ कि पीड़िता की दर्दनाक तरीके से मौत हो गई। कैमरामैन कृपाल के साथ अरविंद ओझा, दिल्ली, आज तक।
Now, that's the testimony given by the friend of Anjali, Nidhi. She says that these men deliberately crashed into that scooty and dragged her along, knowing very well that she was stuck under the wheels. Of course, India Today on top of this story, we're going to come back with a reality check. A check that India Today, including myself, did on the streets of Delhi to really see how safe is Delhi. And this comes in the light of massive failure from the Delhi police, lapses in investigating the case. More importantly, on the 31st night, New Year's night, there was barely any police deployment. So here's a reality check on the other side of a short break. Do stay with us. Right now, India has been stunned by the New Year horror in Delhi. 20-year-old Anjali's death has once again put the spotlight on security. But your safety, of course, is our concern, and therefore 11 of us, including myself, hit the streets of Delhi post-midnight, and around the same time, this is 20-year-old Anjali who was on the road. This is precisely the time frame, all the way from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. All of us were out there trying to check how far is Delhi safe. Around the same time, poor Anjali was dragged by the car for close to 12 kilometers. There was no police van, no barricades, no checkpost. Has really anything changed since Anjali's horrific death? We're going to show you what each one of us witnessed on the streets of the national capital. What you're about to watch here will certainly shock you, will stun you maybe, it may even make you numb, but it's something that's really needed on an urgent basis. A reality check. Let's hope that the police takes note.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं है। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहां पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहां पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। लेकिन यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है, ये काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी, लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि इस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या जी?
It's okay if you I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable I can.
No, I am sorry, I am okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. क्या?
किथे यार हो?
खड़ी हूँ।
क्या? जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
नहीं, आप चाहिए, आप प्लीज चाहिए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं, उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है, लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित हैं? It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped
and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here, and you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single patrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any patrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around. My camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while, there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now, they didn't really speak to me. They stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. So that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it.
Right now, I'm here at the Rohini part of Delhi, and I will try to find out that why did the Delhi police fail to prevent this horrific incident. And I will also try to find out whether or not Delhi is safe for women in these long, chilling nights. It has been more than 10 years since the Nirbhaya case happened, and nothing seems to have changed for women in Delhi. It's the same story being repeated again and again and again. And if we talk about the time, let me check my phone and show you the time. So it's almost, 3 a.m. in the night. 3 a.m. is the time right now. And it was around this time only when Anjali met with that killer accident that took her life away from her. I'm here near Kanjhavla area. I am here on a flyover. This is also Delhi, but far away from Lutyens' Delhi, which is covered by multiple layers of security. But that's not the case with the rest of the capital. I would like you to look around this area. Authorities claim constant patrolling, even at midnight. But as you can see, I've been standing here from more than 30 to 40 minutes now, and I don't see any police patrolling vehicle passing through. It explains security measures at this part of Delhi for a common woman. And this is what I see on this stretch, traveling for more than about 5 to 10 kilometers now. It raises some serious questions as far as the security in Delhi is concerned.
So as you can see, if there is a taxi number that is being checked, there is a security number that is being checked right here. This is to ensure that all questions are being asked. And this is, remember, is being done primarily for the taxis and the outside vehicles. The बाहर की गाड़ी को आप चेक कर रहे हैं, मतलब कैसा जो टैक्सी वगैरह का होता है, लोकल को जाने देते हैं. So this is, remember, a fairly posh area. So the area is barricaded. From what I can see, that this lane is completely barricaded, but this is open. While I was waiting on this busy stretch from Panchsheel heading to Nehru Place, it's a brightly lit area, and yet there was this bike rider who came and stopped and asked, "Kahan chalegi? Where do you want to go?" Not exactly looked like that he was offering to help me in any way. When I said no, very politely, and I took a step back, he stood there. He didn't move away. He stood there and he started to roll. And see again, bikers like that, like you just saw, you know, waving, realizing that it's fun. And if our cameras were not rolling, you know, that is when the situation turns. So auto rickshaws have stopped to offer, if of course we want to go there. So there was a public transport of auto that I could see. But it was the bike riders, specifically I saw, stopping and asking, which clearly did not look like that they were helping. सवारी है आपके पास? नहीं नहीं, आप जाओ ना, कोई बात नहीं. नहीं नहीं जाओ. अरे नहीं जाना भैया, है हमारे पास, जाओ. At 3 a.m. near the Green Park Horse-Khas area, this is what I now can say about some of the streets in South Delhi area. The main roads are fairly lit. There was barricading in a lot of areas, but we did not see a lot of moving PCRs. Static we did see in some locations. Bikers stopped, the car slowed down, definitely. There were two at least who asked us, where do I want to go? And despite my polite refusal, did not want to leave right away. A lot of drivers slowed down, and that is where you feel scared. But it does look like that perhaps the South Delhi area is better than other parts of Delhi. And with that hope that every woman will feel safe and secure. Because till now, we do have that sense that someone will pull us into their cars, or perhaps the worst, the nightmare that may happen. Signing off with Jagannath Mohanty, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Mehrauli is very much part of Delhi's city limits. In fact, aligns along the posh localities of Delhi, and one would assume that this area of Mehrauli will have huge police presence, bandobast or a patrol car, but the entire stretch here, we've travelled about 2 kilometers all the way from MG Road towards Mehrauli, and not a single police bandobast barricading anywhere or a patrol van, none of it that we've spotted, at least for the last hour that we're here in the vicinity. It's about 2 a.m. right now, and really if an incident took place here, God forbid, not anyone around for help. There are of course stray vehicles that are passing by, not too sure if they would ever step in case of an emergency that anyone would face, be it a girl or a boy. And by the Green Park area, you see a bunch of women walking. Well, I'm not too sure if they feel safe, but well, we do see a few women at the far end there walking in a group together. And right at that one corner, there's also a police bandobast. So you see the police bandobast. There are 2 police officers that we see as well. You have a petrol bunk on both ends. So this area seems slightly safe to me. And also the fact that you have women walking around at this time of the hour. It's 3 a.m. and it appears this Green Park area, largely on the main road, the main stretch of this road, seems all right. Sangam Cinema right outside, it seems all right. This is RK Puram area where it appears quite safe. Do you feel safe around this area?
No.
No? Why?
Because there are many, snatchers and...
But there's a police bandobast right up ahead. This is a posh RK Puram area.
No, I feel afraid of getting out of this,
We're driving towards the stretch of Vasant Kunj, towards Munirka. Not a single police barricade, no police patrol vehicle, at least half an hour that we've been around this area, and a good 3-4 kilometer stretch in the vicinity here of Vasant Kunj, again known as the posh locality of South Delhi, but not a single police barricade, no police patrolling. So in case, again, here is also an area where if there was, God forbid, an incident that happened, not too sure how soon one could get help. Barely any vehicles here too, but this is a stretch where the Kutub hotels are very close by. You also have the Fortis Hospital on the right-hand side here, and a little ahead is also Kishangarh. In fact, you have the board there that's very visible that says Vasant Kunj in big bold. So this entire area here, we've not seen a single police barricade, no police patrol. This is also a road headed towards the airport. So certainly in the national capital, an area like this will need police security, at least a police barricading at some point or a checkpost, but none that we spotted in this area. It's a part residential, part commercial area. So ideally a lot of movement here, but no police.
It's almost 1:15 in the morning, and we are on the streets of the national capital to figure out how safe is the capital for women. We are near a very prominent place which is called the Dhaula Kuan, and you will be able to see, I'll show you, a police booth and a PCR van. We will now stop here for almost 15 minutes to do a reality check whether the policemen who are sitting inside the police booth, do they step out to see what's happening in this car which is stationed right outside the police booth for almost 15 minutes. On the other side is a PCR van, barely 20 meters away from this police booth. We will now try to figure out whether the policemen will come out to at least investigate what's happening in this car which is parked for more than 15 minutes right outside the booth on the other side of the road, or whether they let the car be and they do not come and do any kind of inspection. This is a reality check in Dhaula Kuan. It's been almost 15 minutes. It's 1:30 in the clock and no police personnel has actually bothered to step out of the police booth and to check what's happening in this vehicle, which is standing right opposite, bang opposite the police booth and the PCR van. We have been staying here. We have been here for almost 15 minutes trying to garner the attention, trying to make sure that the police personnel come and check what exactly is happening in the vehicle. Nothing has been happening. They have only been walking from the police booth till the PCR van and back. This clearly points towards the fact that the Delhi police personnel, the security, those people who need to make sure people in the national capital are secure, are not stepping out of the comfort zones and are not checking for things. लोग तो आए नहीं चेक करने।
टैक्सी दे मगर
अरे तो टैक्सी हो चाहे कुछ भी हो भैया, आपको चेक करने तो आना चाहिए ना। कम से कम हम 40 मिनट इस सड़क पे रहे हैं। आप लोग हाँ तो आप लोग एटलीस्ट आके देख, तो एक बार आके चेक तो करते हैं। आप आवाज तो लगाई थी, हमको तो आवाज ही नहीं सुनाई थी। अच्छा ये बताइए चेकिंग वगैरह किस तरीके से करते हैं फिर आप?
यहाँ पे तो बैरिकेड है नहीं, तो हम तो ऐसे जैसे कोई पूछने गाड़ी वाले आए तो कहाँ जाना है, यहाँ से आगे कौन से वो जगह है वो बता देते, बस यही है। तो
Scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The author suggests that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Mehrauli. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए. Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply, Aag se Bachaye. Co-presented by Macho Hint, Fashion Bade Aaram Se. Co-powered by Sabic, Chemistry that matters. Co-powered by Watcho, One hai to done hai. Co-powered by Samsonite, tested like Samsonite. Indian Oil, pehle Indian, phir oil.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The many perplexing twists and turns in the shocking case of the death of a young girl on New Year's Eve in the national capital is my top focus on the news track tonight.
We've found key to Anjali's death. We question the friend who fled.
अपनी सुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं. मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए.
Nidhi breaks silence on Anjali.
वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने.
5 CCTV videos reveal full horror. Lapses after lapses by police. India demands justice for Anjali. Big focus on News Track.
Initially, it seemed like a shocking case of hit and run. Now there are many more complex details that are coming out. We'll look at that and more. Here are the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Anjali's friend who fled the accident site speaks exclusively to India Today, claims the accused were aware the 20-year-old girl was stuck under their car. Protests erupt as Anjali's remains are brought home. External Affairs Minister exposes Terroristan, asks why is there no European condemnation of Pak-sponsored terror?
Because you are a diplomat doesn't mean you are untruthful. I could use much harsher words than epicenter. So believe me, considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word.
Weeks after the Tawang clash, India ramps up infrastructure along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh visits Arunachal Pradesh to inaugurate a 100-meter steel arch bridge. Captain Shiva Chauhan becomes the first woman officer to be deployed to the world's highest battlefield in Siachen. Captain Chauhan will be responsible for combat engineering tasks. Beijing hits out over COVID-19 testing requirements on passengers from China after a dozen countries impose curbs, warns it would take countermeasures in response. It's the biggest scoop in the tragic coverage of the death of 20-year-old Anjali. Her friend who was riding pillion with Anjali on that scooty, the friend who fled from the accident site, has been tracked down by the India Today group. Nidhi has broken her silence on Anjali. Here's what she told our Crime Bureau Chief, Arvind Oja.
जाहिर सी बात है, टक्कर हुई होगी तो जो कार में बैठे 5 लोग होंगे उनको जानकारी तो होगी कि एक्सीडेंट।
बिल्कुल उन्हें जानकारी थी। उन्हें पता भी था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे फंसी हुई है। सब कुछ उन्हें पता था कि एक महिला हमारी गाड़ी के नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर किया है जो भी किया है।
तो आपको चोट आई?
हाँ, मेरे को सिर्फ आँख पे आई थी और थोड़ी पैर पे आई थी और मेरा हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था।
अच्छा, ये हाथ?
हाँ, हाथ फ्रैक्चर हुआ था मेरा, बस। मुझे और कोई चोट नहीं है। उसको भी चोट नहीं आती। अगर वो गाड़ी रोक के मतलब उस लड़की को निकाल देते तो उन्होंने कुछ नहीं करने की कोशिश करी। उन्होंने गाड़ी में से उतर के ही भी नहीं देखा कि हम उतर के बाकायदा उस लड़की की हेल्प करें, उसको निकाल दे। वो जानबूझ के ऐसे किसी पर उन्होंने ये कोशिश करी, गाड़ी में से बैठ के आगे पीछे गाड़ी करी। उसको उसी दौरान ज्यादा चोट लगी, वो चिल्ला भी रही थी। फिर वो आगे ले गए, आगे ले जाके उसका दम टूट गया होगा।
आगे पीछे कर रहे थे?
हाँ, आगे पीछे करी गाड़ी उन्होंने कि वो सोच रहे कि छूट जाएगी लड़की, पर लड़की का कुछ ऐसा अटक गया था उसके अंदर, ऐसा चिपक गया था, वो लड़की छूट ही नहीं पाई उसके।
जो आरोपी हैं जो कार में जिनसे एक्सीडेंट हुआ, क्या पहले से आप लोग जानते?
उन लड़कों को हम नहीं जानते थे, ये सिर्फ एकदम हुआ है। पर उन लड़कों ने जानबूझकर हम में भेड़ी थी गाड़ी, पर हम उन लड़कों को जानते नहीं थे। हमने साइड भी करी पर उन लड़कों ने एकदम हमारे में भेड़ दी।
जब पूरा एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो जो कार में सवार लोग थे उनको ये जानकारी हो गई थी?
उनको जानकारी थी और गाड़ी में ना कोई सॉन्ग बज रहे थे ना कुछ बज रहा था। गाड़ी बिल्कुल शांत थी और ना लाइट वाइट थी, कुछ नहीं था, सब कुछ शांत था गाड़ी का। और उन्हें पता भी था कि एक लड़की उनकी गाड़ी के नीचे, और उन्हें पता भी था लेडीज ही है। उन्हें ये नहीं पता था कि जेंट्स, उन्हें पता था लेडीज है उसके नीचे। उन्होंने जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए गाड़ी को और उन्होंने जानबूझकर लेके जाके जानबूझ के ही वो घसीटते लेके गए। उन्होंने एक बार भी उतर कर देखा नहीं कि हम उस लड़की को बचा ले। मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी, मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा। मुझे जो ठीक लगा, मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए, बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा। मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया। उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए, उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा।
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, वो आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे। अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती।
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं। मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए। एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं। कुछ नहीं समझ में आया तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया। ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उस दौरान मैं बच गई। किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो। वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने। और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए। और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते। एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला। तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी, हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते। वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी, मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी। मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी। कह रही नहीं, मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी। उस हादसे से बचे। उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए। आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे, वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी, घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं, उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी।
होटल में कौन कौन लोग थे? आप?
उसके सारे फ्रेंड थे। अच्छा। उसका बॉयफ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड था, और मेरा कोई भी जानकार नहीं था, सिर्फ अंजलि के अलावा।
कितने बजे आप लोग होटल में पहुंचे?
मैं 8 बजे, करीब 8 बजे।
और कितने बजे आप लोग निकले?
हम निकले 2 बजे। 2 बजे मूवमेंट हुआ था ये। हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर जाऊंगी। जब मैंने उस लड़की से जिद करी ना, मेरे को मेरे घर छोड़, और वो भी कह रही मैं भी अपने घर जाऊंगी, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई तू मैं हो गई थी। तो उस दौरान मैं बाहर गई थी 24/7। मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात हुई थी उन दोनों के बीच, क्या नहीं हुई थी, उस बातों का मेरे को नहीं पता।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, तो उन दोनों की बातें हुई क्या नहीं हुई वो मुझे नहीं पता। मैं चली गई, मैं एकदम वहां से आई ना 24/7 से ऊपर, वो आते ही मेरे को बोलते कि घर चलते हैं। घर चलते,
स्कूटी पे
हाँ, हम दोनों स्कूटी पे बैठे।
अच्छा, पहले अगर दिखाई दे रहा है सीसीटीवी में कि होटल से आप निकल रही हैं, तो स्कूटी आप ड्राइव कर रही हैं?
हाँ, फिर उसने मतलब मेरे से ज्यादा जिद करी कि मेरी स्कूटी मेरे को दे, वरना मैं कूद जाऊंगी स्कूटी से। तो मैंने उसी दौरान उसकी स्कूटी की चाबी उसे थमा दी। मैंने कहा लो अपनी चाबी, मैंने कहा तुम चलाओ।
First, nothing should ever happen of this kind. Second, there are lots of details that are now emerging which add layers to what really went on and give you some insights into the lives, the troubled lives of some of the members of the young generation at this moment. To talk about what this case reflects, I'm joined on this broadcast by Neeraj Kumar, former Commissioner of Delhi Police. We've got Swati Maliwal, Chairperson of the Delhi Commission for Women. Sardar R.P. Singh joins us, spokesperson of the BJP. Atishi Marlena is with us. Atishi is a spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. I want to go across first to Arvind Oja, who scooped that big interview with Anjali. And the question that comes to my mind is, where is this boyfriend with who Anjali had a problem? Has the police been able to track him down? And are these two cases different? So from what I've understood of your interview, Arvind, जो मुझे समझ में आया, इस लड़की का अपने बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई झगड़ा होता है, then she comes out in anger, she's on this scooty with her friend, she's now riding in anger and she's drunk apparently, and she crashes into another car, जिसका बॉयफ्रेंड से और इसके बाकी दोस्तों से कोई लेना देना है या नहीं? और ये पेरेंट्स को क्यों लग रहा है कि ये रेप का केस है, जबकि पोस्टमार्टम में निकल के आया है कि प्राइवेट पार्ट्स को कोई डैमेज नहीं हुआ?
नहीं, सबसे पहले बताऊं कि दरअसल जिस क्राइम सीन पर जिस हालत में लड़की मिली थी, कोई भी शुरुआत में अगर देखता तो उसको शायद ये लगता कि ये सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट का केस है, लेकिन फिर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई, उसके आधार पर ये सामने आया कि ये एक्सीडेंट का केस है, और इन्वेस्टिगेशन धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़ी। और जब सीसीटीवी दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ लगा, जो इंडिया टुडे ने भी एक्सेस किया है, जिसमें लड़की ओयो होटल से निकलकर जाती भी दिखाई दे रही है अपने एक फ्रेंड के साथ, और इस मामले में जब आई विटनेस दिल्ली पुलिस को मिला, जिससे इंडिया टुडे ने एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत की है, तो काफी कुछ जो इंसिडेंट था वो क्लियर हो गया कि ये पूरी तरह से एक फैटल का इंसिडेंट है। लेकिन 12 से 13 किलोमीटर जिस तरह से लड़की को घसीटा गया, और दिल्ली पुलिस ने बकायदा 29 दिसंबर को 4 स्पेशल सीपी में प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया था कि नए साल को लेकर दिल्ली में 16 से 18 हजार पुलिसकर्मी तैनात होंगे। तो ऐसे में ये सवाल उठने लगा कि आखिर पेट्रोलिंग कहाँ हो रही और कैसे लड़की को 12 से 13 किलोमीटर घसीटा गया और दिल्ली पुलिस की नजर क्यों नहीं पड़ी, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जहां तक बॉयफ्रेंड की बात है, वो एक होटल के अंदर क्या हुआ था वो जो विक्टिम है, जो आई विटनेस है, उसने बताया। लेकिन अभी इस केस से न तो बॉयफ्रेंड का या फिर उसके किसी दोस्त का कुछ इन्वेस्टिगेशन में लेना देना सामने आया, क्योंकि ये दिल्ली पुलिस का कहना है ये फैटल का इंसिडेंट है। इस मामले में 279 आईपीसी फैटल का जो होता है और 304 गैर इरादतन हत्या। चूंकि जो आई विटनेस है उसने भी इंडिया टुडे को बताया है कि जो अक्यूज्ड है उनको पता चल गया था कि लड़की कार में दबी हुई है, बावजूद इसके वो गाड़ी चलाते रहे, जिस वजह से उस लड़की की मौत हो गई। तो इस वजह से 304 का केस भी।
Thanks, Arvind, for joining us. A big scoop from you in getting that interview with Anjali's friend. So we will track this very carefully. Thank you so much for leading this coverage and for being on the ground for us. I want to go across to Neeraj Kumar, who's tracked many perplexing cases. As I think about what seems to have happened, it doesn't make sense to me, unless you're completely smashed out of your wits on New Year's Eve, to have a girl stuck somewhere in your car for 12 kilometers and not to know about it, because it would jangle, there would be noise, there would be disturbance. What do you make of all of what is in the public domain so far? What do you think actually happened in contrast to what is being said by the eyewitnesses and the people Arvind and our team have spoken to?
Rahul, have spoken to my colleagues who are handling the matter, and they have informed me that the post-mortem has also been conducted and the report is with the police. It is very clear that there was no sexual assault. And all the injuries are ante-mortem. The police have, invoked the most stringent sections of law. They have, if you notice, in a case of accident, it is only the driver who is booked. In this case, not only the driver, all the other occupants of the car have also been booked. That's because Section 34 of the IPC and Section 120B of the IPC have been brought in, which makes all of them culpable. And the section of law is culpable homicide amounting to murder, which means the most strict section that can be applied under the circumstances that has been now invoked. So having said that, one question that rankles all members of the public, and it rankles me too, is why did the police take so much time to react? Now, my sense is that most of the deployment was directed towards, I may be wrong, let me preface it by saying that I may be wrong, but my sense is that major part of the deployment, including the PCR vans, they were all diverted towards crowded areas, towards malls and marketplaces and so on. And the area where this accident took place, it's as you know, in the outlying area of Delhi, long stretches of road which have no lighting, which are very poor. It's totally deserted and lonely. So I think this area got neglected, shall we say. And the first lesson that the police should draw from this whole incident is that on such occasions, not to leave such areas unattended.
Atishi, the former commissioner and many who serve in the police say, don't really blame the Delhi police. If you look at what's emerging so far, this girl is at a party, she gets drunk, she's on a scooty, she can barely hold her own friend. Nidhi is saying that she wasn't being able to drive properly. Then she gets under this car in a far outlying area of the national capital. The police is largely deployed at the metros, at the malls, and therefore it's terribly unfortunate, but it's not as if the Delhi police is to blame for it. Do you buy that, Atishi?
Rahul, I think that personally, I don't think that this statement holds any water. I think that this is time that responsibility needs to be fixed. And it is very clear that there is a serious law and order crisis. There is a serious safety and security crisis all over the city. This one gruesome incident has been highlighted, and this is the reason why we are discussing it today. But otherwise, violence against women, different kinds of crime, theft, kidnapping, narcotics is a common thing all across Delhi. And it is really time that the police needs to answer why were they trying to protect one of the accused because he is from the Bharatiya Janata Party. The police need to answer why is it that they are protecting people who come from certain political parties. Why were now IPC section 304.
But they haven't really been protecting him. He's been booked for Manoj Mittal, the BJP functionary from Sultanpuri, who you refer to, has been booked as well.
After there has been after there has been public outcry. Otherwise, when the initial FIR was registered, only one accused was mentioned, and under 304, not 304A, 304, which is just death by negligence. And as any lawyer will tell you, if you file a weak case in the FIR, even in the High Court, even in the Supreme Court, it becomes impossible to prosecute a criminal, number one. Number two, everyone knows that there is a law and order crisis in Delhi. I want to put a question to the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. 24 hours of the day, the Lieutenant Governor is interfering in the work of the elected government, but does not have time for a single minute to actually do the work for which he is appointed. Law and order, safety, security, Delhi police is the responsibility of the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi as per the constitution of the country. The Lieutenant Governor cannot spare time to improve safety and security of women in this city. What is he doing? Is the only thing that he has to do is to prevent Arvind Kejriwal's elected government from doing their work? I want to know what has the Lieutenant Governor ever since he has taken over. He should present a report card. How many PCR vans have increased? How many appointments have been made in Delhi police? How has the crime rate increased? What is the response time of PCRs? What are the number of crimes that are happening against women? This is a question that the central government
but
of the
Atishi,
Bharatiya Janata
I don't wish to get into a moral judgment,
the Bharatiya Janata Party
but
has to
the
answer.
Lieutenant Governor and people around him would say, look at the facts as we know them at this moment. A young group of friends books a hotel, Oyo Hotel, for a party on New Year's Eve. They get drunk over there. The girl has a fight with her boyfriend. She's now leaving with another friend. The friend and her have a fight as well. Of course, the accident shouldn't have happened. The body shouldn't have been dragged 12 kilometers. But just to blame the Lieutenant Governor or the Delhi police is essentially the Aam Aadmi Party playing politics in a matter which isn't political. It's unfortunate. It's down to security.
Rahul, please tell me. Please tell me, Rahul. How is it that this girl gets dragged for 12 kilometers and there's not a single police personnel to see it? How is it that the DCP on press conference is saying, no, the accused were not at fault, maybe they didn't find out that there was a body being dragged by the car for 12 kilometers? Is this not political protection of BJP workers and BJP leaders? I actually feel that this DCP should be suspended for saying the fact, for protecting the accused. The police officer should be suspended for filing case under weak sections of the Indian Penal Code and for leaving one of the accused out of the FIR. And this is exactly the kind of ground level collusion that has led to a broken law and order situation.
Let RP Singh respond to the Aam Aadmi Party's charges that because Manoj Mittal is a local party functionary,
he is responsible
from the Sultanpuri area, which is why the Delhi police was slow in acting against him, which is why the Lieutenant Governor has been lax, which is why law and order in the capital is going down the tube, while the LG is busy finding fault with Arvind Kejriwal's government. Respond to all of that. RP Singh.
Rahul, I thought this debate will be for betterment of Delhi and then for women's security as an issue. Since Swati Maliwal was here, so I thought the subject would be different. But this has got into slugfest. I'll appreciate, before we wind up this debate, ask your team to get the DCP's version which Madam is saying. Atishi is talking about some version of DCP that he was soft on the people. I'll appreciate, please run that part also so that people should be clear what was the stand of the police at that given time, one. Secondly, as far as Manoj Mittal goes, he has been sacked from the party, and I'm saying, need we hang him if I don't know, because the police has to find it out. Apparently he seems guilty, and I take it that he's guilty, he should be hanged. Nothing less than hanging, because if he has done something of this sort and he's part of such heinous crime. So this be part of the BJP being soft or being, we are not like Mr. Kejriwal who goes and give character certificates to people who molest women on name of ration cards. Ministers, not ministers who molest women and rape women on name of ration card, or who ministers who run a
You are
racket of false
responsible
dignity
for
and
Delhi
the
police
Chief
in
Minister
Delhi.
did
You
I,
are
Atishi.
responsible for
Rahul.
law and order in Delhi. Answer this question. The people of Delhi are angry. The people of Delhi want to know why women are not safe. Stop diverting the issue. Please answer what has the Lieutenant Governor and the Home Minister, both of whom are from Bharatiya Janata Party, have done to improve the law and order situation in Delhi. How have they made the Delhi police accountable? How have they made the women of Delhi safer?
RP Singh, you want to respond to that?
Rahul, are you the anchor? I thought you have changed the role. I was answering, and I never interrupted her. I never asked her how many cameras were promised. 15 lakh cameras were promised, and till date, I was just going through the record. 2,45,000 cameras have been placed in Delhi, and out of which almost 70% are not functioning.
Law and order is under you. Don't divert the issue.
No,
the
but
people of Delhi want to know
you are making a political point.
What is happening about law and order in Delhi? What is happening about safety, security?
Atishi, again, I hold no brief for the Delhi police. There are aspects which need to be investigated. But look also at what happened. There is this messy fight they get into. They are drunk while they're riding a scooter. The girl says she's completely out of her senses. People also, to some extent, I know it's New Year's Eve, have to take responsibility for their own security. If you're hopelessly drunk on a scooter, not in your senses, driving all over the place, fighting with people, the probability, and that takes nothing away from the role of the Delhi police, the probability of getting into some kind of trouble is much higher than if you were to behave in your good senses. That's just the fact.
Rahul, but what is Delhi police doing? Once a crime is reported, is it their responsibility to investigate, or is it their responsibility to protect the perpetrators? Is it the responsibility of the DCP to defend the perpetrators in a press conference? Is it the responsibility of the investigating officer to leave one accused out of the FIR? Is it the responsibility of the police not to answer the 112 calls when they were being made for over 1 hour? Please tell me.
That's the problem.
What has
this
the
is problematic. Neeraj Kumar, the fact that there are these, that's very disturbing.
1 year.
There is
No,
this
Rahul, this is not fair.
One second.
Rahul, this is not fair. Okay. You want me to be part of the debate, or you want me to go out of the debate?
No, that's really your choice.
No,
don't harangue me.
I'm not a heckler. So you are
you must speak.
Jumping over me. Thank you so much. You don't want to hear the national voice. You are allowing people to come and spread lies.
You must speak.
अरे वो झूठ बोल रही है, वो निराधार झूठ बोल रही है लगातार, वो अतिशी मरदानी झूठ बोल रही है. मैं चाहता हूँ प्लीज रन दैट वीडियो ऑफ द DCP. I give a challenge.
Okay, now Atishi, you're heckling him. Atishi, this isn't fair. Let him speak. Atishi, no, her fader goes down. Listen, RP, 1 second, don't shout at me, both of you.
Thank you so much.
Atishi Marlena, let him speak. Atishi, let RP Singh speak. RP, let me speak, sir. Let RP Singh speak. He's being quiet and gentlemanly as he listens to you. You jump in the moment he starts talking. That's not fair, Atishi. Here is what I want you to respond to, RP Singh. The fact that there is Deepak, who is an eyewitness in this case. There's a Zomato delivery boy called Vikas, named Vikas. They're saying they're calling the police and nobody seems to be taking the call. They're calling again and again wanting to complain. It's not just that the police is not present there. They also don't seem to be responding, RP Singh.
Okay. Now, Rahul, I was cut short by Atishi. 15 lakh cameras were to be provided, only 2,45,000, and out of which 70% are not self-functioning in Delhi. What about that? No one talks about how many street lights have been working. Your reporters have reported from the ground.
Atishi, let him speak.
RP Singh ji.
Atishi, let him speak. Atishi, this is really unfair. No, once again, then I'm putting that same question to Neeraj Kumar because I can't get caught in a political slugfest. You must let RP Singh speak. He's speaking. Allow him to complete. RP Singh, complete what you're saying, and then we'll go across to Neeraj Kumar. RP Singh, turn Atishi's fader down, please. Oh, sir, आप तो बोलो. Where's RP Singh going? Can you hear me or not, RP Singh? RP Singh, can you hear me or not? Okay.
I can.
Let me.
There's no way to. I mean,
Oh sir, she is fighting with you. I'm giving you an opportunity. आप बताओ तो सही. आप जवाब नहीं दे रहे हो. आप गुस्से हो जा रहे हो.
तरीका नहीं आता इन लोगों को. ये कोई डिबेट है? ये नहीं ये डिबेट थोड़ा कोई यार. ये कोई डिबेट थोड़ा है. ये ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे सड़क साहब गुंडे होते हैं ये लोग. माफिया है ये लोग. बात नहीं करने देंगे किसी को. मतलब मैं इनके पॉइंट पूरी बात सुनी. ये अपनी बात पे बात नहीं करते. ये बताइए दिल्ली में कितनी स्ट्रीट लाइट जल रही है आज? आपके रिपोर्टर्स से ग्राउंड से रिपोर्ट किया कितनी स्ट्रीट लाइट जल रही है? मैं कह रहा हूं जो पुलिस वाले जो दोषी हैं उनके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त एक्शन होना चाहिए. हम भी कह रहे होगा, क्यों नहीं होगा? परंतु ये बताएं जो इनकी जिम्मेवारी कितनी. और मैं अभी एक बात और सजेशन दे रहा हूं. दिल्ली के अंदर कुछ नहीं करना आपको. 700 आप महिला मार्शल लिखिए और 1400 मेल मार्शल लिखिए. आप 700 वेंटेज पॉइंट पे दिल्ली वुमेन जिनकी मालीवाल जी इंचार्ज है वो रखें. और वो जहां पर कई महिला के साथ बदतमीजी हो 2 मार्शल तुरंत कैप्चर करें, पुलिस को हवाले करें. कैसे किसी की हिम्मत होगी दिल्ली के अंदर कोई बदतमीजी करेगा किसी महिला के साथ? क्या 2100 लोग हायर करने दिल्ली भर में? मैं सजेशन दे रहा हूं करें इंप्लीमेंट इसको. प्रैक्टिकल बात करें.
Making a larger political point. You're not answering the question I'm asking. RP is saying there are 2 eyewitnesses who say they kept calling the police and the police won't answer their call. You're both making political points. I'm talking about this specific case of what happened to this poor girl.
I answered that. That action will be taken against those. I mean, I'm saying I'm for it. Action should be taken against those cops also. And LG has said, recommended. Already a police commission has been assigned, one of the joint CP has been assigned to look into this matter. The lady police commission has been put on job to look into this matter and ensure that whoever is responsible is taken to task.
Okay, India Today has accessed 5 CCTV videos that reveal the full horror that unfolded on the 1st of January. Anjali was at an Oyo hotel a little after 1 a.m. There was another girl, Nidhi, who was with her. They were both coming from a New Year party. About 40 minutes later, their scooty was hit by a Baleno that kept driving for 12 kilometers while Anjali was still stuck under the car. India Today's teams try and piece together what really went down that night.
New twist to the capital New Year horror that has left the country shaken. 3 new sets of CCTV footage have emerged. Accident victim Anjali was not alone on the fateful night. She was dragged by a car for nearly 12 kilometers on Delhi streets. The images reveal Anjali was with a friend at the time of the accident.
अब हमारे पास एक इंसिडेंट की आई विटनेस है और वो पुलिस के साथ कोऑपरेट कर रही है और इसमें अभी 164 सीआरपीसी के तहत उसकी जो स्टेटमेंट है वो रिकॉर्ड कराई जा रही है. यह दिल्ली पुलिस के लिए इस केस के इन्वेस्टिगेशन में एक सिग्निफिकेंट डेवलपमेंट है.
In one set of the footage, the 20-year-old victim and her friend are spotted leaving Hotel Vivan in Rohini, where they reportedly spent the New Year's Eve. India Today spoke to the hotel staff. They claim the 2 women were asked to leave after they got into a fight.
वो झगड़ा उनका रूम के अंदर ही हो रहा था. काफी माँ बहन की गाली बक रही थी वो लड़की आपसी में ही. तो फिर उसके बाद हमने बोला कि मैम ऐसे गाली गलौज अच्छा नहीं होता.
फिर उसके बाद क्या हुआ जब झगड़ा शुरू हुआ तो नीचे की तरफ?
हाँ जी, हमने बोला मैम यहाँ लड़ाई झगड़ा नहीं चलेगा और भी गेस्ट अगल बगल में वो डिस्टर्ब होते हैं. तो कह रही है ओके भाई हम लोग जा रहे हैं. फिर उसके बाद वो नीचे चली गई. अगल बगल वालों ने बोला उन्हें कि भाई मैम आप लड़की हो रहे हो. तो बोली आप हमारे पर्सनल मैटर है.
The 2 are also spotted on CCTV outside the hotel. Anjali and her friend can be seen getting into scuffle. The fight lasts a few minutes. After the brawl, Anjali is sitting behind while a friend rides the bike from the hotel at 1:45 a.m. The 2 are again seen at a different location at 2:04 a.m. This time, Anjali is seen riding. Shortly after this, they are allegedly hit by the car. While Anjali's friend flees from the accident spot unhurt, Anjali is allegedly stuck under the suspect's car and gets dragged over a distance of 12 kilometers. She was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. Police have arrested 5 suspects in the case. The police have taken Anjali's friend's statement, which could be crucial in cracking the case. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's go across to Swati Maliwal, the chairperson of the Delhi Commission for Women. This is a very disturbing case. You had the likes of RP Singh from the BJP asking very serious questions about what's being done for women's safety as the head of the Women's Commission. You know, what are you making or what seems to have gone wrong, and what are you doing to try and ensure that the capital becomes safer for women? Swati.
I think it is one of the most horrific and rarest of the rare cases which deserve the strongest punishment. It is very unfortunate that such a horrific case happened on New Year's Eve in the capital of the country. It is so shameful that this girl was dragged along by the car for over 12 kilometers and there was no police person to stop it. There was no PCR, there was no police check post, there was absolutely no one to be able to help this girl. There was one eyewitness, I believe, who tried to follow the car for almost 1.5 hours and made several calls to the Delhi police PCR number, and yet they did not reach in time. What kind of a policing is it? It is really shameful. I demand the strongest punishment to these people, these murderers. They need to be punished. At the same time, I think the police's role is also in question, and strong action needs to be taken against those officers who were not doing their duty properly. I have written a letter to the Union Home Ministry. I have demanded a high-level committee to be set up in which there should be the Union Home Minister, the Chief Minister of Delhi, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, the Police Commissioner of Delhi, and the Delhi Commission for Women should be represented there, because I think we must meet once every month and we should develop a coordinated strategy in order to ensure that women and girls are safer in the capital. There needs to be police accountability, there needs to be increased resources, and there needs to be a complete focus on this issue.
Neeraj Kumar, two things. The fact that there is a full body, it's not the body of a rabbit or a small dog that's under your sashi. It's a full grown human being's body. As that drags along the road, is it possible that the drivers in the car, the occupants of the car, didn't know about it? Secondly, this idea that at least 2 eyewitnesses are saying they kept calling the emergency number. This is New Year's Day. The cops in any case are supposed to be vigilant, more so because it's New Year's, and yet nobody seems to respond.
Rahul, I'm in full agreement with you that it is most unlikely that the occupants of the car were not aware that somebody, a human being, was under the wheels and was being dragged. They were very much in the know of it, and it is for that reason that not only the driver but all occupants of the car have been booked, have been arrested, and their custody taken by the police for interrogation. That is one. The second thing is that your question about the deployment, how is it that for such a long distance, about the calls that were being made. As has already been mentioned by a fellow panelist, there is a high-level inquiry going on the orders of the Ministry of Home Affairs, in which a senior Special Commissioner of Police is inquiring into the matter. And if anyone is found guilty, if anyone is found lax in performing his duties, he or she will be taken to task.
Now, I'm also concerned, RP Singh, about the mindset of these young individuals who may have known that there is a girl's body below their shashi, and yet they don't seem to stop. They don't bother to halt the car to actually check. The girl tells us that she was spooked because she was so drunk and senseless that she thought she could get into trouble if she told the cops. But that doesn't seem to add up. If you've got a body under your car, you stop. It's only the natural human reaction. RP Singh?
See, Rahul, there is definitely more to this case than...
Rahul, can you ask her also about the Swati Maliwal question you posed to Swati Maliwal? Because Swati Maliwal didn't answer that. That what is Delhi Women Commission has done so far? for women's security in Delhi from 7 years. Can you add that also question? Because Swati Maliwal doesn't seem to be on your panel now.
No, Swati is no longer on our panel, but Atishi Marlena is. So let's get Atishi to respond to that question. Atishi, go ahead and respond to the question that RP Singh is asking of the Aam Aadmi Party government.
RP Singh ji, I am absolutely shocked and horrified that you will ask such a question. Delhi police is the responsibility.
Yes, I'm asking because Swati Maliwal had the commission in Delhi. She had the commission. What is three things can you count on? Tell me three things which you have done. Your government, three things which your government has done for the women. Have they placed lights? You can't provide basic street light in Delhi. आप दिल्ली के अंदर लाइट नहीं दे पा रहे. Street light. शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको. चूल्हे पर पानी में डूबा रहो. आप महिला हो, एमएलए हो. आपकी अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी कालकाजी में स्ट्रीट लाइट नहीं है आज. आपकी अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में स्ट्रीट लाइट नहीं है. शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको. आप महिलाओं की बात करते हैं. मुझे बताइए स्वाति मालीवाल ने तीन चीजें गिना दीजिए जो महिला सुरक्षा के लिए स्वाति मालीवाल ने की हो. सुबह तनख्वाह लेने के, बड़ी गाड़ी में घूमने के, बंगला लेने के अलावा क्या काम किया स्वाति मालीवाल ने?
दिल्ली पुलिस
शर्म आनी चाहिए आपको.
Not serving any purpose. I can't allow this to turn into a tutu meme. It serves no purpose. RP Singh, Atishi, I'm putting both your faders down. Just heckling and hassling each other doesn't really serve any purpose. There are glaring police lapses that have come to light. Why was there no police presence for the 12 kilometers while Anjali was being dragged to death? The cops were clueless about the existence of the pillion rider Nidhi till today. What's more, the cops that are now addressing these 90-second briefings had boasted about preparedness just hours before Anjali's death.
Lodged underneath a car chassis, dragged along for 12 kilometers.
जो फिजिकल एविडेंस हैं, ओरल एविडेंस हैं या जो सीसीटीवी बेस्ड जो एविडेंस हैं, सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे.
2 days later,
अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि जो बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसके बारे में आपको बताएंगे.
No questions, please. It's Delhi police.
अभी मैं आपको यही जानकारी शेयर कर सकता हूं कि मेडिकल बोर्ड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट हो चुका है.
But as pressure mounted for answers about how a car with a human being stuck underneath could go unnoticed by police patrols on the New Year in Delhi, new videos of a hotel room, friends the victim spent time with on the New Year Eve have now emerged in investigations. The FIR charges the 5 suspects in the Baleno that pulled the 23-year-old woman under counts of rash driving and causing death by negligence. Police now investigating CCTV footage of a budget hotel the victim booked a room at for the new year. In a clip, she is seen having an argument apparently with her friend at 1:30 a.m. on January the 1st.
They seem to be leaving at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning. You can see her, the girl in the red t-shirt, which is the friend. She's not the victim. She's the friend who pulls the scooty out. And then you see Anjali, who's with her. She gets on behind her on the scooty. In fact, she is the pillion rider. When they're leaving from the hotel, eventually what we learn from our sources is that Anjali told her friend that she would like to drive the scooty, and her friend in fact sat behind her on that scooty.
The victim in pink, her friend in red, together on a scooty after they left the hotel and before the wreck. The friend drove it and the victim rode pillion. They swapped the seats sometime later, and when the crash occurred, the victim's friend fled the scene. Police recorded her statement. 2 days later,
जो पीसीआर जो एमपीवीज का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो भी 1200 से ज्यादा होगा और मोटरसाइकिल भी लगभग 2000 से ज्यादा 2074 मोटरसाइकिल्स भी पूरे दिल्ली में गश्त करेंगी.
Tall claims about policing in the capital city ahead of the new year fell flat. Humanity too slipped into hibernation in raucous celebrations for the new year. With Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
One of the things that Nidhi says in that interview India Today did is that this girl was so angry about that tiff with her boyfriend about not getting married that she wanted to smash her scooty, Neeraj Kumar, into an oncoming truck. And that's where this girl Nidhi apparently tells her that, you know, you don't drive the scooty, I will drive the scooty. Is that something that the police would be investigating as well? That when this girl crashes into this Baleno, where is she at that time? If she's on the side of the road and the Baleno driver has come and hit her, it's entirely the fault of the Baleno. If, however, she's in the middle of the road because she's drunk and because this friend is saying what she is, we first have to assess whether the friend is telling the truth. But if she is and she's in the middle of the road, walking in a drunken fashion, wanting to bang into something, does that then change the circumstances of the accident?
Well, it might. That might change the circumstances. And the act of rash and negligent driving may get diluted a bit. But that would not absolve the accused of continuing to ride the car, continuing to drive the car with her under the wheel. So for that they will not.
What are they thinking in your view? If she's just going, because I see that CCTV footage, Nidhi was saying it, the eyewitness was saying it, that they're just going, they're taking U-turns and going round and round, like they just keep going round and round. Then if that girl came and hit her, if it hit the Baleno from the front, then they know that they've hit a girl, she's now under the car, and these guys are going round and round.
Yeah, obviously they're not acting in a human way. They are insane, they are crazed, and from whatever little I know, I'm given to understand that they were under the influence of liquor, but possibly the police is not bringing that factor in because in that case, they will get the benefit of the doubt. So therefore, that part of the investigation is not being, so much being emphasized.
Okay, we'll track this story because this has generated so much concern. It plays out at so many different levels. Security, safety, the political dimension, also the fact that you've got these youngsters in an OYO room on New Year's, which is totally legitimate. They're grown, they're consenting adults. Then getting into this fight, first with her supposed boyfriend, then with her own friend. So a lot that we will track without getting judgmental, just track and report as factually as is possible. For the time being, RP Singh, Atishi, Neeraj Kumar for joining me on the news track. Thank you, sir. After the horrifying death of Anjali, India Today gets you a safety check from the streets of the national capital. That special report coming up after a quick break. You're on board the news track. India has been stunned by the New Year horror in the capital. 20-year-old Anjali's death has once again put the spotlight squarely on women's security. But your safety seems to be only your concern. So 11 women reporters of the India Today group hit the streets of Delhi after midnight, around the same time that 20-year-old Anjali was on the road, to see if anything at all has changed.
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या जी?
It's okay if you I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी, ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable, I can.
No, I'm sorry, I'm okay. Thank you. Hello. क्या?
किथे जा रहे हो?
खड़ी हूँ। क्या?
जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
नहीं, आप जाइए, आप प्लीज जाइए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं, उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित? It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here. And you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single petrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any petrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around, my camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now they didn't really speak to me, they stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. And that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
पार्टी का मम्मी का सबका कहना है, भैया इलेक्शन की गेम चेंजर मेरी बहना है। सारी कंट्री हमें मिल के लड़ना है, पार्टी का मम्मी का सबका कहना है। माना अब तक पॉलिटिक्स से रहती थी तू दूर, तेरा भैया अकेला ही लड़ा है भरपूर। आ मेरे संग अब मोदी से भिड़ना है, इलेक्शन की गेम चेंजर मेरी बहना है। देखो भैया ये भाई बहन का है बंधन, अब क्या करेंगे मोदी, क्या करेगा गठबंधन।
Tonight at 9 p.m. on the news today with me, Rajdeep Sardesai. The gruesome hit-and-run case in the national capital on New Year's Day, in which a young woman was killed, has raised several troubling questions, not just about the role of the police, but also of citizens. What should citizens be doing in cases like this? That's going to be a big talking point on the news today. Also, our political face-off comes from Karnataka, where the state BJP president sparks a controversy by saying vote for the BJP to end love jihad, forget about roads and sewage. Also on the show, why are churches in Chhattisgarh under attack? All that and much more on the news today.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए। Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-powered by Watcho, one hai to done hai. Co-powered by Green Lamb Laminates, kuch mera, kuch tumhara. Co-powered by the bold look of Cola. Co-powered by Samsonite, tested like Samsonite. Indian Oil, pehle Indian, phir oil.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination news, newsmakers, talking points. Tuesday night, we'll bring you all the big stories, starting with that big story, the New Year horror that continues to shock the country. More revelations coming up tonight, and we'll have guests in the studio telling us how safe is it to be a woman in the national capital. All that and more, but first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9. Autopsy report details out of the 20-year-old Anjali who was dragged to death on New Year's in Delhi. Says sexual assault ruled out. Victim died of shock and hemorrhage. Friend who fled the scene says Anjali was intoxicated that night. The police is under fire. The Supreme Court rules that no additional curbs needed on free speech. Says ministers and lawmakers also enjoy the same rights as citizens. External Affairs Minister Dr. S Jaishankar names and shames Pakistan for exporting terror to India, asks why there is no European condemnation of Pakistan. Weeks after the Tawang clash in Arunachal, India ramps up infrastructure along the line of actual control. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh visits Arunachal to inaugurate a 100-metre steel arch bridge. Bharat Jodo Yatra moves out of Delhi into Uttar Pradesh. Akhilesh Yadav and Mayawati give the Congress Yatra a miss. National Conference patron Farooq Abdullah joins the Gandhi siblings. Ex-Punjab Chief Minister Channi accused of misappropriating 1.4 crore cash for his son's wedding. Congress leader accuses Punjab AAP government of vendetta. Days after its launch, Howrah-bound Vande Bharat Express attacked, doors and windows shattered after stone pelting on the train. Beijing hits out over COVID-19 testing requirements on passengers from China after a dozen countries impose curbs. Warns it could take countermeasures in response. Pakistan faces its biggest ever electricity crisis. Government to shut malls and markets by 8:30 p.m. to save power and over $273 million annually. But our top story tonight and our continuing focus on a tragedy that really reflects all that is wrong at times with policing crime in this country, in our major metropolises, especially the national capital. As more revelations tumble out in the Delhi hit-and-run case, new CCTV footage with India Today shows Anjali was with a friend when the accident happened. The second woman who fled the scene has been questioned by the police. Remember, it was on New Year's Day that Anjali was dragged to her death for more than 12 kilometers in a car with 5 people who have since been arrested. What does this case really mean and where is it heading? It's our top story tonight.
Lodged underneath a car chassis, dragged along for 12 kilometers.
जो फिजिकल एविडेंस हैं, ओरल एविडेंस हैं या जो सीसीटीवी बेस्ड जो एविडेंस हैं, सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे.
2 days later,
अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि जो बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसके बारे में आपको बताएंगे.
No questions please. It's Delhi police.
अभी मैं आपको यही जानकारी शेयर कर सकता हूं कि मेडिकल बोर्ड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट हो चुका है.
But as pressure mounted for answers about how a car with a human being stuck underneath could go unnoticed by police patrols on the New Year in Delhi, new videos of a hotel room, friends the victim spent time with on the New Year Eve have now emerged in investigations. The FIR charges the 5 suspects in the Baleno that pulled the 23-year-old woman under counts of rash driving and causing death by negligence. Police now investigating CCTV footage of a budget hotel. The victim booked a room at for the new year. In a clip, she is seen having an argument apparently with her friend at 1:30 a.m. on January the 1st.
They seem to be leaving at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning. You can see her, the girl in the red t-shirt, which is the friend. She's not the victim. She's the friend who pulls the scooty out, and then you see Anjali, who's with her. She gets on behind her on the scooty. In fact, she is the pillion rider when they're leaving from the hotel. Eventually, what we learn from our sources is that Anjali told her friend that she would like to drive the scooty, and her friend, in fact, sat behind her on that scooty.
The victim in pink, her friend in red, together on a scooty after they left the hotel and before the wreck. The friend drove it and the victim rode pillion. They swapped the seats sometime later, and when the crash occurred, the victim's friend fled the scene. Police recorded her statement. 2 days later,
जो पीसीआर जो एमपीवीज का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो भी 1200 से ज्यादा होगा और मोटरसाइकिल भी लगभग 2000 से ज्यादा 2074 मोटरसाइकिल्स भी पूरे दिल्ली में गश्त करेंगी.
Tall claims about policing in the capital city ahead of the new year fell flat. Humanity too slipped into hibernation in raucous celebrations for the new year. With Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, a key player in a way in this entire gruesome incident is the friend of Anjali. She, remember, was pillion riding on that scooter when it was hit and then simply escaped or ran away. India Today's Crime Bureau Chief Arvind Ojha tracked down the 20-year-old victim's friend. The friend rode pillion, as I said, with the victim, fled the scene of the accident soon after. Nidhi has broken her silence now on what unfurled and why did she flee the accident site.
जब न्यूज में जैसा कि आपने बताया देखा आपने कि इतना दर्दनाक हादसा हुआ है 12 से 13 किलोमीटर दूर घसीट कर लड़की को ले गया तो आपने एक बार भी पुलिस को जानकारी देने की कोशिश.
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी. मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा. मुझे जो ठीक लगा मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए. बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा. मैं अपने घर पे मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया. उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए. उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा.
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे. अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई तो उसके बाद एक दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती.
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी. मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं. मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए. एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं. मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं. कुछ नहीं समझ में आया तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया. ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उस दौरान मैं बच गई. किस्मत इतनी अच्छी मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार हो.
I want to raise today critical issues that this story raises. Issues of policing in this country, indeed in the national capital. Safety for women at night, the nature of hit and run accidents that seem to take place on a regular basis in this country, civic apathy, where citizens don't stand up to help someone who is in distress. These are questions we will raise. Kalpana Vishwanath is an activist and looks at urban safety issues. She joins us. Vikram Singh is former DG of Uttar Pradesh and someone who is, as a police officer, seen many a crime. Meghna Pant is an author and activist based in Mumbai. But in my studio at the moment are 4 of our fellow anchor colleagues, each of whom travels home late in the night in the national capital and therefore will have their own stories to tell. Soumya Saxena, Nabila Jamal, Aishwarya Paliwal, Anisha Mathur. I want to start with all of you and I'm also going to play out stories because they spent last night on the streets of Delhi and tried to find out for themselves how safe or unsafe it is. Anisha, why don't you start off? As a young woman, professional, you go home at night, presumably after 9 p.m. Do you go home feeling a sense of foreboding or do you feel completely safe on the streets of Delhi?
Well, Rajdeep, to answer your question, it depends on what time I'm going home and how I'm going home. If I'm going home early enough to hit traffic and go home, then I'm safe. If it's post 10 p.m., as a Delhiite, as someone who's grown up in the city, who's grown up for the last 10 years covering the city, I know which are the areas I shouldn't be going to alone, what are the kind of precautions I need to take. And more importantly, I also have a sense of which are the safe zones, which are the places where I might presumably get help if I really needed to. But then we as journalists live a very different life from a different person who's out on the road late at night in Delhi.
Okay, Soumya Saxena, you were very angrily telling me before the show about how you felt unsafe every time you go home.
So if you're driving alone, say at 11 or something, there are chances that, you know, someone sees you driving alone. And then there would be like walking behind you, try to stop your car. And once even 2 men, you started following me on a motorbike. Now imagine at that moment, my car breaks down, right? What am I supposed to do? Who do I call? How do I take help?
I am so dependent on the males of my house at that time to give them a call and tell them, please aa jaiye, help kar dijiye. Where do I go? Where's the police? I mean, I can't tell you that incident. It was really jarring.
You had two people on a motorcycle following you.
Till the time I actually reached my home and told the security guard, ki, dekho bhaiya, ye log meko follow kar rahe hain, do something. And when he stepped, you know,
there were no
them,
cops on the road?
Nothing. I was trying to see if I can get help from somewhere. I even called my home, listen, I'm coming, just be ready in case. Because they kept following me. They kept making, you know, things like these gestures, and it was very bad.
Nabila, you were out on the streets yesterday.
Yeah.
What did you feel? What did you see? What did you feel? You're a Bengaluru girl coming to Delhi. Do you feel far more unsafe here than you were ever in Bengaluru when you go home at night?
Yeah, I mean, most definitely Bangalore is a much safe city, and even I was just sharing with someone that even on a random Tuesday there is a drink and drive check. But you are talking about a national capital, and we did a recce of the city last night. Not a single drink and drive checkpoint or even police bandobast in the most posh localities, which ideally you would believe will have high security.
What time was this?
Like your Vasant Kunj, the Mehrauli area where the murder took place of Shraddha, there was hardly any police presence. There was a bandobast barricading, but no police officers were sitting inside.
What time was this?
This was at 1 a.m.
1 a.m.
Yeah, so God forbid any incident happened, there's really nobody to go to help. And there's no female officer, women officers, police officers are not deployed anywhere. So we are talking about a city double the size of Bangalore, but police presence smaller than Bangalore.
Aishwarya, you were also on the road. What did you see?
You will not believe it, Rajdeep. I was near the Dhaula Kuan flyover, which is a defense area. You know, Delhi Cant is very close by. We were standing on the road, which was opposite a police booth. There was also a PCR van, barely 20 meters away. The car kept on standing there for good 45 minutes. In fact, we also tried to move it backward and forward. We kept on doing that because we just thought, you know, maybe something, if the cops inside the booth, in case they see that there is some activity going on, they might just cross the road and come and check. They did not. When we confronted them after good 45 minutes, they said, had there been an accident, we would have jumped and, you know, we would have been on the spot. I asked them, how do you know what was happening in the vehicle? How do you define an accident? And God forbid, if something was actually happening in the vehicle, you would have been sitting inside your booth. And this is exactly what got captured on our camera. They kept on sitting inside. The only movement I could see, the two policemen stepping out of the booth, going and speaking with the person who was sitting in the PCR van, but they did not cross the road, did not check on what was happening in the vehicle.
Let's play some of those sequences of some of our young women colleagues last night who spent, as you can see on the screen, late after midnight, they were out on the street just to check, to do a reality check of what it is like on the streets of Delhi. Take a look at this story.
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ जी।
It's okay. If you, I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस.
If you want comfortable, I can.
No, I'm sorry. I'm okay. Thank you. हेलो क्या
किथे जा रहे हो?
खड़ी हूँ. क्या
जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं.
रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ. निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं. उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे. लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है. और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं. लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ?
As I said, we'll play many of those ground reports for you. we've heard 4 voices from women here in Delhi. I want to come for a moment to Meghna, because you're based in Mumbai. Do you feel much safer at night if you were to travel in Mumbai? Mumbai is seen generally as a safer city for women.
Rajdeep, absolutely. In fact, on New Year's Eve, I drove back alone at 11:30 in the night, and I was completely safe. And I've been driving in Mumbai alone late at night, sometimes even 3 a.m., 4 a.m. from work or from a party. And I've never faced a single incident that has scared me or, sort of told me that I should not venture out at night. But this is Mumbai, and I think I consider myself extremely lucky. And I'll tell you, I speak for every woman in India when I say this, that we have spent every second of our life trying not to get raped, trying not to get molested, trying not to get killed by men all around us. So it's literally a matter of luck that what happens to Ankita Singh or what happened to Shraddha Walkar, what happens to Jyoti Singh has not happened to each and every woman in India. So I think the only thing that distinguishes us is not even, it's not education, it's not your, your societal status, your economic status, none of that distinguishes you. The only reason why we are alive and these women are dead is a matter and stroke of luck. And that's all I can say, because we have lived every single moment, and ask any woman in India, in fear all the time.
Kalpana Vishwanath, you look at urban safety. Do you believe that this is a peculiar problem to North India? Do you believe that this is where women will feel more unsafe? Let's also be clear, it could well have been a man on that pillion who would have been hit and dragged 12 kilometers. So there is a question of safety in general. Do you believe, though, that women in particular are even more vulnerable, more unsafe in North India, possibly?
Rajdeep, I think certainly we are seeing that cities like Mumbai or even Kolkata and Bangalore, as your reporter has talked about, seem to be safer, which is not to say, as Meghna also says, that women across the country feel insecure when they are out. Fear is a constant companion for women if we're out after dark. I think that's something that I would say not just in India, but in many parts of the world. So I think this is there is definitely a gender dimension to it, that if you step out after dark, the city is much more hostile towards you than it is towards men. But having said that, your question, this particular case, it could have been a man, I agree. I think there are 2-3 things which are extremely disturbing about this case. One is the complete callousness and insensitivity of those men in the car. I don't care how drunk they were. You cannot have so little value for a human life that it means nothing to you. You can just leave a body lying there and just drive off. The second thing is, it was New Year's Eve night. I cannot believe there was not more policing. It was not an ordinary night. You expect there to be drunken driving on the 31st night, on first morning. You are expecting that there's going to be brawls, there's going to be problems on the street. So I would have expected there to be much more policing, especially on that night. It wasn't just any night. So I think these 2 things are deeply disturbing. You did bring up your reporters being out. It's shocking, but it is not surprising. As a woman, if you stand out at night, and certainly in Delhi, at night, cars and autos and two-wheelers will stop because they presume that you may be available. So I think there is a problem in the male attitude, in the way that women are viewed. And I think this is something we need to take very seriously, along with urban safety. The problem is people. Why is a woman just seen as a prey by men in this country? I think something that is increasingly disturbing.
When you speak of people, and we'll come to that in a moment, just the people in the air, not just those driving the car, but eyewitnesses, even the friend who was on the pillion, simply going away, leaving Anjali virtually dead and dragged to her death. But Vikram Singh, you're hearing these voices. We could have played this 10 years ago and these would have been the same voices. Lots has changed in this country. What hasn't at times is concepts of urban safety for women. And policing and police patrolling, far from being enhanced, in some dark corners of our cities seems actually to have got reduced. Would you agree with that? I had Kiran Bedi on my show, who believes that this decentralized police patrolling model doesn't work.
Mr. Sardesai, I have a little more dimension to add. It has been most disconcerting to hear the experiences of the likes of Miss Kalpana, Miss Meghna, and your wonderful reporters. If these ladies feel insecure every minute, it's a shame on you, it's shame on me, it's a shame on all the police, the entire police force in the country. I wish we could have put up a better show. But yes, I know those ladies who were around 12, 13 years of age when Nirbhaya happened, there was a show and I asked them, how many feel more secure after it? Everybody said we were as insecure today as we were in when the Nirbhaya case happened. Nothing has changed. To the contrary, Nirbhaya fund in Maharashtra is used for the security of MLAs. It has not been used, misused or underutilized or not utilized at all. Then the number of women police officers that are supposed to be recruited as prosecutors, that is a matter of detail. In respect of what Madam Bedi said, I agree with that. But yes, the mindset, the police station is not a boys' club. What happens to any woman should be a concern for each and every police officer from a constable right up to the DGP and the police commissioner. And what happened in Delhi on the eve of the New Year's is also how not to do a thing. They behaved, the police officer on duty behaved like a defense advocate, diluting the charges, not responding to 22 calls from Deepak Dahiya, who was an eyewitness, patrol cars not reaching, the body being dragged right across the area of Fort Police Station and the jurisdiction of 25 patrol cars. Do you for 1 minute understand that the claim was that Delhi would be made and fortified like a cantonment? Chhavni mein tabdeel kar denge. Is this the way you convert a chhavni? Is this what independent India is for, that the fate of the deceased Anjali? And of course, the less said, the better about the friend. We will talk about it later. But the fact of the matter is the manner in which the police conducted themselves. I would have expected that those who did not respond to the calls, those who diluted charges should have been placed into suspension right away. And those who were responsible for the correct registration, proper medical examination of those in the car should also be placed into suspension. But look at the response. They say, we will take action once the inquiry is over. There's something known as prima facie evidence, and there's abundant evidence, Mr. Rajdeep Sardesai, that they should be placed into suspension, if not dismissed from service.
Those are strong words. Let's play out another sequence to get a sense of just what, as I said, women can go through in the night. Take a look at another of our women colleagues last night as she traveled the streets of Delhi post-midnight.
Heart of Delhi in Connaught Place, there seems to be a reasonable amount of police deployment. At midnight, cars are being checked, especially those which have just a single male or a couple of male drivers. The police is looking into all the cars that are going past this particular barricading spot. Delhi University's North Campus right now, and I'm walking down the Vishwavidyalaya Marg, which is the arterial road in the Delhi University area. And as you can see around us, no street light at this moment is working on this road, even though this is right next to the Delhi Ridge, and this is the road that goes towards the colleges of Delhi University's North Campus. At the same time, we have not seen even a single patrol vehicle or a police personnel or any sort of barricading anywhere from civil lines till the Delhi University's North Campus area, even though this area is normally said to be a security zone since there are a large number of students living in the area. But for the last several minutes, we have not seen any police patrols or any other security arrangements in Delhi University's North Campus.
Your experiences with the police, how have you found, if you've ever reached out to the police, how have you found them in the national capital? I mean, have you felt...
Any ठंड लगती है. That's precisely what the police told me when I asked him, sir, आप चौकी के अंदर बैठे हो, बाहर तो आप बैरिकेड रख के आप अंदर बैठे हो. मैडम, हम भी इंसान हैं, हमें भी ठंड लगती है. तो हम हीटर फिक्स कर रहे थे.
Which is not untrue.
Not at all. And then you had the other reporter spotted a couple of police officers sleeping fast asleep in the night. I mean, what can you say? I seriously believe that this isn't systematic. It's a problem within the system. They are understaffed and overworked. That's got to be fixed. And when you talk about the Indian mentality, it's not new. It seeped in within the Indian mindset that if you're a girl who's wearing makeup, dressed well, out in the night, then you're out there with a mission and purpose, willing to sell yourself.
No, I'm just wondering whether any of the police officers told you that आप यहाँ क्या कर रही हैं रात को देर रात क्यों you know?
Actually, not last night, but this is something we've heard not last night, but over the years. We're journalists. We're out at all sorts of places, all sorts of times. And while आप यहाँ क्यों हो may not have been a question that was asked last night because, you know, we're doing a reality check. They're also very well aware of why we're asking them questions. But there has been an incident where I actually had to go and ask the police for help at one point, and the straight up answer was, "Ma'am, आपको FIR काहे को करानी है? आप भीड़ में क्यों गए थे?" And this is when I'm a reporter on duty carrying a mic ID saying, "I'm a reporter, I've been harassed, do something." The problem is that the police simply says, "Ma'am, there is so much happening, we're so overburdened. CCTV footage है नहीं है, पता नहीं है." No, who is monitoring? The question is, who is monitoring?
I don't think it's a priority for them. If you are out at a certain time, then the responsibility lies with you, period. There is where the buck stops. In case something happens, the onus is on you. They have a lot of reasons they will give us. Also, in my case, he said, had there been an accident, we would have, you know, crossed the road.
Also, they're very judgmental. You go to them about something, the first thing they'll ask is, "Madam, आप जानती हैं क्या? आपका boyfriend है क्या? कुछ चक्कर है क्या?" That's what we hear from them most of the time. And many of the women
it's so easy to tarnish the woman. Unfortunately, that's what it comes down to.
It's not just, of course, done by police officers. Politicians also do it. When some of their remarks that they make after such incidents take place in this country. But, you know, there is another aspect that is extremely troubling. The manner in which there were very few people out there willing to help Anjali. She was being dragged for 12 kilometers and everyone seemed to stand by. There were eyewitnesses. Her friend runs away for reasons that are frankly completely inexplicable in a way, or she was just simply too frightened. Meghna, you know, you get a sense that citizens don't want to get involved, particularly in hit-and-run accidents. They want to just stay away from it all. Each person is left to his or her own devices to in a way, protect herself.
You know, Rajki, the problem is a narrative that we've been led to believe is that women's bodies are sites of violence. And only the most rarest of rare cases, the most brutal of brutal crimes, is what awakens our nation's conscience every once in 2-3 months. Otherwise, we are completely dead to badly raised men who have absolutely no fear of the system. And this is the fault not just of the perpetrators, the direct perpetrators, but also the fault of the judiciary, the police, you know, the politicians, like you mentioned, who are making these kind of, you know, loose statements, the parents who are raising their children badly. And I think even in countries, if you look at the most sexist or non-democratic countries like Saudi and you know, North Korea, they behead men for even looking at women. They castrate them.
But the point I'm making, and all of you can, you know, would you, if you were, God forbid, on the street outside on a dark street at midnight, and someone in front of you, there's a hit-and-run accident and someone's lying on the road, will you try and help or not? I want to know, or will you simply not want to get involved?
As a journalist,
be
I
honest.
will surely help, but it's not unknown that you get tangled in legal hurdles, and it's scary. For a common man to get into a case, you have to act as a witness. They'll call you 100 times, and if the man who's the perpetrator is influential, then gone is your case.
They will start asking you. We had to deal with what were you doing during that time?
Court judgments, policy decisions saying that, you know what, if there is a good Samaritan, do not harass them. Why is there a requirement for a policy decision or a court observation to come on this, that if there is a good Samaritan, please don't harass them? Because it is the stark reality. We've had campaigns in Delhi that if you see something, say something. If you see an accident, please go help. They had to introduce a policy. Why? Because there is so much apathy.
Because we've seen in the last week 2 very different instances. In the case of Rishabh Pant, the cricketer who was, you know, also found himself in a very tragic road accident, near fatal accident, was helped by a bus driver. And we've seen what's happened here with Anjali dragged for 12 kilometers and no one doing a thing. Kalpana, do you believe that people simply are too fearful of the law and don't want to get involved in any of this, or is there just a general sense of callousness?
Rajdeep, I mean, I don't know if you remember, 10 years ago when the Jyoti Singh case happened, she and her boyfriend were left on the side of the road for nearly an hour. So cars passed by, let alone stop, just phone the police, call 100. Even that, there is this complete lack of interest, lack of any civic, sort of sense of duty that can I make a difference? Now that's one side of it, and I think there is a problem. I don't know if it's primarily a Delhi problem. I don't know enough about other cities, but I do know in Delhi that people tend to turn away and not help. The other side of it, since you brought up the Rishabh Pant case also, I think Rajdeep, we do need to look at the issue of our roads and the fact that India is among the highest in the world in fatalities with road accidents. We have roads, we don't have laws that are sort of put to this thing. People drive very fast. We're having road accident deaths of people on our roads every single day. And I think this is going to become a very big problem in our country. It's growing only every day. Yeah.
I'm going to speak in a moment on drunken driving, but we spoke also earlier to one of those eyewitnesses, Deepak. And we began by asking Deepak, आपको कब शक हुआ कि कुछ प्रॉब्लम है? आपने कब पुलिस को बुलाया? Listen into what he said.
जैसे साहब वो गाड़ी भी राउंड बाई राउंड घूम रही थी और उसके साथ साथ जैसे पहले चक्कर में तो मैं उसको ये समझ गया मैं चलो एक्सीडेंट किसी से भी हो सकता है होगा, ये अटक गई है या एक्सीडेंट के चलते अंदर फंस गई है और ये जा रही है, चलो जा रही है तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। उस टाइम तक तो मैं भी समझ गया कि शायद एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, लेकिन फिर वो जैसे आगे से तकरीबन 10 मिनट के बाद रिटर्न घूम के आई है मेरी दुकान के सामने 3:30 पे साहब। तो उस टाइम में फिर बात कुछ अलग दिमाग में आई। मैंने जिस बीच में अपने पीसीआर से मेरी बात हो चुकी थी और मैंने उसी पीसीआर को दोबारा कॉल किया, वहाँ जनाब ये तो गाड़ी दोबारा घूम के हमें अपनी दुकान के सामने आ गई है और ये कुतुबगढ़ साइड से अब खंडावला साइड जा रही है। स्पीड उसकी वही थी, तकरीबन 20 से 25 की स्पीड में चल रही है गाड़ी। तो बोला हाँ ठीक है हम वहीं आ रहे हैं आपकी साइड। माँ ठीक है साहब। तो मैंने इतना सुनने के बाद माँ चलो जनाब आ ही रहे हैं, पीसीआर आ रही है, तो मैंने अपनी स्कूटी उठाई और उसका पीछा करने के लग गया मैं। जैसे खंडावला साइड गाड़ी जा रही है तो मैं भी खंडावला साइड चल रहा हूँ। तकरीबन अपनी दुकान से 2-2.5 किलोमीटर आगे जाके खंडावला से पहले राज सिंह मॉल है, उसके सामने से उसने फिर से गाड़ी को यू टर्न घुमा दिया दोबारा और फिर खंडावला से कुतुबगढ़ साइड गाड़ी चल पड़ी है।
This is an eyewitness in the case. Vikram Singh, it seems likely that the accused in this case were drunk. It was New Year's Day. And there's a sense that in some parts of the country, you can still get away with drunk driving. Look at certain countries in the West where no one will dare to drink and drive because the law will ensure that they will throw the law book at you. In India, a lot of people believe they can actually get away with drinking and driving. Is there something in the policing system that needs to change, or it needs to just change in the attitudes of people that they've got to be conscious you cannot drink and drive in India?
Mr. Sardesai, law is very unsparing. We have any number of laws. The Motor Vehicle Acts have been revised. We also have the Samaritan clause given by the Supreme Court. But the good Samaritans are even harassed even today, the hospitals, by the police and all across. The road accidents are multiple times that of murder statistics in the country and a very critical situation. And majority of such cases happen because of drunk driving. There are provisions that, yes, drunk driving, and in this case also, the accused said they had 2 bottles of liquor during the course of this drive. Now, 2 bottles among 5%, you can well imagine. I'm a teetotaler, but I'm given to understand if it to translate to almost 5 pecks per person, presuming that it was equitable distribution. And in this level of intoxication, to presume either they were guided by the lawyer to give the statement, or in any case, the breath analyzer tests, the alcohol testing systems are not in function. The Doppler radars to check the speeding are not in position. And the less said, the better. We all only have CCTVs on the national highways, but that is too little, coming too late. What we need is a system of checks and balances, especially when there is an occasion like the New Year's Eve, then almost every such boisterous car or single male or a double male going they should be checked. That is what the security proceedings are all about. Nakas, security was checking, and other such checks and balances. Nothing seems to have been in position. But yes, Mumbai is a shade better than Delhi. Chennai and Hyderabad also would score much better than Delhi. But Delhi, with all its inputs and the focus, has come out in absolutely abysmally low scores. And the checking part, I'm very sorry to say, as Jamila probably said, that the policeman said that he's feeling cold. A policeman is supposed to be expected to be a man of steel. And if he's such a sissy that he cannot bear 10 degrees centigrade of temperature, then he should go elsewhere and seek better opportunities in any other
Because one of
occupation.
the changes that was supposed to take place after Nirbhaya was to ensure CCTV footage, CCTV cameras in every possible space, improve quality of street lighting, and also ensure more police personnel. Now, on all those three fronts, there are question marks that are continuously even now raised about the quality. But let's take a look at one more ground report of what we saw on the streets of Delhi.
It's almost 1:15 in the morning and we are on the streets of the national capital to figure out how safe is the capital for women. We are near a very prominent place which is called the Dhaula Kuan, and you will be able to see, I'll show you, a police booth and a PCR van. We will now stop here for almost 15 minutes to do a reality check whether the policemen who are sitting inside the police booth, do they step out to see what's happening in this car which is stationed right outside the police booth for almost 15 minutes. On the other side is a PCR van, barely 20 meters away from this police booth. We will now try to figure out whether the policemen will come out to at least investigate what's happening in this car which is parked for more than 15 minutes right outside the booth on the other side of the road, or whether they let the car be and they do not come and do any kind of inspection. This is a reality check in Dhaula Kuan. It's been almost 15 minutes. It's 1:30 in the clock and no police personnel has actually bothered to step out of the police booth and to check what's happening in this vehicle which is standing right opposite, bang opposite the police booth and the PCR van. We have been staying here. We have been here for almost 15 minutes trying to garner the attention, trying to make sure that the police personnel come and check what exactly is happening in the vehicle. Nothing has been happening. They have only been walking from the police booth till the PCR van and back. This clearly points towards the fact that the Delhi police personnel, the security, those people who need to make sure people in the national capital are secure, are not stepping out of the comfort zones and are not checking for things.
Okay, so let me, in conclusion, ask you, you're all going home tonight, presumably? Feeling safer or not safer?
No, where else will we go?
No?
Not safe.
Going home alone?
Yeah, we all go home alone. We don't have, what option do we have? Do we sit at home? Do we stop going out?
Or do we just tell the men in our house to come and pick us and drop us all the time because we are
I think as women, unfortunately.
Do the people in your house worry about it till you come home? Are they worried every night?
Of course. Of course, if I'm going home, say in an Uber or in the metro, chances are my mother would have called me at least 3 times. Office se nikli, kahan pahunchi, tere ko metro station se leke
You feel safe in an Uber?
Again, depends on the time. If it's 6 p.m, yeah, sure. If it's 11 p.m, I'll be on the phone either with a friend or with my mother. Acha, main yahan pahunch gayi. Acha, main yahan pahunch gayi. We live in a world where we are required to check in with somebody just to tell the Uber driver, mera koi track कर रहा है.
But that honestly is in every city, Rajdeep. Even in Bangalore, if I have to get on an Uber midnight, I'm a little worried. But that's why the onus falls to the police. When you know there are instances like this and areas that are sensitive where attacks like this have happened, like for example Mehrauli, barely any police presence despite it being the place where the Nirbhaya incident happened and the Aftab's incident happened. Shraddha, no police bandobast.
Family gets really worried at night if I'm, coming after 11, especially. My mom keeps calling me each 10 minutes to know where, have I reached. Once I even asked her, what's the thing? Why do you keep calling me? She's like, no, I need to know your location every 10 minutes because in case your phone switches off or in case you're not reaching, at least I know what was your last point. That's her answer. And
so the onus of keeping a phone charged is also on us now because see, I think those who are away, those who are not in the situation, they are rightly worried. So if something happens like this to say, any of our friends, we would also be worried.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there.
And I have one caveat.
Yes.
It's sad that unfortunately the men who want to help and are genuine on the streets, I think women have lost faith. Women have lost faith in the nice, good men as well.
Okay.
I don't go to a police when I'm in trouble because I don't know what will the police be like.
Okay, let's leave it there. I wanted to listen to multiple voices. I've listened to them, Kalpana, Meghna, Vikram Singh and my 4 colleagues in the studio. I hope we can do something about urban safety for women, urban safety in general. If you really want to be a 21st century metropolis, you've got to focus on safety above all else. And I hope that instances like this wake up those who have been in slumber for much too long. Thank you all very much for joining me and go home safely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's turn from there to our top political story, which today comes from Karnataka, where Karnataka BJP chief and MP Nalin Katil courted controversy after he told party cadres not to focus on sewage and road issues in the forthcoming elections of Karnataka, but instead combat love jihad, saying those who wanted to take on love jihad should vote for the BJP. The Congress claims that the BJP is playing divisive politics ahead of the Karnataka elections. Here's a report.
Forget development. Focus on issues like love jihad. That is the message from Karnataka BJP President and Dakshina Kannada MP Nalin Kumar Katil to party cadres ahead of the elections this year.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನೀವು ರಸ್ತೆ ಮೋರಿ ಚರಂಡಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ವಿಷಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡಬೇಡಿ ವೇದವ್ಯಾಸ ಹೋದಾಗ ಕೈ ಎತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ನಳಿನ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ನಕ್ಕು ನಿಮಗೇನು ಬಂಗಾರ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಬದುಕಿನ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಬೇಕು ಲವ್ ಜಿಹಾದಿಯನ್ನು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಜನತಾ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ.
The Lok Sabha MP made the statement while addressing party workers as part of BJP's Booth Vijaya Abhiyan in Bengaluru on Monday. The Congress, which is trying to corner the BJP government in the state over issues like corruption, has accused the BJP of divisive politics.
They are not looking at development, they are looking at hatredness, they are looking at dividing the country. That is why we are only looking at development. We want what people get.
When they fail to do anything which people wanted, they divert towards the communal agenda. That is their normal practice and they are at it.
Katil's remarks come at a time when potholes have become death traps in Bengaluru, putting the Basavaraj Bommai government in the dock. Data from the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways show Bengaluru is among the top 3 cities for deaths due to road accidents.
The Congress has criticized the statement of BJP State President Nalin Kumar Katil on love jihad. They allege that BJP in the state of Karnataka is concentrating on divide and rule rather than development. With video journalist Shivu Sagayaraj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
Let's take a break at this point. When we return, tonight's ground report, which comes from Narayanpur in Chhattisgarh, where churches and Christian groups are facing targeted attacks. We'll be back in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise. Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's ground report that comes from Chhattisgarh, where communal tension has spiked after a group of tribals attacked churches in Narayanpur on Monday, protesting against alleged conversions. Christian tribals now claim that they are being evicted from the village for resisting Ghar Wapsi. The police have arrested 7 people, including a district leader of the BJP, for the attacks on churches. It's tonight's ground report.
The church under attack in Chhattisgarh. Around 2 p.m. on Monday, a mob allegedly led by the Adivasi Samaj, an outfit working amongst tribals, barged into Catholic church in Narayanpur. Armed with sticks and sharp weapons, the mob went berserk, smashing chairs and breaking windows. CCTV footage from the church shows how the security personnel, outnumbered by the mob, fled the scene as crowds forced themselves through the gate. The church claims that they suffered losses worth 25 lakh rupees. The attackers allegedly looted 4.5 lakh rupees from the priest's residence.
This is very unexpected, quite unexpected. We could never dream that such an incident will happen in the town of Narayanpur, because it's very close to the Prashasan, the administration, district administration. Still it happened. So it is a matter of pain more than reactions.
When the attack was taking place, around 1,000 children were present at the Vishwadipti High School, located adjacent to the church. Brij Mohan and Meena Ramteke are posted as teachers there. The mob also targeted Brij Mohan's home.
किस तरह का डैमेज और आपके घर में हुआ है, क्योंकि आप ज़्यादा अच्छे से बेहतर एक्सप्लेन कर पाएंगे. हम किचन से होके आए अभी. ये जो मेन हॉल है यहाँ पे हम देख सकते हैं, यहाँ पे कैशियो पूरा तोड़फोड़ कर दिया गया है. ये मुझे अंदेशा लग रहा है बेडरूम है. बाकी आप अगर जरा
जी, ये जो है एक मेरा बेटे का रूम है और यहाँ पे बेड था, कूलर थे और एक छोटा अलमारी था. और एक्चुअली मैडम ये हाउस जो है अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है, पूरा कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ है, तो कुछ टाइल्स वगैरह रखे थे, उसको भी तोड़ दिया गया.
After vandalizing the Catholic church, the mob moved towards Shantinagar area in Narayanpur, targeting 3 more churches. Many security personnel were injured in the mayhem. Narayanpur SP Sadanand Kumar suffered head injuries.
एक टीम को स्कूल की तरफ भेज करके उस बच्चों को मैदान की तरफ भेज दिया ताकि सभी बच्चे सुरक्षित हो जाए, और वो सिचुएशन और स्टाफ जो है तो उनको फिर मॉब को कंट्रोल करना शुरू किया और मॉब को धीरे धीरे वहाँ से निकालना शुरू किया.
Christian tribals alleged that BJP district president Roop Se Salam was leading the mob. The police have booked Salam for attempt to murder and other charges.
कल जो पुलिस द्वारा यथासंभव जो क्षेत्र की जो खासतौर पर जो बच्चे लोग के जान माल की रक्षा करने के हिसाब से कार्रवाई की गई थी. यदि नहीं किया हो तो फिर और कोई बड़ी वारदात का अंजाम हुआ होगा. इन सब परिस्थिति को ध्यान में रखकर हमने कार्रवाई किया है.
BJP's prominent tribal face, Kedar Kashyap, however, accuses the Congress of provoking the violence.
लगातार हमारे आदिवासी समाज इस बात का विरोध कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर बिना कोई उसके ये ईसाई मिस्त्रियाँ लगातार अपना धर्मांतरण कर रही हैं और लगातार यहाँ पर हमारे समाज को तब्दील करने की कोशिश कर रही हैं. हमारी जो परंपरागत जो रीति रिवाज है, हमारे जो मेले मंडैयाँ हैं, इन सब को ख़त्म करने की कोशिश, साजिश ये पूरी सरकार के माध्यम से सरकार के संरक्षण में हो रहा है.
The tension between Christian and Hindu Adivasi communities began 3 months ago when several families were driven out of their villages and denied funeral rites for allegedly refusing to convert to Hinduism. 130 families were rehabilitated by the state government. The Adivasi Samaj, on the other hand, is accusing evangelists of converting tribals to Christianity. Additional security forces are deployed to the area to maintain peace. Bureau Report, India Today.
Troubling story there from Narayanpur. I want to end tonight with our Get Real India story, because today marks the 192nd birth anniversary of Savitri Bai Phule, one of the most remarkable reformers and activist of her time, the mother of, in a way, education for the girl child. She set up a school for women in India in the 19th century. Today, while all the politicians were paying their respects to Savitri Bai Phule, the fact is the school that she set up in Pune lies in shambles, and several people are now demanding the restoration of the site. It's so much easier to tweet your respects or to build a statue than actually build a school. Tonight's report from Pankaj Khelkar is a reminder to our netas. If you want to honor Savitri Bai Phule's legacy, start with helping rebuild the school that she first set up for young children. Think about it. Stay well, stay safe. Good night, Shubhratri. Jai Hind, Namaskar.
This is a Pune landmark. India's first school for women, set up by Savitri Bai Phule, a feminist icon known as the mother of education. 175 years after she set up the school, the building is now in shambles.
Here you can see the condition of the place is in dilapidated state. Anywhere, anytime, this Vada, which is already in crumbling state, might collapse. Some part of the Vada has already collapsed. Now here you can see the remains of the Vada.
Despite being designed as a heritage place in Pune city, the school lies in an abandoned state.
किसी भी परियोजना के लिए जो जमीन लगती है या जो भी संसाधन लगता है उसकी कीमत तो सरकार को देनी ही पड़ेगी और हमारा ये कहना है कि यहाँ के जो लोग हैं जो यहाँ पे एस्टेब्लिश्ड है उनके कोई अधिकार हम छीनना नहीं चाहते ना सरकार छीने अगर छीनती है तो हम उनके साथ खड़े रहेंगे.
For the last 22 years, several organizations have protested against builders eyeing the historical site.
30 जनवरी तक यहाँ पे ज्येष्ठ नेता हमारे जो नेता है बाबा अडाव जी ने कहा है कि अगर ये राष्ट्रीय स्मारक डिक्लेयर करके काम नहीं शुरू होता है तो महाराष्ट्र के पूरे जन चौड़वन में काम करने वाले आंदोलनकारी सब एक साथ आके बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन हम लोग खड़ा करेंगे.
But despite repeated protests and long-drawn court hearings, any action to restore the first school ever for women in India is still pending.
People who are agitating, they have given an ultimatum that if the state government has announced and shown a will that this historic place will be converted into a monument, national monument, then efforts should be made. Else, from 31st of January, another agitation will take place. With Cameron Gopal Harne, this is Pankaj Khelkar in Pune for India Today.
Presented by धूल आए पर घर पे ना टिक पाए. Co-powered by SABIC, chemistry that matters. Co-powered by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India. Co-powered by Samsonite. Tested like Samsonite. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Raymond Techno, unrestrict yourself. Tata Punch, vibes with you. Minister Jaishankar goes viral again.
Because you are a diplomat doesn't mean you are untruthful. I could use much harsher words than epicenter. So believe me, considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word.
Again for smashing Western hypocrites. Shuts down dubious Austrian anchor. And smashes Pakistan and China. Is Jaishankar diplomacy's new smiling assassin? Jai Jaishankar insists on India first.
You're on India First with me, Shiv Arur. Let's get you straight to the top stories we're tracking. Anjali's friend who fled the accident site speaks exclusively and first to India today. Claims the accused were aware the 20-year-old was stuck under their vehicle. Protests erupt as Anjali's remains are brought back home. Pakistan faces biggest ever electricity crisis. Government to shut malls and markets by 8:30 p.m. to save power and over $273 million annually. Weeks after Tawang clash, India ramps up infrastructure along the China border. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh visits Arunachal to inaugurate 100-meter steel arch bridge. Captain Shiva Chauhan becomes the first woman officer to be deployed at the world's highest militarized zone on the Siachen Glacier. Captain Chauhan will be responsible for combat engineering tasks at that super high altitude battlefield. Beijing hits out over COVID-19 testing requirements on passengers from China after a dozen countries impose curbs, warns it could take countermeasures in response. And we've got some breaking news that we're starting with on the show. A bankrupt Pakistan is now literally out of power. Pakistan, get this, will now be shutting down its markets and all malls by 8:30 p.m., not later than that. Wedding venues will be closed by 10 p.m. And you're wondering why such a strict instruction that's been made officially by the government to save money. There's no money for electricity to run all these facilities. This night curfew will save the country around 62 billion Pakistani rupees, which is $273 million annually, says a totally flat broke Pakistan government. The decision was announced by Pakistan's Defence Minister Khwaja Asif amidst one of the biggest economic downturns that Pakistan has ever faced. The Defence Minister said that Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif had directed the concerned authorities to cut the usage of all electricity by all departments of the federal government of Pakistan by as much as 30%. Take a look at what the Pakistani Defence Minister said.
बर में मौजूद तमाम शादी हाल जो हैं 10 बजे जो है वो बंद हो जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह। मार्केटें जो है वो 8:30 बजे जो है वो बंद हो जाएंगी। ये 8 बजे पहले था। हमारी ताजर हजरात से जो है गुफ्तगू हुई, वो सारे उन्होंने मेहरबानी की। एक बड़ी डेलीगेशन सारे पाकिस्तान से यहाँ पे आई, प्राइम मिनिस्टर सेक्रेटेरिएट में उनसे मुलाकात हुई। तो उनमें बाज़ ने 9 कहा, बाज़ ने 8:30 कहा, बाज़ ने 9:30 कहा। बहरहाल हमने 8 से इसको 8:30 कर दिया। इस पॉलिसी से इस शादी हॉल, रेस्टोरेंट्स और मार्केटों के ये अगर टाइम ऑब्जर्व हों तो 62 अरब रुपए की बचत होगी। 62 अरब रुपए की बचत होगी।
I want to go across to our National Bureau Chief, Abhishek Bhalla, who's been tracking this story closely. Abhishek, we knew it was bad in Pakistan, but this is insane. Trying to cut down on electricity usage by 30%, closing off malls and offices by 8:30 p.m. What's going on?
The kind of measures that have been announced in Pakistan to conserve energy, look like some kind of a night curfew, what we were used to seeing during COVID pandemic. And a slew of measures have been announced, which include shutting down of markets by 8:30 p.m. Wedding halls have to close down by 10 p.m. And in fact, all government offices have been advised to cut down the use of electricity by 30%. Such is the impact on Pakistan's economy that such desperate measures have to be made. And in fact, there was a federal cabinet meeting where all these measures were discussed and later announced by the Defence Minister of Pakistan. And even that meeting was, held without electricity to send across a message to the people of Pakistan that it's extremely important for them to conserve as much energy and electricity is required. It's not just these curbs on markets and restaurants, but also, other measures that have been announced, like using electrical appliances that are most efficient. So clearly, desperate signs as far as Pakistan's economy and energy is concerned.
Just imagine not being able to use electricity in those facilities beyond 8:30 p.m. Pakistan stepping back, towards the Stone Age, an age that Pakistan is actually pretty familiar with in many of its provinces. But this is just sad. The entire world is facing a downturn, but Pakistan is just so completely broke, obviously because of its priorities and where it actually spends its money. You don't need me to spell it out for you. We wish the common innocent people of Pakistan the strength to bear these difficult times. External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar has slam dunked once again and gone viral all over the internet once again on his pet topic, what else but Pakistan. Speaking to a hypocritical Austrian national broadcast anchor asking him condescending questions, you've got to see how Minister Jaishankar gave it right back while making an important point. And of course, Jaishankar's gone viral all over again.
Considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word, because this is a country which has attacked the Parliament of India some years ago.
Every time he speaks, he goes viral. And External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar has done it again. This time in an interview to Austria's national broadcaster. Once again, his targets Pakistan and China. Launching yet another stinging attack on our hostile Western neighbor, Jaishankar called out Pakistan's nefarious business of exporting terror to India.
Believe me, considering what has been happening to us, I think epicenter is a very diplomatic word, because this is a country which has attacked the Parliament of India some years ago, which attacked the city of Mumbai, which went after hotels and foreign tourists, which every day sends terrorists across the border. If you control your sovereign space, which I believe they do, if the terrorist camps operate in broad daylight in cities with recruitment and financing, can you really tell me that the Pakistani state doesn't know what's going on?
One side bears all responsibility.
Jaishankar did not stop here. Next on the minister's target was Western hypocrisy, his other pet topic.
When we speak about judgments and principles, why don't I hear sharp European condemnation of these practices which have been going on for multiple decades? I think the world has to be concerned that there is terrorism going on, and the world often looks away. The world often feels it's not my problem because it's happening to some other country. I think the world needs to be concerned about how sincerely and strongly it takes up the challenge of terrorism.
And then, the big elephant in the room. a country Jaishankar is deeply familiar with from his time as ambassador there.
I think there's a larger concern which is based on our experiences. The concern is that we had agreements with China not to mass forces in our border areas. And they have not observed those agreements, which is why we have the currently tense situation that we do. We have seen levels of military pressure, which in our view has no justification.
Jaishankar is in Vienna on the second leg of his two-nation tour. But his remarks made across the world have been uniformly cutting and uniformly viral. Earlier in December 2022, chairing an event at the UN Security Council, Jaishankar had reminded Pakistan of what Hillary Clinton said about it.
If my memory serves me right, Hillary Clinton was visiting Pakistan, Islamabad. And Hina Rawani Khan was a minister at that time. And I think standing next to her, Hillary Clinton actually said that if you have snakes in your backyard, you can't expect them to bite only your neighbors. Eventually, they will bite the people who keep them in the backyard.
The minister has harvested a huge fan base online for his razor-sharp shutdowns of loaded questions from a largely ignorant Western media. But let's remember, Minister Jaishankar isn't just the clapback king. He is literally in the hot seat of India's foreign policy and therefore walks the talk. Bureau Report, India Today.
And that was the first big shutdown of 2023. But Minister Jaishankar has behind him a 2022 that was full of such shutdowns and clapbacks. When it came to Pakistan, the current Indian External Affairs Minister has been very pointed in his rebuttal each time. Whether in global forums or in public addresses, he's been outright and very tongue-in-cheek, very sarcastic. I'm going to go ahead and call him diplomacy's smiling new assassin. Take a look at what 2022 looked like, a la Jaishankar.
Hina Rawani Khan was a minister at that time, and I think standing next to her, Hillary Clinton actually said that if you have, I'm giving you the sense, it's not an exact quote, that if you have snakes in your backyard, you can't expect them to bite only your neighbors. Eventually, they will bite the people who keep them in the backyard.
The United Kingdom for With these scathing remarks, External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar exposed and shamed Pakistan on the global stage, hitting out at Pakistan Minister Hina Rawani Khan for linking India to the recent Lahore blasts. Jaishankar reminded them of former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton's advice to Islamabad.
But as you know, Pakistan is not great on taking good advice, and you see what's happening there. In terms of what they are saying, look, the truth is everybody, the world today sees them as the epicenter of terrorism. Now, I know we've been through 2.5 years of COVID, and a lot of us have brain fog as a result. But I assure you, the world has not forgotten, where does terrorism, who has their fingerprints over a lot of activities in the region and beyond the region.
Speaking to the media at the United Nations, Jaishankar put the onus on maintaining calm and peace in the region.
So my advice is, please clean up your act. Please try to be a good neighbor. Please try and contribute to what the rest of the world is trying to do today, which is economic growth, progress, development. So I hope through your channel that message goes through. We stand ready.
Jaishankar had earlier exposed Pakistan in the front of world leaders, putting the spotlight on Islamabad's role in terror attacks across the globe.
Lifestyle for environment. The world cannot afford attention deficits or tactical compromises. It is most of all for the Security Council to lead the global response in this regard. Today's briefing is another step in that direction. I thank you, and I now resume my duties as chair.
Rattled by the Indian minister's sharp attacks, Pakistan Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto had gone on a rant, targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I'd like to remind the Honourable Foreign Minister of the Minister for External Affairs of India that Osama bin Laden is dead. Rath lives. And he is the Prime Minister of India.
Within days, the External Affairs Minister of India responded to the jibe deftly.
I think my ministry has said very clearly what we think about what he said. So,
which is, I mean...
No, which is out there. I think we've said what we had to say.
Weren't you upset the way he spoke, the way he said everything that, talked of India and the way he talked about Prime Minister?
Well, let's put it this way. Our expectations levels with the Pakistanis are never very high.
And with that, he summarily dismissed the Pakistan smash attack attempt in typical Jaishankar style.
The biggest challenge for any Indian foreign minister has been, well, obviously our neighbours. They're so friendly, aren't they? And of course the border disputes as well, especially with Pakistan and China. Minister Jaishankar has been stern when needed, and he hasn't ever shied away from giving very strong replies, almost always from hypocritical, condescending Western journalists and Western anchors. Here's a report on how he dealt with the Chinese issue back in 2022.
External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar can converse in Chinese, and he understands China and its innards well enough. Months before the Tawang clash, his words were almost prophetic.
Right now, I think it's no secret we are going through a very difficult phase, and mainly because we have agreements with China going back to the 1990s, which prohibits bringing, massing troops in the border areas. They have disregarded that. You know what happened in Galwan 2 years ago. So that problem has not been resolved, and that is clearly casting a shadow.
The bureaucrat turned politician, Jaishankar led the pushback against Chinese leadership's contention that the standoff on the line of actual control should be put in its appropriate place, while the two countries take forward relations in other areas such as trade. He in fact maintained that the overall relationship cannot be normalized till there is peace and normalcy in the border areas.
Thank you, Madam.
And with that mindset at the UNGA summit in New York, he took a swipe at China for not blacklisting the terrorists.
The United Nations responds to terrorism by sanctioning its perpetrators. Those who politicize the UNSC 1267 sanctions regime, sometimes even to the extent of defending proclaimed terrorists, they do so at their own peril. Believe me, they advance neither their own interests nor indeed their reputation.
That wasn't his only point of attack on China. In September, China's aggressive posturing in Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific was the topic of hot debate. The Indian foreign minister made an oblique but a pointed comment at the global platform.
The Indo-Pacific too witnesses fresh concerns about its stability and its security. I bring to you...
And when it came to India's neighborhood, without mentioning China, he made his point on debt trap diplomacy clear.
Madam President, even while India contributes to global betterment, we recognize the sharp deterioration in the international landscape. The world is already struggling with challenges of post-pandemic economic recovery. The debt situation of the developing is precarious.
He was referring to Sri Lanka's peril to drive his point home while alerting the world of the dragon's devious designs.
But the one that really went viral was Minister Jaishankar's defense of India's decision to buy Russian oil when Ukraine was invaded last year. Since March, the last week of 2022, repeatedly at different platforms, the Indian External Affairs Minister has continued to defend India's decision without bowing down to gyan and political pressure from across the world. In fact, he went a few steps further to hold a mirror to the world regarding its duplicity, its divisive diplomacy, and its total brazen hypocrisy.
Ukraine was under attack, and the world, or rather America and its allies in Europe, were united in cornering Russia. Countries from Asia and Africa joined the wagon to condemn Russia's invasion. Other than the economic sanctions, there was very little that the West could do to push Vladimir Putin to back down. Because Putin had the key power to maneuver: energy. The West depended on it badly. European countries are dependent on Russia for gas, oil and coal to the tune of about $5 million to $1 billion every single day. For oil and gas, they still needed Moscow. Faced with severe criticism by Ukrainian President Zelensky, the European Union vowed to find alternate supplier for its oil and gas needs. Germany, for the first time, struck a deal with Qatar and the OPEC countries. It also suspended the new Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. But the summer was approaching. The peak demand for energy was yet to rise. Russian ruble was losing its shine in the market, and Putin needed to keep his economy going despite sanctions. He turned to Russia's old friends. China was swift to assist. The Dragon is one of the biggest markets for Russian oil, gas and coal after Europe. Its bilateral trade with Russia surged in the first quarter of the year by 28% from the previous year. India, the traditional friend of Russia since the Nehruvian age, remained neutral on the global platform. It was criticized for abstaining from voting when Russia was removed from the UNHRC. While China voted against it, along with 8 other Asian countries, received no criticism of the West. India bought more than twice as much crude oil from Russia in the 2 months since its invasion of Ukraine as it did in the whole of 2021. The West cried foul.
Deputy National Security Advisor was just in India recently in the last few weeks, conveying clearly what the consequences of violating sanctions would be and what the mechanisms are, and also making clear that that we do not think India should accelerate or increase imports of Russian energy and other commodities, even as obviously those decisions are made by individual countries, and also making clear that we stand ready to support India as in any efforts to diversify its imports and serve as a reliable supplier, even as they're only importing about 1 to 2% of their oil from India. So we have a range of ways to communicate and engage, and obviously sending our Deputy National Security Advisor is an example of that, but clearly our preference would be to have a confirmed ambassador in place.
Excellency. Indian Foreign Minister S Jaishankar did not mince words to defend his country's decision.
What looks almost like a campaign on this issue. Now, I was just reading a report today that in the month of March, Europe has bought, I think, 15% more oil and gas from Russia than it did the month before. If you look at the major buyers of oil and gas from Russia, I think you'd find most of them are in Europe. We ourselves get the bulk of our energy supplies from the Middle East, about 7.5%, 8% of our oil from the US. In the past, maybe less than 1% from Russia. When oil prices go up, I think it's natural for countries to go out into the market and look for what are good deals for their people. But I am pretty sure if we wait 2 or 3 months and actually look at who are the big buyers of Russian gas and oil, I suspect the list won't be very different from what it used to be, and I suspect we won't be in the top 10 on that list.
ये फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को उन्होंने कहा कि रूस से तेल ना खरीदो. उसने आगे से कहा तुम कौन होते हो मैं कहने वाले.
His response went viral on social media, so much so that ousted Pakistan Premier Imran Khan played that video during a rally in Lahore to target the Shehbaz Sharif government. What started in April 22 did not die there. Wherever and whenever possible, the West did not stop to poke at India, and each time it was Jaishankar retorting back in his classic, polite, diplomatic, yet determined style.
Europe has to grow out of the mindset that Europe's problems are the world's problems, but the world's problems are not Europe's problems. That if it is you, it's yours. If it is me, it's ours. I think that's something, and I see, reflections of that. Again, in terms of, there is a linkage today which is being made. A linkage between China and India and what's happening in Ukraine. So come on, guys. I mean, China and India happened way before anything happened in Ukraine. So the Chinese don't need a precedent somewhere else in the world on how to, engage us or not engage us, or be difficult with us or not be difficult with us. So as I said, I just see this as frankly a not very clever argument, a very self-serving one.
India continues to condemn Russian invasion of Ukraine. But when it came to its own domestic interests, Jaishankar and his team ensured that India First policy was true in every sense of the word, without bowing down to anyone or any country.
Not only on global platforms, S Jaishankar has been equally eloquent in his criticism of internal politics as well. Just recently, he was replying to Rahul Gandhi, also to Arvind Kejriwal. Not only sounded factual, but a seasoned politician with a diplomatic touch, and has that sheen of a career bureaucrat. In case you missed those viral clapbacks, take a look at this.
If we were in denial, how is the army out there? Because the army didn't go there because Rahul Gandhi asked them to go. The army went there because the Prime Minister of India ordered them to go.
Amid the raging Tawang tussle, External Affairs Minister S Jaishankar gave a stern reply to Congress MP Rahul Gandhi over his barbs on the government allegedly being soft on China. It was India Today's Indo-Japan conclave, and Jaishankar set the account straight, saying that only the Modi government has been tough in countering China.
Chinese deployments which...
Rahul Gandhi had earlier claimed that China regularly beats up Indian Jawans in Arunachal Pradesh. His remarks had come after the 2021 video surfaced showing Indian soldiers bashing the Chinese troops.
जो चाइना का थ्रेट है, और मुझे तो वो क्लियर, और मैं इसको अब 2-3 सालों से कह रहा हूं, वो बिल्कुल क्लियर है और सरकार उसको छुपाने की कोशिश कर रही है, सरकार उसको इग्नोर कर रही है, मगर उस थ्रेट को ना छुपाया जा सकेगा और ना इग्नोर किया जा सकेगा। उनका पूरा प्रिपरेशन चल रहा है, उनका लद्दाख की साइड और अरुणाचल की साइड पूरा ऑफेंसिव प्रिपरेशन चल रहा है। हिंदुस्तान की सरकार सोई हुई है।
Not only Rahul Gandhi, the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal too got a befitting reply from the External Affairs Minister.
Why are we rewarding China? That's Kejriwal's question.
You want a serious debate or you want a Kejriwal question? Because the two are very different. This is not a question of suddenly I have a difficult relationship with a country, how do I switch it off? I mean, that's why I said that's not a serious remark.
Whether at international relations or for domestic politics, S Jaishankar always has his facts correct and answers to the point.
Subramaniam Jaishankar was raised to be the stalwart diplomat that he is. His father, K. Subramaniam, the proponent of realpolitik and international diplomacy in India, famous for having written the Kargil Review Committee report. All through Jaishankar's career as a diplomat, he's been the strong hand that India has relied on confidently. In 3.5 years, as the External Affairs Minister handpicked by Prime Minister Modi, he's added eloquent grace to international politics representing India. Here's a quick look at the man and his life so far.
S Jaishankar will be 68 years old on 9th January. A career diplomat, today leads India in global platforms with an elan that very few thought he would be able to. When Sushma Swaraj became seriously ill in the summer of 2019, this soft-spoken, multilingual recruit of 1977 Indian Foreign Service was chosen to fill up the position of Minister for External Affairs. BJP, led by Narendra Modi, has just come back to power with a thumping majority for the second term, and many dismissed him as a poor attempt to fill in the stalwart Sushma Swaraj's shoes. Politically, he was a comparatively young minister. A year before he became the External Affairs Minister, he was Foreign Secretary for the Government of India, a post he served since his return as the Ambassador of India to the USA in 2015. In those 3 crucial years, he was the shadow to Sushma Swaraj and got mentored by her. With a master's and doctorate degree in international relations, S Jaishankar was the right person for India's diplomatic service. After joining Indian Foreign Service in 1977, at the age of 22 years, he served diplomatic assignments in embassies in Moscow, Colombo, Budapest and Tokyo. By birth a Tamilian, raised in Delhi, Jaishankar is fluent in his mother tongue, Hindi, English and learnt Russian during his stint in Moscow. Later, he picked up some Hungarian, conversational Chinese and Japanese. Subramaniam Jaishankar met his counterpart Kyoko in Tokyo, with whom he not only shares his life but also his birthday. Together, they are proud parents of 3 well-established children, Dhruv, Arjun and Medha. The induction of Jaishankar as a cabinet minister at a juncture when Sino-US relations were getting increasingly complex at the global stage, throwing a number of challenges on key areas, especially on trade and cybersecurity, was considered as an interesting choice in the summer of 2019. 3 summers later, critics are quiet, and the only voice that fills the vacuum is cheering Jai Jaishankar.
That's it on this India First special. Keep watching India Today. The news continues on the other side of this short break.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's top stories. Benchmarks end higher amid volatile moves. Sensex up for the second straight session. 120 points higher, Nifty breaching 18,200. The defense theme will continue to shine in 2023 on the back of strong growth visibility, says Amisha Vora of Prabhudas Leeladhar. She also remains bullish on the banking sector, says more legs in the rally. Microsoft chief Satya Nadella lauds India's digital story, says lots waiting to be done with India's AI capabilities, calls India's digital market dynamic, palpable, citing expectations of tremendous growth potential. EV maker Ola Electric logs in sales of over 25,000 electric scooters in the month of December, market share surpassing 30%. The company aims to achieve Mission Electric, a dominant market share in the EV space by 2025. Death of a 20-year-old girl being dragged to her death rocks the national capital. Concerns now flaring up around the safety of women at workplace and road safety. The question is there enough in place to protect our women? We get you more on the legalities later on the show. Lackluster day of trade on the bourses. Benchmarks bounced from opening lows to trade flat through the day. The Nifty closed in the green with marginal gains of 35 points, topping 18,200. It was, however, the second straight day of gains for the Sensex, a sharp pickup in the final minutes. The index ending the session higher by over 100 points. A slew of quarterly business updates that lifted sentiment for financials and IT majors. It was also the life insurance names that shine bright today. The likes of HDFC Life, SBI Life, followed by robust gains on Axis Bank, Titan and TCS. Metals losing a bit of sheen today after a good bounce back. FMCG major Britannia also declined in trade, while M&M and heavyweights like Reliance were also some of the top losers. Talking about the top themes for 2023, Amisha Vora of Prabhudas Leeladhar sees growth visibility in sectors like defence, PSU banks and manufacturing. While speaking to BTTV Sakshi Batra, she says the rally in banks has more legs and the sector will continue to outperform.
What about the star outperformers, the PSU banks, the banks? Do you see the rally continuing in 2023, or should one really take the profits off and this is it and the Cinderella moment will soon come?
The way economy is shaping up, they've got time to start recovering something out of this bucket. But that something itself will be huge, which can set off any further the normal delinquencies in the business. And as the credit cost or provisioning requirement keeps coming down, I think these stocks have more leg to grow than what they are currently. So whether it is Bank of Baroda, whether it is PNB, apart from, of course, SBI, because SBI we always considered along and at par in terms of key investments within banking, whether it is ICICI Bank or HDFC Bank, we always used to keep SBI in that category.
How do you view LIC now that we've also seen Kotak initiate a coverage with a fair value of 1,000 rupees? Is that a stock that investors can now look at positively at all?
I would definitely think so, because the size of the market share and the market itself, both are very attractive. And, it always takes time for a behemoth like LIC to align themselves to market. But this is a very, very valuable investment of Government of India. And the segment is absolutely growing. It's not as risky as bank where you lend. It's not as risky as a commodity company. It's a very steady and growing segment. So I think that, yes, at this juncture, one should definitely look at it.
Okay. Ma'am, if I ask you, say, for example, a lot of retail investors would be having some amount of money to invest in 2023. Say if they have about 10 lakh rupees to invest in this year, how would you really advise them to create a portfolio?
So I would say that, this year they need to put maybe 50 to 60% first in large cap and the balance 40% into mid-stroke small cap. Within large cap, they should continue to hold, as what we said, manufacturing, banking, very select auto, but also FMCG. So instead of consumer durables, we are saying FMCG, that is stocks like Hindustan Lever. Instead of NBFC, we are saying banks, stocks like HDFC Bank in private sector, where we are more comfortable. And as what I said, manufacturing, which is to start with stocks like Siemens. And in infra, one can look at Larsen. So large cap basket, and we recommend a lot the Ashok Leyland, stocks like HPCL. I'm sure there are more, but these are at the top of my mind. And then they should bucket within their mid caps some of the themes which are playing out in India as the India per capita is, unlocking. So take a smaller theme of, say, hospitals, take a smaller theme of defense, QSR, that is quick service restaurants, these and building material suppliers, the EV related auto ancillary. So some of these, players who have a larger market share, if within mid caps they choose that, I think that will serve them really well.
Right. And in the end, if you could share some of the top 3 to 5 stock picks that you have shared with all the investors and your clients as well for 2023?
Certainly, as what I was been naming a few things like HDFC Bank. We think that, because of the merger, the stock has slightly derated. But as by middle of the year, we go ahead with their MSCI rebalancing and reweight, the stock should definitely outperform. And management will get also time to garner the required deposits and transition. So I think this is the stock which should do really well this year. We also like, as what I said, within large cap for this year, levers where we think demand will be more protected, the growth, plus there will be a tailwind of commodity pressures coming down, so margin expansion. So one can definitely look at that. And we can go ahead into mid caps where there are certain themes and stocks that we like. Like as what we say, we like hotel also as a theme. We like hospitals. In hotels, we like Chalet Hotel, Lemon Tree. In hospitals, we like Max and Kim's. We like quick service, Westlife. In building materials, we like Kajaria and APL Apollo. So these are some of the larger themes that we are playing in the current year. I must tell you one thing this year for all the investors, that equity is one part. This is the year when they have to diversify their portfolio, because if interest rates peak out, the bond side also will give a slightly more return. At the same time, our in-house view is that gold also should give very good return this year.
Here's what else is making news in the corporate world. Bharat Pay's CEO Suhail Samir will step down from his position and take up the role of strategic advisor this Saturday. The current CFO, Nalin Nagy, will take over as the interim CEO. The fintech unicorn has not given any reason for the exit. Zomato co-founder and CTO Gunjan Patidar has resigned. He is the 4th high-level executive and 2nd co-founder to quit the company in the past few weeks. Zomato's stock fell 2.3% in trade today. It has lost 58% in the past 1 year. Maruti Suzuki reported a 28% rise in its 2022 exports, posting its highest ever overseas shipments of 2.63 lakh units. The company has crossed the 2 lakh milestone for the 2nd consecutive year. The top models exported were Desire, Swift, Espresso, Baleno and Brezza. Just 2 weeks after Sundar Pichai charmed the audience at Google's annual event in Delhi, it was the turn of the other global Indian tech CEO to hold fort in the country. Addressing the Microsoft Future Ready Leadership Summit in Mumbai, Satya Nadella today gave a big thumbs up to India's digital story, calling it the golden age of tech. In his address, the Microsoft CEO pushed the use of artificial intelligence in areas of banking, healthcare and education, invoking the humble vada pav to put across his point.
So we said, let's have some fun. So let's say we go to Dolly and ask it to generate some images on Mumbai. It sort of creates beautiful art. This is going to be the future that you're going to all live in. So it's pretty, some of them are at least very interesting. Then we said, okay, that's cool. Let's ask ChatGPT, what does it think about the future of Mumbai? And it sort of came up with some pretty compelling narrative, right? I mean, it sort of has real optimism that I talked about. You know, it also shares. It talks about both, whether it's infrastructure, the tech involved, the culture. So pretty cool. So then I said, okay, let's get to the real meat of it. Let's ask it to rank order the street food of Mumbai. And it has an opinion. So it did come back. And vada pav wins. And then I asked it, like, where can I find the best vada pav? Not that I want to create some kind of a challenge for anybody here, but it sort of came back with places. Whether I don't know whether Bandra wants to argue its case, but it's here. And here's the thing. I then went on to say, okay, write a play where Vada Pav argues its greatness, and it did it. And so you should say, oh, okay, this is all fun. Let's actually see it. Like, it'll prompt it, and a little bit of prompt engineering, and it came back. Even Shakespeare would be proud of that. The thing is, this is all fun and games, right? But think about what you just are seeing. You're seeing the emergence of a new reasoning engine. This reasoning engine, clearly we will have to talk about it. What's the responsible use of it? What is the displacement it may cause? Those are all real important considerations. But the other side of it is, let's think about how it can augment every one of us in whatever it is that we're doing. Every knowledge worker is going to be more creative, more expressive, more productive. Every frontline worker will be able to do more knowledge work than they ever were able to do because of this co-pilot being there for them. Every design task, whether it's software engineering, mechanical design, architecture, pick your design task, is going to be that much more productive going forward. So it's ultimately, in my opinion, going to accelerate human creativity, human ingenuity, and human productivity across a range of tasks. It's going to be probably a golden age of what was predominantly, if you think about the computer revolution, it created mass consumer behavior change and productivity for knowledge workers. But what if we could spread that productivity across the board much more evenly? To me, that I think is probably one of the biggest things that we can look forward to.
Shifting focus to some distressing news that rocked the national capital. A 20-year-old girl was dragged to her death by a car on New Year's Eve. The brutality brings to the fore very important questions around road safety and implementation of workplace security regulations. Do we really have enough in place to protect our women employees? My colleague Akanksha Chaturvedi joining us with the laws that are already in place and the approach to take after such incidents as well. Akanksha, what are the regulations surrounding women at the workplace that are currently in force in India?
Well, that's right, Abha. The Indian laws have laid out several regulations for employers to make sure that women are safe in the workplace. As per the Sexual Harassment at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition and Redressal Act of 2013, employers are legally bound to provide transportation to female employees in case they consent to work between 9:30 p.m. to 7 a.m. Moreover, as per the Factories Act 1948, female employees are supposed to get transportation if they consent to work between 8:30 p.m. to 6 a.m. in the morning. Well, it's worth noting, Abha, that we don't know so far if the victim of the Delhi accident was also offered transportation by her employer.
Akanksha, are there any loopholes or legal blind spots in these laws?
Well, yes, there are several loopholes in the Factories Act as well as in the Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act. It's worth noting that these acts may not cover freelance workers. It's also worth noting that in case the company offers transportation and the female employee declines to use that transportation and chooses to travel by her personal vehicle, as was probably the case in the Delhi accident, there is nothing that these laws speak of that. That's why several experts say that clarity is required in the laws so as to cover freelancers and gig workers as well.
All right, thanks for that, Akanksha. Let's take a very quick break on that note. More coming up on the other side. Welcome back. Big relief for film exhibitors. India's top court has ruled in favour of cinema halls, saying they're entitled to set their own pricing standards for the sale of food and beverages inside the hall premises. India Today's Kanu Sarda filed this report earlier today.
When it comes to food in theatres, many moviegoers have often complained about the overpriced popcorn and other snacks and beverages. But today's Supreme Court ruling had made it clear that property of the cinema hall is private property of the owner of hall, and owner is entitled to set terms and conditions for sale of food and beverages, and the moviegoer has choice not to purchase the same. The court also clarified that all cinemas must provide hygienic drinking water without any charge. Cinema owners cannot object to reasonable food carried by parents for the infants. The verdict comes in the wake of a plea regarding outside food being carried inside cinema halls. During the hearing, Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud, who was hearing the case, remarked that if one wants to take a jalebi inside the cinema halls, owner has the right to object to the same, stating that after eating jalebi, the person could wipe his hands with the chair and ruining it unnecessarily. From New Delhi, this is Kanu Sarda for Business Today.
In an exclusive conversation with BTTV's Chetan Bhutani, Anshul Khandelwal, Chief Marketing and Revenue Officer of Ola Electric, shares the company's growth plans for the upcoming year and his outlook for the Indian EV market. Here's an excerpt.
The new year has been ringing in with good news, with 25,000 unit sales and of course a 30% market share. Your first comments on that?
Yes, indeed. I think this year, 2022, has been great, not just for us, but for India and its electrification journey. I think this has been a monumental year in terms of how EVs have been adopted. You know, from last year's 1% penetration to 6% penetration now, almost hitting a million plus run rate in terms of EV sales. I think India has truly taken to EVs in general. And us specifically, I think we have been the leaders and the sort of torchbearers of this industry. In the last 3-4 months, as you can see, we've been number one, and for the foreseeable future, we're extremely confident that we will be number one. Our market share has surpassed 30% this month, selling over 25,000 EVs for the first time in December, which is unheard of. So I think it's been great for us. And the reason why it has been great for us is, of course, something which I would like to talk a little bit about is number one is a great quality product that we have. Number two is very consumer-centric sales and marketing initiatives that we did. And number three was a very strong community we have, which no other brand in India has, which has led to this sort of growth and adoption from consumers.
Currently, you are operating at about, or having plans for, for more vehicles by 2026. I'd also like to ask you about the 2022 year, in which a significant trend was noticed, and I was, while doing my research, saw that, in November, about 77,000 odd units sold, 76,000 in November, and there was a little bit of a downtick in December as far as the e-two-wheeler vehicles go. This is as per the Vahan data. So, any particular reason towards that?
No, I think December is generally a very soft month for two-wheelers because the year changes, etc. It's the end of the year. If you look at the overall two-wheeler industry, it has degrown by some 35-40% this month. But EVs specifically haven't degrown as much. In fact, the penetration of EVs increased from November, and it is now 6% in December. I think it was something last month. So while there has been a dip in EVs, but much lesser as compared to the overall industry, which is just a seasonal cyclical trend. But in January, we are very confident it will pick up again in terms of absolutes as well. But if you look at December, we specifically, both in terms of absolutes and market share, have grown. So I think if the product is great, irrespective of the cyclicity or seasonality, it should grow. And I think January will be a much better month for the industry overall.
Right. So, if not Auto Expo, then what is next at Ola? Can we expect more scooters coming up? I know there's a car that's been planned for 26, which of course I'll come to you later on. But could you also give us a sense what are the year plans and the outlook for the EV industry?
So I think, as far as your question goes on Auto Expo, we have our own events, and I know, we host our biannual events where we launch our new products. So that's the platform we use to announce to the world on what we're doing. But this year, I think across multiple things. One is, of course, expanding our product portfolio is one of the focus areas. Second is going to be, as we had mentioned at the end of the year, a very strong focus into core technology and R&D and working on our own cells and cell technology, talent upgradation and across the world and sort of hiring great quality talent is the third objective. Making our supply chains more self-reliant is also one of the core objectives that we have, and that's also the objective that India should have for us to see. So I think we will, while there has been an inflection point in 2022, 2023 will be taking it further in terms of these 4 areas, and it's so that we can open the floodgates for EV adoption in the next few years. So I think a lot of work, of course, while it is exciting, a lot of work is pending, and that's what we're going to focus on this year.
Right, you broadly mentioned a plan. Could you give us the growth plans in some numbers or figures or some targets that you have probably set?
I think the only target that we have is that by 2025 we need to is our mission electric, which is 100% vehicles sold EVs, and we will have the dominant market share of that. But nothing specific in terms of numbers. I think the year has just ended, so yeah, let's just celebrate what's been there in December. No specific numbers, but a lot of products. Of course, 6 products by 2027 is something which, we will be launching across multiple categories. That is something which we are clearly excited about and working on. So I think more focus is on products, R&D, talent, supply chain. I think numbers are as a result of it, and we have seen that in the last 4 months.
Now, this news is important for you if you're planning on buying a car in the next couple of months. A slew of popular models are set to disappear by April thanks to new tough emission norms. Here's a list of cars that you should in fact avoid.
Planning on buying a car in the next few months? You'd better hurry because your choice may soon be driven off the road by the new emission rules kicking into effect from April. These include some popular models running on roads today. Before we go into reasons, here's a look at the models you need to either buy immediately or avoid altogether. Maruti Suzuki will soon pull the plug on its highest selling car, the Alto 800. So will Hyundai. The company will stop selling the i20 diesel and Verna diesel. Other cars to be withdrawn include the Tata Altroz diesel and 3 models from Mahindra, the Marazzo, the luxury Altaraz G4 and the KUV100. Skoda Superb and Octavia are on the list as well. Renault will have to pull the plug on the Kwid 800, while its sister concern Nissan will have to withdraw the Kicks Mini SUV. The petrol version of the Toyota Innova Krista will be discontinued. But it's Honda which will face the brunt of the new rule with 5 models: the 4th generation City, the 5th generation City Diesel, Amaze Diesel, the Jazz, and the crossover WRV taking the hit. This is all thanks to the second phase of the BS6 emission norms, which kicks in from April. These are the RDE of real driving emission norms. These new rules require cars to achieve emission targets in real conditions, like in traffic, on signals, on highways, not just in the high-controlled lab environment. For companies, this means upgrading to technology called SCR or selective catalytic reduction from the current LNT lean NOx trap method. Earlier, it was easier for automakers to get their small diesel cars approved in emission tests through LNT. However, an upgradation to SCR is too expensive for some companies to even pass off to the customer, forcing them to withdraw the models from the market.
Well, interestingly, most of these cars are diesel. However, there are some petrol variants available as well. The companies won't really face much pinch because the vehicles that are being phased out are low in sales volume. However, there's a great opportunity for the buyers as they would still be able to get some good discount on the models and the variants that are still available in the showrooms.
That's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching.
are watching India Today.
News desk just coming in. India has beaten Sri Lanka in the first T20. Shiva Mani was the star of the show as India defeated Sri Lanka by 2 runs in the first T20. Now this one win came in the last over. It was a thriller, the last over. India has beaten Sri Lanka in the first T20. The series will take place from the 3rd of January and will go on till the 7th of January. It was Shiva Mani who was the star of the show as India defeated Sri Lanka by 2 runs in the first T20. Mavi picked up 4 wickets as hosts defeated Sri Lanka in the final. Shiva Mavi was the star of the show as India defeated Sri Lanka by 2 runs in the first T20 that took place today. It was Huda and Akzar's late blitz that helped India reach the 162 runs. Now there are glaring lapses that have come to the fore. While there was no police presence for the full 12 kilometers that Anjali was dragged to her death, the cops were clueless about the existence of a pillion rider. The rider is called Nidhi and police had no clue about her till today. The top cops were also addressing 90-second press briefings and they boasted about security just hours before Anjali's death. Watch this report.
Lodged underneath a car chassis, dragged along for 12 kilometers.
जो फिजिकल एविडेंस हैं, ओरल एविडेंस हैं या जो सीसीटीवी बेस्ड जो एविडेंस हैं, सारे एविडेंस के आधार पर एविडेंस कलेक्ट करने के बाद हम जो अभियुक्त हैं उनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा दिलवाएंगे।
2 days later,
अभी मैंने आपको बताया कि जो बाकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसके बारे में आपको बताएंगे।
No questions, please. It's Delhi police.
अभी मैं आपको यही जानकारी शेयर कर सकता हूं कि मेडिकल बोर्ड कॉन्स्टिट्यूट हो चुका है।
But as pressure mounted for answers about how a car with a human being stuck underneath could go unnoticed by police patrols on the New Year in Delhi, new videos of a hotel room, friends the victims spent time with on the New Year Eve have now emerged in investigations. The FIR charges the 5 suspects in the Baleno that pulled the 23-year-old woman under counts of rash driving and causing death by negligence. Police now investigating CCTV footage of a budget hotel. The victim booked a room at for the new year. In a clip, she is seen having an argument apparently with her friend at 1:30 a.m. on January the 1st.
They seem to be leaving at about 1:45 a.m. in the morning. You can see her, the girl in the red t-shirt, which is the friend. She's not the victim. She's the friend who pulls the scooty out. And then you see Anjali, who's with her. She gets on behind her on the scooty. In fact, she is the pillion rider. When they're leaving from the hotel, eventually what we learn from our sources is that Anjali told her friend that she would like to drive the scooty, and her friend in fact sat behind her on that scooty.
The victim in pink, her friend in red, together on a scooty after they left the hotel and before the wreck. The friend drove it and the victim rode pillion. They swapped the seats sometime later, and when the crash occurred, the victim's friend fled the scene. Police recorded her statement. 2 days later,
जो पीसीआर जो एमपी फीस का डिप्लॉयमेंट है वो भी 1200 से ज़्यादा होगा और मोटरसाइकिल भी लगभग 2000 से ज़्यादा 2074 मोटरसाइकिल्स भी पूरे दिल्ली में गश्त करेंगी.
Tall claims about policing in the capital city ahead of the new year fell flat. Humanity too slipped into hibernation in raucous celebrations for the new year. With Arvind Ojha and Himanshu Mishra, Bureau Report, India Today.
It's the biggest scoop in the tragic coverage of the death of the 20-year-old girl Anjali. Now, Anjali's friend, who was riding pillion on her scooty, the friend who fled from the accident site, has been tracked down. Now, Nidhi has finally broken her silence on the horrific murder. Here's what she told our Crime Bureau Chief Arvind Ojha.
मैं उस टाइम बहुत होपलेस हो गई थी. मुझे कुछ ठीक नहीं लगा. मुझे जो ठीक लगा, मुझे ये ठीक लगा कि मेरे को अपने घर पे जाना चाहिए. बस मुझे यही ठीक लगा. मैं अपने घर पे, मैं सोची वो आगे जाके उतर के एक बार लड़की को छुड़वा देंगे, पर उन्होंने ऐसा कुछ नहीं किया. उन्होंने सिर्फ उस लड़की को जानबूझकर आगे लेके गए. उन्होंने जानबूझकर वो हादसा करा.
तो आपकी तो दोस्त थी ना, आपकी उस पार्टी मना के आ रहे थे. अगर चलिए मान लीजिए आप होपलेस हो गई, तो उसके बाद 1 दिन बाद 2 दिन बाद आप पुलिस को जानकारी देती.
वो मैं बिल्कुल अपनी शुद्धि में नहीं थी, मैं अपने होश में ही नहीं थी कि मैं जाकर पुलिस को बताऊं. मैं सोची कहीं वो बात मेरे पे ना आ जाए. एक होता है ना कि मेरे को लगा कि क्या करूं मैं, मेरे को जो ये ठीक लगा कि मैं अपने घर पे जाऊं, अपने घर पे बैठ के शांति से सोचूं क्या करना है क्या नहीं. कुछ नहीं समझ में आया. तो 2 दिन बाद पुलिस ने पूछा, तो मैंने पूछताछ में सब बता दिया. ऐसे ऐसे हादसा हुआ था, ऐसे ऐसे उस लड़की का एक्सीडेंट हुआ और उस दौरान मैं बच गई. किस्मत इतनी अच्छी, मैं बच गई और वो लड़की उस हादसे की शिकार. वो उसने बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी, बहुत ज्यादा ड्रिंक कर रखी थी कि वो ना मतलब होश में नहीं थी अपने. और मैं पीछे बैठकर भी मैंने गाड़ी को संभाला कि कहीं कोई हादसा ना हो जाए. और पहले तो एक बार हम हादसे से बचे, हम दोनों मरते. एक बार ट्रक हमारे आगे जा रहा था, है उसको गुस्सा आया कि मेरा बॉयफ्रेंड मुझे कैसे छोड़ सकता है, मैं शादी करूंगी, ये है वो, ऐसे ही कुछ उसने बोला. तो वो ट्रक में भेड़ने जा रही थी. हम दोनों उस ट्रक के उस दौरान हम दोनों मरते. वो मैं किस्मत अच्छी थी. मैंने क्या करा, मैंने वो आगे से पीछे से बैठ के मतलब ब्रेक मारे और साइड में करी स्कूटी. मैंने कहा ढंग से चलाएगी तो मैं तुझे चाबी दूंगी. कह रही नहीं, मैं ही मेरी स्कूटी चलाऊंगी, मैं ही चलाऊंगी. उस हादसे से बचे. उस हादसे से बचने के बाद हम आगे गए. आगे जाने के बाद हम कट में घुसे. वो गाड़ी ऐसे आ रही थी. घुसने के बाद वो गाड़ी वाला रुका ही नहीं. उस गाड़ी वाले ने एकदम ठोकी गाड़ी.
होटल में कौन कौन लोग थे? आप
उसके थे, उसके सारे फ्रेंड थे. उसका बॉयफ्रेंड था, उसके फ्रेंड था, और मेरा कोई भी जानकार नहीं था सिर्फ अंजलि के अलावा.
कितने बजे आप लोग होटल में पहुंचे?
मैं 8 बजे, करीब 8 बजे.
और कितने बजे आप लोग निकले?
हम निकले 2 बजे. 2 बजे मूवमेंट हुआ था ये. हाँ, मैंने कहा मैं अपने घर जाऊंगी. जब मैंने उस लड़की से जिद करी ना मेरे को मेरे घर छोड़, और वो भी कह रही मैं भी अपने घर जाऊंगी, उसके बॉयफ्रेंड से कोई तू मैं हो गई थी. तो उस दौरान मैं बाहर गई थी 24/7। मुझे नहीं पता क्या बात हुई थी उन दोनों के बीच, क्या नहीं हुई थी, उस बातों का मेरे को नहीं पता।
कोई बात नहीं।
हाँ, तो उन दोनों की बातें हुई क्या नहीं हुई वो मुझे नहीं पता। मैं चली गई, मैं एकदम वहाँ से आई ना 24/7 से ऊपर, वो आते ही मेरे को बोलते कि घर चलते हैं। घर चलते,
स्कूटी पे
हाँ, हम दोनों स्कूटी पे बैठे।
अच्छा, पहले अगर दिखाई दे रहा है सीसीटीवी में कि होटल से आप निकल रही हैं तो स्कूटी आप ड्राइव कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, फिर उसने मतलब मेरे से ज्यादा जिद करी कि मेरी स्कूटी मेरे को दे वरना मैं कूद जाऊंगी स्कूटी से। तो मैंने उसी दौरान उसकी स्कूटी की चाबी उसे थमा दी। मैंने कहा लो अपनी चाबी, मैंने कहा तुम चलाओ।
Now, our country has been stunned by the New Year horror that took place in the national capital. The 20-year-old Anjali's death has once again put the spotlight on the security. But your safety is our concern. So 11 reporters of the India Today group hit the streets of the national capital past midnight, around the same time that the 20-year-old Anjali was on the road. Going back home, she was hit by a car and she was dragged to death for almost 12 kilometers. There was no police van, there were no barricades and there was no checkpost. Has anything actually changed since Anjali's horrific death? We'll show you what each of our reporters witnessed on the capital roads. What you will watch will shock you, stun you, it will even make you numb. But something needs to be done urgently because this is an issue that needs to be addressed.
रात के 2 बज चुके हैं। कंझावला का ये वही इलाका है जहां पर दरिंदगी के शिकार हुई उस बच्ची का शव नग्न अवस्था में बरामद किया गया था। रात के 2 बज रहे हैं, गाड़ियों की आवाजाही यहां से जरूर हो रही है, लेकिन आपको बता दें बहुत देर से यहां पर मेरी मौजूदगी है। पुलिस की कोई वैन, पुलिस की कोई गाड़ी या कोई पुलिस वाला इस हिस्से में हमें नजर नहीं आया है। यहां से तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर कंझावला चौक है, वहां पर पुलिस की वैन हमें जरूर दिखाई दी थी, लेकिन यहां पर आप देखेंगे ये पूरा का पूरा घुप सन्नाटा है। चारों तरफ रह रहकर 1 से 2 गाड़ियां जरूर यहां से आती जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। दरअसल इस जगह पर हम इसलिए पहुंचे हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली दर्द से कराह रही है। दिल्ली बार बार ये सवाल पूछ रही है कि क्या इस देश की राजधानी में भी बेटियां सुरक्षित नहीं हैं। परिवार वालों के अपने दावे हैं, पुलिस के अपने तर्क हैं, लेकिन इन सब के बीच बेटियों की सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत बड़ा सवाल इस नए साल के पहले ही हफ्ते में देश के सामने मुंह बाए खड़ा है। इसी वजह से इस जगह के जरिए आज इस बात को टटोलेंगे, ये जानेंगे कि राजधानी दिल्ली सुरक्षित बच्चियों के लिए है भी या नहीं है। रात के तकरीबन 2:15 बज रहे हैं और हम अब आगे की ओर बढ़ चले हैं, लेकिन आप यहाँ पर देखेंगे धुंध ने पूरी तरह से कैसे इस सड़क को घेर कर रखा हुआ है। जो उजाले हैं भी उससे भी सड़क साफ साफ नजर नहीं आ रही है, क्योंकि हमारे कैमरे की लाइट है, इस वजह से मेरी साफ तस्वीरें आप देख पा रहे हैं, वरना यहाँ पर गाड़ी चलाना भी अपने आप में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल होता है, क्योंकि चारों तरफ घुप कोहरा और घुप अंधेरा ही नजर आ रहा है। चलते हैं आगे, देखते हैं पुलिस की मुस्तैदी दिल्ली की सड़कों पर कहां और कितनी है। फिलहाल आपको बताते चले तकरीबन 3.5 किलोमीटर का स्ट्रेच तय करके हम आए हैं। एक पुलिस की वैन वहां पर जाती हुई दिखाई दी है, लेकिन यहाँ पर एक दूसरी गाड़ी जरूर तैनात है और यहाँ पर कुछ दिल्ली पुलिस के जो पुलिसकर्मी है वो तैनात आपको दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हम बढ़ते हैं आगे, कुछ और हिस्सों की करते हैं पड़ताल और जानते हैं कि आधी रात को राजधानी दिल्ली क्या सुरक्षित है या फिर नहीं है, और ये जो डिजिटल सबूत पुलिस की ओर से इकट्ठा किए जा रहे हैं ये जांच को कितनी मदद करने वाले हैं। बढ़ते हैं आगे। देखेंगे तो दुकानों को अगर छोड़ दिया जाए या फिर कुछ घर ऐसे हैं तो चारों तरफ घुप अंधेरा ही आपको नजर आएगा। और आपको बता दें दिल्ली की सर्द रात है ये, काफी ज्यादा ठंड भी पड़ रही है। इक्का दुक्का गाड़ियां रह रहकर जरूर होती हुई यहाँ से इस सड़क से गुजरती हुई आपको नजर आएंगी। लेकिन जहां तक मेरे पीछे भी अगर आप देखेंगे, जरा एक बार लाइट ऑफ करके संजय पीछे की तस्वीर दिखाइए कि अगर लाइट ऑफ होती है तो फिर आप देखेंगे कि इस तरह से चारों तरफ यहाँ पर अंधेरा है, बजाय इसके कि दुकानों की अगर लाइट्स जली ना रहे तो यहाँ पर अब बिल्कुल ही अंधेरा छा जाएगा और यहाँ से गुजरना किसी के लिए भी खतरनाक हो सकता है। रात के 3:30 बज चुके हैं और हमारा 12 किलोमीटर का सफर यहीं पर खत्म होता है। जो तस्वीरें हमारे आंखों के सामने दिखी, दिल्ली पुलिस कई जगहों पर मुस्तैद तो नजर आई, लेकिन कई जगहों पर हालात जस के तस अभी भी बने हुए हैं। अगर उस हिस्से से गाड़ियां गुजरती हैं तो फिर वहां पर जनता की सुरक्षा, बेटियों की सुरक्षा भगवान भरोसे ही है।
कुछ नहीं, इंतजार कर रही हूँ कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ, कैब का इंतजार कर रही हूँ। क्या जी?
It's okay if you I will drop you somewhere.
नहीं, कैब आ जाएगी मेरी ऑफिस की तरफ से आने वाली, मैं उसी का वेट कर रही थी बस।
If you want comfortable, I can.
No, I am sorry, I am okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. क्या?
किथे जा रहे हो?
खड़ी हूँ। क्या?
जा रहे हो क्या?
नहीं।
हाँ?
नहीं, आप चाहिए, आप प्लीज चाहिए। रात के 1 बज रहे हैं, डिफेंस कॉलोनी में मौजूद हूँ। निर्भया कांड से हमने क्या सीखा? 31 तारीख की जो घटना हुई, एक लड़की को 4 किलोमीटर घसीटते हुए 5 दरिंदे चले जाते हैं, उन सब के बाद कितना बदला है दिल्ली, वो हम देखने के लिए पहुंचे। लेकिन आपको जरा दिखाएं, देखिए यहाँ से अभी जब हम ये रिपोर्ट आप तक पहुंचा रहे हैं तो एक पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर गुजरती नजर आ रही है और ये फ्रीक्वेंसी हम देख रहे हैं क्योंकि अभी ताज़ा ये मामला है, इसलिए पीसीआर वैन यहाँ पर नजर भी आ रही हैं। लेकिन सवाल उठ रहे थे उस दिन को लेकर कि अगर 12 किलोमीटर एक लड़की घसीटी जाती है तो पीसीआर वैन कहाँ थी, पुलिस के अधिकारी, पुलिस के जवान कहाँ थे? ये तमाम सवाल है। लेकिन बड़ा सवाल अभी भी वही बना हुआ है कि क्या वाकई दिल्ली की सड़कों पर लड़कियां सुरक्षित? It's just past 12:30 on a cold winter night here in the national capital. I'm at one of the entry points into Delhi. This is in East Delhi, connecting Noida in Uttar Pradesh and the national capital in Mayur Vihar. Now, as I've entered this area from Noida, what I've seen is in fact a lot of security here on the ground. You can see that there's multiple checks, multiple levels of barricade. Vehicles are also constantly being stopped and screened for all basic information. Any suspicious activity is immediately being checked. So it's good to know that at least at one of these entry points into the national capital, which is obviously a key security place, a key strategic place, you've got a lot of security in place right now. And these kind of checks are continuing round the clock through the night. This is a surprise check that we conducted right here. And you can see that the vehicles are being constantly inspected. There are trucks that come through here, all of which are being checked. What about the lanes of Mayur Vihar? This is the situation on the main road. Obviously, this is a crucial part connecting the national capital to Noida in Uttar Pradesh. It's an area with a lot of traffic as well. But what's the situation within Mayur Vihar? We're going to be telling you that as well as we continue our round-the-clock reality check on Delhi streets. I'm standing on the Ghazipur road in the national capital. It's a long stretch where there isn't a single petrol van. I've been standing here for about 20 minutes. It's past 1 a.m. right now. And for the last 20 minutes, while I've been standing on the stretch, as a woman in the national capital, I did feel a tad unsafe. One, because there wasn't a single cop car that came in. I didn't see any petrol vehicles, no police official patrolling this entire stretch of road. And add to that is the fact that while I was standing on this road, I was sitting on this bench waiting around. My camera person was around here taking shots as well. All the while, there were several vehicles that stopped by. Now, they didn't really speak to me. They stopped a little stretch away. Were they stopping because they were wondering what's happening? Why is there a girl standing here all alone? Was it out of concern? Well, as someone who's lived in the national capital, I tend to, seeing all that's happened around me, get a little concerned and feel a little unsafe and uncomfortable. It could have been that they were stopping to ask me if everything was okay, but it did make me a bit uncomfortable. What I can confirm for you, however, is that 20 minutes plus that I've been standing on this road, that we've been going back and forth, besides me standing and sitting here for some time, there hasn't been a single police vehicle that came through. I'm close to Akshardham Temple. Now this is an expressway where there's a lot of traffic as well. And so far, I've been waiting here for about 30 minutes and there hasn't been a single police van that went by in this direction. What I can show you, however, is that while there are CCTV cameras that are installed right here, I've been standing at this bus stop waiting to see if there will be any police official who comes. The CCTV cameras are covering the entire area, but is that enough is the question, because so far there's been not a single official on the ground. Few passers-by again who stopped by. Some, I don't know what the intention was. Some of them genuinely asked me if I needed any help. And the reality is that as far as patrolling, monitoring in the national capital is concerned, we're still abysmally short of what needs to be done on the ground. So that's very, very clear from all the places that I visited as well. Residential pockets, there is some sort of monitoring, but that's about it.
So as you can see, if there is a taxi number that is being checked, there is a security number that is being checked right here. This is to ensure that all questions are being asked. And this is, remember, is being done primarily for the taxis and the outside vehicles. The बाहर की गाड़ी को आप चेक कर रहे हैं, मतलब कैसा जो टैक्सी वगैरह का होता है, लोकल को जाने देते हैं. So this is, remember, a fairly posh area. So the area is barricaded. From what I can see, that this lane is completely barricaded, but this is open. While I was waiting on this busy stretch from Panchsheel heading to Nehru Place, it's a brightly lit area, and yet there was this bike rider who came and stopped and asked, "Kahan chalegi? Where do you want to go?" not exactly looked like that he was offering to help me in any way. When I said no, very politely, and I took a step back, he stood there. He didn't move away. He stood there and he started to roll. And see again, bikers like that, like you just saw, you know, waving, realizing that it's fun. And if our cameras were not rolling, you know, that is when the situation turns. So auto rickshaws have stopped to offer, if of course we want to go there. So there was a public transport of auto that I could see. But it was the bike riders, specifically I saw, stopping and asking, which clearly did not look like that they were helping. अब सवारी है आपके पास? नहीं नहीं आप जाओ ना, कोई बात नहीं। नहीं जाओ। अरे नहीं जाना भैया, है हमारे पास, जाओ। At 3 a.m. near the Green Park Horse area, this is what I now can say about some of the streets in South Delhi area. The main roads are fairly lit. There was barricading in a lot of areas, but we did not see a lot of moving PCRs. Static we did see in some locations. Bikers stopped, the car slowed down, definitely. There were two at least who asked us, where do I want to go? And despite my polite refusal, did not want to leave right away. A lot of drivers slowed down, and that is where you feel scared. But it does look like that perhaps the South Delhi area is better than other parts of Delhi. And with that hope that every woman will feel safe and secure. Because till now, we do have that sense that someone will pull us into their cars, or perhaps the worst, the nightmare that may happen. Signing off with Jagannath Mohanty, Pooja Shali for India Today.
Mehrauli is very much part of Delhi city limits. In fact, aligns along the posh localities of Delhi, and one would assume that this area of Mehrauli will have huge police presence, bandobast or a patrol car, but the entire stretch here, we've travelled about 2 kilometers all the way from MG Road towards Mehrauli, and not a single police bandobast barricading anywhere or a patrol van, none of it that we spotted, at least for the last hour that we're here in the vicinity. It's about 2 a.m. right now, and really if an incident took place here, God forbid, not anyone around for help. There are, of course, stray vehicles that are passing by, not too sure if they would ever step in case of an emergency that anyone would face, be it a girl or a boy. And by the Green Park area, you see a bunch of women walking. Well, I'm not too sure if they feel safe, but, well, we do see a few women at the far end there walking in a group together. And right at that one corner, there's also a police bandobast. So you see the police bandobast. There are 2 police officers that we see as well. You have a petrol bunk on both ends. So this area seems slightly safe to me. And also the fact that you have women walking around at this time of the hour. It's 3 a.m. and it appears this Green Park area, largely on the main road, the main stretch of this road, seems all right. Sangam Cinema right outside, it seems all right. This is RK Puram area where it appears quite safe. Do you feel safe around this area?
No.
No? Why?
Because there are many, snatchers and...
But there's a police bandobast right up ahead. This is a posh RK Puram area.
No, I feel afraid of getting out of this,
We're driving towards the stretch of Vasant Kunj, towards Munirka. Not a single police barricade, no police patrol vehicle, at least half an hour that we've been around this area, and a good 3-4 kilometer stretch in the vicinity here of Basant Kunj, again known as the posh locality of South Delhi, but not a single police barricade, no police patrolling. So in case, again, here is also an area where if there was, God forbid, an incident that happened, not too sure how soon one could get help. Barely any vehicles here too, but this is a stretch where the Qutub hotels are very close by. You also have the Fortis Hospital on the right hand side here, and a little ahead is also Kishangarh. In fact, you have the board there that's very visible that says Basant Kunj in big bold. So this entire area here, we've not seen a single police barricade, no police patrol. This is also a road headed towards the airport. So certainly in the national capital, an area like this will need police security, at least a police barricading at some point or a check post, but none that we spotted in this area. It's a part residential, part commercial area. So ideally a lot of movement here, but no police.
Makeups, breakups, or a new film announcement. In 2023, we will get you all this and much more that's trending in the showbiz. I'm Dipali Patel and you're watching In the Club. Now, while rebooting a popular franchise is common, what's unusual is making it without the original cast, and which is what filmmakers in the West have been doing so, that too frequently, in order to take the legacy forward. From replacing Daniel Cliff to Henry Cavill, here's who all will not be reprising their much-loved roles.
I'm your destiny.
You're much more than that, Cirilla.
Harry Potter.
I kneel before no one.
Going on outside when you ain't safe from.
In this world. When I say hide,
We have to stay.
you hide. Run! You're the chosen one, Harry.
You have to realize who you are.
Just have to decide what kind of man you want to grow up to be, Clark. Whoever that man is.
Hollywood has never been shy when it comes to cashing in on remakes and reboots milking franchises based on their popularity or for money as much as possible. And now it seems that the next franchise to fall prey to this trend is the wizarding world of Harry Potter. Production house Warner Brothers Discovery is reportedly planning to reboot the Harry Potter franchise with an entirely new cast. The makers try to rekindle the impact of Harry Potter by reintroducing us to the magical world with the Fantastic Beasts series.
People die in this tournament.
With Eddie Redmayne leading the cast, fans were taken on a ride back to the past to explore all the magical beings and the heated war between Dumbledore and Grindelwald.
I cannot move against Grindelwald. It has to be you.
Although the series had a promising start, it was compromised due to all the controversies surrounding it. The first major controversy which rocked the franchise was when author J.K. Rowling made transphobic comments, which was followed by production house Warner Brothers parting ways with actor Johnny Depp due to his defamation suit with Amber Heard. The final nail in the coffin was when Ezra Miller was charged with felony burglary and criminal allegations. Instead of making a big boom in the film industry, the possibility of the franchise going forward with its initial planned 5-movie arc has now reportedly been put on hold. Once more, Warner Brothers Discovery.
What are you going to do?
Not only have the makers started shoving films in the pipeline, but after the recent takeover by Guardians of the Galaxy filmmaker James Gunn as the co-chairman of DC Studios. In the new phase of filming, Gunn has revealed that Henry Cavill will not be returning as the Superman. Henry has played the character since 2013 film Man of Steel and was seen in a cameo appearance in Dwayne Johnson's starrer Black Adam. He later confirmed the news on social media as well. Cavill also quit The Witcher, in which he was playing the lead role.
Why not kill them? Because then I am what they say I am.
That's not all. One of the DC Universe's most successful franchises, Gal Gadot's starrer Wonder Woman, will not be getting the third installment. According to reports, James Gunn broke the news to director Patty Jenkins soon after she had submitted her treatment of the project. The 2-part film series found success after Gal Gadot's first glimpse in Batman vs. Superman: Dawn of Justice. Furthermore, reports suggest that Jason Momoa will not be returning as Aquaman, but instead as the intergalactic bounty hunter. DC Universe is going through a transformation which involves the closure of the previous cinematic universe created by Zack Snyder and the actors who portrayed the lead. The decision comes on the heels of the underperformance of Black Adam at the box office.
These powers are not a gift.
With Snigdha Shweta Behra, Entertainment Bureau, India Today. Jeremy Renner has met with an accident while Benedict Cumberbatch and his family will reportedly pay reparations for slavery after it was revealed that he has familial ties to a sugar plantation. This and much more. Let's fly 7 seas across to check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our popular segment, Fully Foreign.
Be careful which paths you travel down, Strange. Stronger men than you have lost their way.
Doctor Strange star Benedict Cumberbatch and his family will reportedly pay reparations for slavery after it was revealed he has familial ties to a sugar plantation in Barbados.
The Caribbean nation, which became a republic in 2021, is looking for reparations from the families of past slave owners, and the Sherlock Holmes actor could find himself in a legal battle over his ancestors owning a plantation in the 18th and the 19th century. After slavery was abolished in the 1830s, Cumberbatch's ancestors and other slave owners were compensated with a monetary amount now worth millions. Benedict was last seen in Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
To protect our world, you cannot control everything, Strange. I'm sorry, Stephen. Your desecration of reality will not go unpunished.
We should tell him the truth.
Just got out of hand.
You break the rules.
Look out!
You become a hero. I do it, I become the enemy. It doesn't seem fair.
He's also working on The End We Start From, which is an adaptation of Megan Hunter's novel of the same name.
Hey, man.
Clearly retirement doesn't suit you. You got tired of shooting golf?
Well, I played 18, shot 18. Just can't seem to miss.
Marvel actor Jeremy Renner, who is best known as Hawkeye, is critical but in stable condition after meeting with an accident while plowing snow. According to reports, his family is with him and he's receiving proper care at the hospital. Apart from Marvel films like Avengers and Captain America, Renner has also starred in commercial hits such as Arrival.
Proper introduction.
I need everybody working on this.
I feel like everything that happens comes down to the two of us. I know what it is.
What does it say?
Offer weapon.
I don't need an interpreter to know what this means.
We don't know if they understand the difference between a weapon and a tool.
What the hell is she doing?
Do trust me.
And 2 films from the Mission Impossible franchise.
Right? Who are you really, Brent?
What are you asking? What am I asking? All right, let me see if I can put it another way. How does an agent with skills like that end up an analyst? Well, we all have our secrets.
He's also all set to feature in Mayor of Kingstown Season 2.
To continue trusting me.
The inmates are running the asylum, and you're giving up the goddamn key.
This war is what I'm trying to stop.
He will also reportedly be headlining a series titled Renovations.
What's he doing? I'm gonna die. I wanna die comfortable.
Jeremy Renner has been nominated for 2 Oscars for his role in The Hunter Locker in The Town.
Full 180, crazy, thinking about the way I was. Did the heartbreak change me? Maybe, but look at where I ended up. I'm all good already, so moved on, it's scary. I'm not where you left me at all. So, if you
Don't Show Up hitmaker Dua Lipa will make her acting debut in an upcoming spy thriller titled Argyle.
The greater the spy, the
bigger the lie.
The film is based on a book by the same name written by first-time author Ellie Conway. The film will be directed by Matthew Vaughn, who is known for Kingsman films, and will also feature Henry Cavill, Bryce Dallas Howard, Samuel L. Jackson, Ariana DeBose, Bryan Cranston, and Catherine O'Hara. The pop star, known for her hits like Levitating and New Rules, among others, not only wants to act but is also planning to set up her own TV and film production company so she can back stories she believes in and produce them with bigger studios.
I tell myself, 1, don't pick up the phone. You know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. 2, don't let him in. You have to kick him out again. 3, don't be his friend. You know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
I got no rules, I count him.
It's time for a very short break now, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so stay tuned to In the Club. Pakistani singer Sajid Ali has dropped a hint that Besharam Rang from SRK's film Pathan is a copy of his composition. Janhvi Kapoor, on the other hand, is all set to make her Telugu debut opposite Junior NTR. It's time to check out what is making news in Hindi film industry. Take a look at our popular segment, What's Trending.
3 साल से उसकी कोई खबर नहीं है। अपने लास्ट मिशन में वो पकड़ा गया। सुना है बहुत टॉर्चर किया उसे। पता नहीं कि पठान मर गया है या
जिंदा है।
Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan has been in the headlines of late owing to various controversies. However, the film is still one of the most anticipated projects of 2023. While one of its songs, titled Besharam Rang, has been attracting controversies ever since it was released, from politicians debating over Deepika's saffron bikini in this peppy track to censor board sending the film for certain cuts. The fate of this Siddharth Anand directorial's release in India is uncertain. Now, Pakistani singer Sajid Ali recently took to social media and shared this video in which he can be seen singing one of his older songs, Ab Ke Hum Bichde, hinting that Besharam Rang, composed by Vishal Shekhar, is probably copied.
Ab ke hum bichde to shayad kabhi khwabon mein mile.
He captioned the post as, after listening to a new movie song, it reminded me of my song I released 26 years ago. Ab ke hum bichde, enjoy. However, the scenario abroad, on the other hand, is completely different. As per reports, the bookings for Pathan opened in Germany on December 28th, and the figures are record-breaking. The spy thriller also stars Deepika Padukone and John Abraham in the lead role. It is slated to hit cinemas on January 25th, 2023. Apart from this, SRK will be seen headlining Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey with Taapsee Pannu. And it is being reported that the actor will start shooting for an underwater sequence after the release of Pathan. He also has Atleast Jawan co-starring Nayanthara, Vijay Sethupathi and Sanya Malhotra in his kitty.
Good to go, Chief.
Ready.
Janhvi Kapoor is all set to make her Telugu debut opposite Junior NTR. Yes, if reports are to be believed, the makers of the tentatively titled NTR 30 have roped in Janhvi to play a pivotal role in the film. Directed by Kortala Siva, the Telugu language drama will go on floors next month and will release in April 2024. Recently, the makers had also launched the poster of the film featuring Junior NTR. With this film, Janhvi will also be taking her late mother and actress Sridevi's legacy forward, who had acted in several films across multiple languages. Meanwhile, Janhvi was last seen in a survival thriller, Millie. Directed by Muthukutti Xavier, the film depicted the story of a young girl who gets stuck in a freezer and fights to stay alive, but with every ticking second, lowers her chances of survival.
घर नहीं पहुंची अभी तक?
पिछले दिनों में उसका किसी से कोई झगड़ा या बहस? ये पैसा तुम्हारे बाप दादा का क्या?
It was a remake of 2019 Malayalam film Helen. Junior NTR, on the other hand, has been riding high on success of his last release, RRR. With 2 Golden Globes nominations under its name, including Best Motion Picture and Best Original Song for Natu Natu, and making its way to the Oscars shortlist for Natu Natu, RRR is roaring big worldwide. Directed by S. Rajamouli, this magnum opus is based on the lives of 2 Telugu freedom fighters, Alluri Sitarama Raju and Komarama Bhim, played by Ramcharan and Junior NTR respectively. The film also stars Alia Bhatt and Ajay Devgan in pivotal roles. Tripti Dimri took to social media to confirm her relationship with Anushka Sharma's brother and the owner of Clean Slate Films, Karnesh Sharma. Along with this photo, she wrote, and we quote, "My love." Interestingly, Tripti has headlined 2 films, Bulbul and Kala, which Karnesh Sharma has backed under his production house for Netflix. The actress won rave reviews for her performance in the Anvita Dutt directorial Kala. The psychological drama also marked the acting debut of Irfan Khan's older son, Babil. Anushka Sharma had also appeared in a cameo role. Meanwhile, Tripti will next be featuring in romantic drama with Vicky Kaushal. She also has another project lined up with Ranbir Kapoor in her kitty. Anupam Kher is all set to reunite with filmmaker Vivek Agnihotri for the vaccine war. The film, as the name suggests, will be about India's successful vaccination program against the threat of COVID-19. It is scheduled for a release on Independence Day in 2023. Produced by Pallavi Joshi, the film is started to be a tribute to the endless support and dedication of the medical fraternity and scientists. Earlier reports emerged that Nana Patekar has been roped in to play a pivotal role in the vaccine war. Before this, Anupam Kher had worked with Vivek Agnihotri in his last directorial, The Kashmir Files, which was dedicated to the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits and was one of the biggest hits of 2022.
जहाँ शिव सरस्वती ऋषि कश्यप हुए वो कश्मीर हमारा था, जहाँ पंचतंत्र लिखा गया वो कश्मीर हमारा था। तू जानता ही क्या है कश्मीर के बारे में?